Chapter 1 My wife has a white moonlight. Senior Lin Feng. You are so bad. I'm married, I can't do that. Jiang Mani's face flushed and her eyes were full of shyness. She felt that she was a woman with a bottom line, so she refused to agree to her senior's request. In Jiang family manner, the luxurious wedding room is decorated in a warm and romantic way. Jiang Mani sat in front of the dressing table in the bridal room, looking at Lin Feng in the video with watery eyes. Above the head of the bed hangs the wedding photo of Jiang Mani and Chu Tao. In the photo, the two of them are smiling brightly and are full of happiness. Jiang Mani is as beautiful as the moon and Chu Tao is gentle and elegant. The two have been married for 3 months and are happily married. Nini. Will you really divorce your wife and marry me? Don't lie to me. I've been living abroad for so many years, I'm used to life here. Lin Feng's eyes were full of tenderness. Come back. Senior Lin Feng, I will marry you. Jiang Mani's sweet voice almost melted Lin Feng's heart. As night fell, Chu Tao returned home. After having a good rest after dinner, the two took a shower together. Soon Jiang Mani was panting and crying in the bathroom. An hour later, the two snuggled together and talked about interesting things from their childhood. Jiang Mani giggled from time to time. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. On the wedding bed, Jiang Mani took the initiative and continued to do so until she was sweating profusely. Chu Tao took back the initiative and worked frantically. Time passed by minute, and it lasted for a long time before it ended. Chu Tao's eyes were full of tenderness as he stroked his wife's hair. Nini, you are becoming more and more charming. When are we going to have a child? My parents are urging me to do it. Jiang Mani's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at her husband with her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Her eyes were full of reluctance. After thinking for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said tremblingly, Xiao Tao, let's get a divorce. After saying this, Jiang Mani's eyes turned red, her body trembled uncontrollably, and soon her tears flowed. Chu Tao was stunned and said seriously, Nini, what are you talking about? That joke isn't funny at all. Jiang Mani burst into tears. Xiao Tao, Lin Feng is going back to China. I brought him back. I have already promised Senior Lin Feng that as long as he returns to China, I will divorce you and marry him. Lin Feng, who had been abroad for several years, contacted Jiang Mani a month ago. Lin Feng is Jiang Mani's senior and the man she has had a crush on for a long time. Jiang Mani was brought up in a very strict family. She was also cold and reserved. During her college years, she never had the courage to express her feelings to Lin Feng. Until Lin Feng went abroad, the two had never met alone. She had been looking forward to Lin Feng settling down abroad so that she could take the opportunity to travel abroad to fly to him and confess her love to him. However, things went against his wishes. Not long after Lin Feng arrived abroad, he quickly fell in love with a plump black girl. Jiang Mani saw that Lin Feng's circle of friends was full of sweet photos of him and his girlfriend being close and intimate. Her heart was instantly torn into countless pieces, and all her longings vanished at this moment. After repeated persuasion and matchmaking from Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Mani finally agreed to marry Chu Tao. Chu Tao is an orphan adopted by the Jiang family from an orphanage. Jiang Mani and Chu Tao went to the same school from kindergarten to university, and they have always had a close relationship. After getting married, the two were inseparable. Jiang Mani originally thought that she could have children with Chu Tao and live together for the rest of her life, but what happened next was unexpected. 2 weeks ago, Lin Feng had a video call with Jiang Mani. He said something without warning, shocking Jiang Mani to the core. Xiao and I've liked you for a long time. He told Jiang Mani that his parents were working class and that they were not a good match for each other, so he did not dare to open his heart to Jiang Mani. He had always kept this deep love hidden deep in his heart, but now that he knew Jiang Mani was married, there was no possibility for them to be together anymore. He didn't want to live his whole life with regrets, so he mustered up the courage to speak out. Lin Feng told Jiang Mani about his college days, when he had silently watched Chu Tao and Jiang Mani walking together countless times from the back, and they looked so well matched. Many times he wanted to rush over regardless of everything and tell Jiang Mani how much he loved her. But he was also afraid that Jiang Mani would laugh at him and say that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Jiang Mani was a notorious ice beauty in college. She had never even given him a smile. Why should he confess his feelings to her? Lin Feng explained to Jiang Mani that the reason he fell in love with Elsa was because Elsa once saved his life. After the two met, Elsa fell deeply in love with him. Under Elsa's persistence, he couldn't bear to refuse and reluctantly agreed to be Elsa's boyfriend. After more than a year of being together, he realized that they were very incompatible in many aspects, and finally chose to break up with Aisha. When Jiang Mani learned that Lin Feng had been secretly in love with her, her heart melted instantly. Just today, Jiang Mani finally promised Lin Feng that as long as he returned to China, she would divorce Chu Tao and marry him, and they would be together for the rest of their lives, and no one could separate them. Xiao Tao, please help me and Lin Feng. After Jiang Mani said this, she wanted to get up and drink some water, but her legs were weak and she knelt on the bed. Chu Tao stared at his wife kneeling on the bed begging him, his heart almost breaking. During college, he was with Jiang Mani every day. He had some impression of Lin Feng, but in his impression, Jiang Mani didn't treat Lin Feng differently. Chu Tao's love for Jiang Mani had already begun to sprout in high school. He looked at Jiang Mani with a dim look in his eyes. My wife is a first-class beauty with a slender waist and a face that is as exquisite as a carefully carved work of art. After he married Jiang Mani, he felt that he was the luckiest and happiest man in the world. In the 3 months since their marriage, Jiang Mani has been very affectionate towards him and there has been no sign of her changing her heart. Chu Tao stared at his wife. At this moment, his wife had lost her youthfulness and was full of femininity. His wife has already knelt down and begged him, so why should he try to keep her? Xiao Tao, I'm sorry. Jiang Mani's voice was a little hoarse. Chu Tao is half a year younger than Jiang Mani, but he takes care of Jiang Mani like an older brother. Over the years, Jiang Mani has long been accustomed to Chu Tao's care and concern, and has developed a deep dependence on him. Chu Tao looked at Jiang Mani, whose eyes were red, and said seriously, Nini, I will help you and Lin Feng get divorced as soon as possible. When Jiang Mani heard this, she felt as if her heart was pricked by a needle, and she felt waves of heart-wrenching pain. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Isn't it what I have always dreamed of, that Lin Feng would come back to China and marry me? Lovers finally get married, what a beautiful and romantic thing. But why did Xiao Tao agree to divorce me? My heart felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, heavy and hard to breathe. Xiao Tao loves me so much, why would he agree to a divorce so easily? Why couldn't he keep me a little longer? The more Jiang Mani thought about it, the angrier she became. She glared at Chu Tao fiercely and cursed inwardly, damn Xiao Tao, will you die if you beg me? I hate you so much. For something as big as a divorce, he actually agreed so readily. You'll regret it later. When I marry Lin Feng, you can cry alone until dawn. Jiang Mani's tears slid down her cheeks unconsciously. Chapter 2. Chu Tao agrees to divorce. Chu Tao said seriously, tomorrow we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. I wish you and Lin Feng can live together forever. When Jiang Mani heard this, the anger in her heart was instantly ignited. She widened her eyes and shouted angrily, are you so anxious? In the past 3 months, you've had sex with me at least 200 times. Isn't this nothing to you? Those vows you made to me before, about taking care of me forever, were they all lies? Jiang Man was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was the one who filed for divorce. Chu Tao looked at Jiang Mani, feeling somewhat puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, Nini, are you reluctant to get a divorce? Jiang Mani glared at Chu Tao fiercely, turned around, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. From last night till now, Jiang Mani has been ravaged by Chu Tao 5 times. She couldn't imagine Chu Tao would be so heartless. Chu Tao has a very decisive personality and can let go of things easily. He knew very well that if he didn't make a decision, he would suffer the consequences. Jiang Mani's heart is not with him, so why should he keep her? A forced melon is not sweet. Parting ways amicably is the best choice for both parties. Jiang Mani slowly came back to her senses and realized that what she had just said was a bit too much. It was she who begged Chu Tao to help her and Lin Feng, so why was he turning the tables on her? However, Chu Tao's refusal to keep her was always a thorn in her heart. Xiao Tao, do you want to eat some fruit? I'll go wash some for you. Chu Tao nodded and replied, Nini, wash some more fruit. I just sweated a lot and now my mouth is dry. After hearing this, Jiang Mani twisted her sexy buttocks and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Chu Tao's eyes were involuntarily attracted to her. Looking at her swaying and charming way as she walked, his body began to boil again. Jiang Mani is top-notch in every way. Her delicate face, slender waist, round hips and plump breasts are all beyond words. Her long, straight legs alone are hot enough to make people salivate. After eating the fruit, Chu Tao started watching short videos. Jiang Mani felt more and more unhappy when she saw Chu Tao ignoring her. They were about to get divorced, but Chu Tao remained so calm, as if the divorce had no effect on him at all. Why is Chu Tao so heartless? Finally, Jiang Mani could no longer suppress her inner dissatisfaction. She stood up suddenly and snatched the phone from Chu Tao's hand. Xiao Tao, you're really going too far. Jiang Mani roared angrily, how could you do this to me? Don't you have anything to say to me? Facing Jiang Mani's question, Chu Tao simply replied, no. Jiang Mani was so angry that she was shaking all over. How could you do this? We're getting divorced, and you're still acting so nonchalant? Chu Tao said, Nini, what's wrong with you? Why do I have to tell you something? It's night here, but it's daytime over there. Aren't you going to marry Lin Feng after divorcing me? Go talk to him and have a love affair. Why are you talking nonsense to me? Jiang Mani was so angry that her plump breasts kept shaking up and down. She turned around with her but facing Chu Tao, and didn't want to say a word to Chu Tao anymore. Chu Tao felt inexplicably hot. He stood up and walked towards Jiang Mani. Xiao Tao, why can't you feed me enough? Jiang Mani said in a soft voice, with a hint of anger in her voice. The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed. Chu Tao gently nudged Jiang Mani, who was sleeping beside him, and said, Nini, the sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up. Let's get a divorce early. Jiang Mani opened her eyes sleepily, her mind still in a mess. If Chu Tao hadn't reminded her, she probably wouldn't have even thought about divorce. Late at night, Chu Tao had sex with her again. Jiang Mani now feels like her whole body is falling apart and she is exhausted. Honey, don't disturb me. Jiang Mani muttered, her voice full of laziness. She turned over, her body still lying on the bed, but her buttocks raised high. The ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and happened to fall on her raised buttocks, giving her a warm feeling and making her even less want to get up. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Chu Tao returned to the bedroom and saw Jiang Mani still lying in bed with no intention of getting up. He couldn't help but ask softly, Nini, why aren't you getting up yet? Are you going to get a divorce or not? Let's get a divorce early. I have a lot of things to do this afternoon. Jiang Mani swore that she had only loved Lin Feng in her life, so what was he to her? The sooner she left him, the better. Without belly friction, it is difficult to have the spark of love. However, even with belly friction, the spark of love would not necessarily be generated, and he felt like a fool. Damn Xiao Tao, of course I have to leave. The puppy won't leave. The biggest mistake I made in my life was marrying you. It would have been great if Lin Feng had contacted me earlier. I can then give my body to him cleanly and completely. Now I'm dirty, it's all your fault, I hate you so much. Jiang Mani suddenly jumped up from the bed as if she had been electrocuted. Her eyes were wide open, staring at Chu Tao intently, as if they were about to spit fire. When she saw Chu Tao's dark face, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Why do I talk nonsense and speak without restraint? Even though he didn't mean that in his heart, he still said such hurtful words. However, when Jiang Mani thought about how Chu Tao not only did not try to keep her, but instead urged her to get a divorce as if he was in a hurry to be reincarnated, she felt that what she had just said was not excessive. Chu Tao said coldly, Jiang Mani, we are not going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce today. Hearing this, Jiang Mani felt relieved. She thought to herself, it seems that Chu Tao is just being stubborn and saying those things to test me. Are you scared now? Jiang Mani couldn't help but let out a smug smile, thinking, I knew you were bluffing. How could you really bear to divorce me? Before Jiang Mani's smile could fully unfold, Chu Tao's next words were like a basin of ice water, pouring over her from head to toe. Jiang Mani, let's not go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let's go directly to the Court Mediation Center and write an indictment. I'm very familiar with the people at the court. As long as we ask the mediator to go through the mediation process, we can get the divorce mediation agreement today. You may not know this, but this mediation document is equivalent to a divorce certificate. This way we don't have to wait for the 30-day cooling-off period and can complete the divorce procedures in one day. If you feel your body is dirty, then go and repair it. You can tell Lin Feng that we have been married for 3 months and it is in name only. You never loved me, you only got married to please your parents. This way, you will still be pure and innocent in Lin Feng's heart. Jiang Mani was stunned when she heard these words. Her body had been deformed by Chu Tao, and he wanted her to repair it? Her legs could no longer support the weight of her body, and she fell onto the bed, unable to get up. Xiao Tao, you will regret this. I will never forgive you. As you wish, we won't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but go directly to the court and complete the divorce procedures today. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Mani finally had the strength to speak. After saying these words, she felt as if her heart was being burned by fire. Chapter 3: Successful Divorce. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Tao and Jiang Mani walked out of the court, and their marital relationship came to an end. Jiang Mani felt extremely heavy-hearted. Every step she took felt very strenuous, as if she was having difficulty walking. We've only been married for 3 months. Chu Tao is willing to leave me? Chu Tao, I hate you so much. Jiang Mani shouted loudly, her heart filled with anger and unwillingness. She thought that Lin Feng had not returned to China yet, and the two of them divorced inexplicably. Then what am I in Chu Tao's eyes? Even though she was the one who proposed the divorce, Chu Tao did not beg her to win her back as she had imagined, which made Jiang Mani feel heartbroken. Chu Tao walked briskly and looked relaxed all over. It felt like Chu Tao had been liberated. Could it be that he had thought about divorcing her a long time ago, but why did he still act like he loved her so much? The more Jiang Mani thought about it, the angrier she became. The strong dissatisfaction she had been feeling since morning finally erupted at this moment. She bit Chu Tao's arm hard with her cherry lips. Jiang Mani, are you a puppy? Chu Tao pushed her away angrily. I'll help you and Lin Feng get what you want. What else are you unhappy about? It's like I have someone else outside and I'm just abandoning you. Jiang Mani was pushed to the ground by Chu Tao, and her butt was burning with pain. It was as if she had been burned by fire. The new wounds and the old ones made her unable to stand up for a long time. An unspeakable sense of grievance welled up in my heart, and tears burst out like a flood. You bastard Xiao Dao, remember this. Jiang Mani cried, gritting her teeth and saying, even if you kneel down and beg me in the future, I will never forgive you. After saying that, Jiang Mani left in tears. Chu Tao stood there alone, watching her back as she walked away, feeling mixed emotions. How could he say that he didn't feel uncomfortable at all? Chu Tao came to the hot spring villa, wanting to relax himself completely. There are so many beautiful memories between him and Jiang Mani, and Chu Tao was deeply in love with Jiang Mani, his childhood sweetheart. However, Chu Tao also knows a truth: a short pain is worse than a long pain. He is not a coward. How could he wait for Lin Feng to return home and watch him and Jiang Mani being affectionate while he could only swallow his anger? Jiang Mani loves another man in her heart, so of course the sooner the better the divorce. She doesn't have the habit of being cuckolded. After soaking in the hot spring, he felt much more relaxed and walked slowly towards the parking lot. At this time in the hot spring villa, Qin Shui felt another wave of heat rising in her body, more turbulent than the hot spring water. She held onto the wall of the villa's corridor, her fingertips trembling. Suwan followed behind her, breathing rapidly and her cheeks flushed. Mr. Qin, I feel something is not right. Suwan's voice was like it was soaked in honey, sweet yet trembling. Qin Shui bit her lower lip. She knew something was wrong. There was something wrong with that bottle of red wine. Jiang Xiaoman was her college classmate. They had a very good relationship when they were in school. She never expected that she would attack her. But now is not the time for Jiang Xiaoman to think about motives, they must leave here. Hold on, my car is in the parking lot. Qin Shui grabbed Suwan's wrist, and the touch sent a shiver through her body like an electric shock. The drug was taking effect faster and more intensely than she had imagined. The lights in the corridor twisted into a colorful vortex in my sight. Qin Shui shook her head vigorously, trying to stay awake. She shouldn't have let the driver go back today. As the helmsman of Qihong New Energy, she had experienced too many business traps, but she fell into the hands of her college classmate. Boss Qin. I can't walk anymore. Suwan suddenly collapsed on top of her, her hot breath spraying on Qin Shui's neck. Qin Shui's legs went weak, and they almost fell down together. Hold on for another 5 minutes. Qin Shui panted. Turn the last corner and the parking lot is just around the corner. Chapter 4: Leaving the hot spring villa. A cold wind blew in my face, and the weather suddenly turned cooler tonight. There were only a few service cars in the back parking lot, and her Rolls-Royce was parked in the VIP area at the front door. Suwan grabbed Qin Shui's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Xiaowan, hold on for a while. We have to leave here immediately. This hot spring villa is very unsafe now. Qin Shui saw her car parked more than 10 meters away, but she couldn't find her car keys. She quickly realized that Jiang Xiaoman had once given her a bag, so she must have stolen the car keys. Thinking of this, Qin Shui gritted her teeth in hatred. That car. Suwon pointed to a Land Rover Range Rover in the parking lot. Xin Shui looked up, determination in her eyes. Her legs felt like melted wax, unable to support her body. Finally, she made a rational decision: we must leave quickly. She was indeed too careless today and did not bring a bodyguard. After the driver dropped her off at the villa, she asked him to leave. She had originally planned to stay at the villa tonight and reminisce with Jiang Xiaoman, but she had never expected that this bitch would dare to harm her. The two of them almost stumbled forward. Land Rover owner Chu Tao looked up when he heard the noise and watched in astonishment as two women with flushed faces rushed towards his car. Xin Shui used up her last bit of strength to bang on the car window. Open the door. Please. Chu Tao hesitated for a second and agreed. After unlocking the car, Xin Shui and Suwon almost fell into the back seat. Drive. Please take us away from the villa quickly. The breath Xin Shui exhaled was hot. Chu Tao skillfully turned the steering wheel, and the tires spun on the ground for half a second before suddenly jumping out. Suwon and Xin Shui curled up into a ball. The drug was so effective that they almost lost their self-control. Do you need a hospital? Chu Tao asked hurriedly. We're not going to the hospital. It's too late. Xin Shui's voice was very charming. She thought of her private villa not far from here, which few people knew about. Even hospitals can't keep secrets 100%. Chu Tao frowned even more tightly, not knowing whether his choice tonight was right or not. He impulsively put the two women into the car. Xin Shui directed Chu Tao to drive, and the car turned onto a fork in the road. After several sharp turns, the car drove into a small road. Soon we arrived at Xin Shui's secret villa. This time, Chu Tao finally had the chance to take a good look at the two of them. The plump woman had a beautiful face, more charming than Jiang Mani. Her long black curly hair was casually draped like a waterfall, and the slight messiness added a bit of wildness. She was tightly wrapped in a purple dress, which highlighted her graceful figure. The young woman was like a frightened deer. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed. Suwon sat on the toilet in the bathroom, swaying like a flower in the wind, and thought to herself, are all men so scary? The scenes of last night with Chu Tao kept flashing through her mind, and those scenes made her face quickly turn red, like a ripe apple. At the same time, Chu Tao's stomach began to growl. He decided to wait for Suwon to come out of the bathroom and ask her if there was anything to eat. A few seconds later, Suwon stood up with her brows tightly furrowed. When she came out of the bathroom, she glanced at Chu Tao again and couldn't help wondering why Chu Tao wasn't sleepy at all. Why was he so energetic? Chu Tao asked with concern, Miss Su, are you hungry too? Is there anything to eat here? Chu Tao had consumed a lot of energy last night, and his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Chapter 5: Xin Shui's Guilt. Chu Tao already knew their names last night. Suwon smiled slightly and said softly, just call me Xiaowan from now on. I am 24 years old, you should be older than me? From now on I will call you Brother Tao. Her voice was soft. Well, Xiaowan, I'm 25 years old, so you can call me Brother Tao from now on. Chu Tao also didn't like being called Miss Su all the time. After listening to this, Suwon nodded and said, okay, Brother Tao. Her voice was clear and pleasant. Brother Tao, there is food in the refrigerator, but you have to cook it yourself. I'm not feeling well right now, so I can only rely on you. Suwon touched her stomach. She was also hungry. Chu Tao is very skilled in cooking and quickly made a hearty breakfast. The two couldn't wait to start eating. Suwon didn't expect Chu Tao's cooking skills to be so good, and she felt inexplicably sweet in her heart. They had a pleasant conversation while eating, and the more they talked, the more they got along. The tempting fragrance drifted into the room, and Xin Shui, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by the fragrance. She slowly opened her still hazy eyes, her stomach growling with hunger and her saliva watering. Xin Shui is a typical foodie and has no resistance to delicious food. Her plump figure is the result of eating too much. She doesn't have any genes for being fat. However, Xin Shui is not fat at all. She just has big bodies where they should be big. Xin Shui lifted the quilt and realized that she was completely naked. Her face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help feeling a little strange. Last night's madness allowed her to completely release herself, and every cell in her body was cheering. That kind of pleasure was something she had never experienced before. She had been holding it in for many years and finally it was completely satisfied. Xin Shui has a prominent status. She is the daughter-in-law of the provincial party secretary. However, fate played a cruel joke on her. 5 years ago, her husband died of illness, leaving her and a 2-year-old daughter. For the benefit of her family, Qin Shui did not choose to remarry. The provincial party secretary and his wife cared for Qin Shui very much and treated her like their own daughter. This time, Qin Shui was ambushed by Jiang Shaman. She knew very well that there must be someone behind this who was targeting her father, and Jiang Shaman was just a pawn. Qin Shui's father is the executive vice mayor, and now is the critical moment for his promotion to mayor. Qin Shui did not choose to go into politics. She had a strong interest and talent for business since college. Xiao Wan. Qin Shui felt full of guilt. She felt that she had let down her best friend's niece, Su Wan. Su Wan was innocently involved in this turmoil and suffered an unexpected disaster. Mr. Qin. Su Wan's heart tightened when she heard Qin Shui's call. When Chu Tao saw Qin Shui coming out, he stood up and said softly, "I'm going out for a walk." He knew very well that he should leave for a while to avoid embarrassment. Come back in a quarter of an hour. I have something to tell you. Qin Shui's voice was very soft. A blush appeared on her face, which was the afterglow of last night's madness. Chu Tao nodded and turned to leave. He walked on the road, his legs feeling a little weak. He has been too indulgent these past 2 days. The day before yesterday and yesterday morning, Jiang Mani almost drained him dry. Last night, I encountered such a romantic encounter again. Even with an iron body, I am afraid it would be difficult to withstand such torture. Qin Shui's eyes fell on Su Wan, and she said softly, "Xiao Wan, I'm sorry." Chapter 6: The Hurdles in My Heart. Qin Shui's voice trembled slightly. "It's me who has implicated you. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and make sure the wicked person receives the punishment they deserve. But Xiao Wan, I'm really sorry. Because of my carelessness last night, I made you lose your virginity. You are such a good girl. I'm really sorry." After she said this, her eyes were full of guilt. Thinking of Su Wan in the next room last night, Qin Shui felt a pang of pain in her heart and she was determined to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. Su Wan said seriously, "Boss Qin, you have always been so good to me. What happened last night was intentional. How could you have expected that your college classmate would harm you? It's only natural that you weren't on guard against that bitch Jiang Shaman. Bad people must be punished. Don't feel guilty, I'm absolutely sorry. What happened can't be changed, so don't keep holding it in your heart. And I don't feel wronged at all. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I never thought I would lose my virginity like this, but now I don't regret it at all." Qin Shui looked at Su Wan in surprise. How could Su Wan say such a thing? "Boss Qin, I'm telling you the truth, I find Chu Tao to be quite a nice guy. I don't know why, but I gave my first time to Chu Tao, and I don't feel bad at all. On the contrary, I feel very happy now. It's as if this was destined." "Mr. Qin, do you believe in love at first sight?" Jiang Wan blinked her big watery eyes, which were full of longing, which made Qin Shui's heart skip a beat. Qin Shui hurriedly said, "Xiao Wan. You gave your body to Chu Tao, but that doesn't mean you have to force yourself to be with him. I don't believe in love at first sight, and you and Chu Tao are just in love at first sight, right?" She paused, then continued, "As a man, Chu Tao is indeed gifted, but sex and love are completely different things. Xiao Wan, you must stay calm and don't be impulsive." Qin Shui tried to persuade her earnestly. Su Wan's words just now relieved Qin Shui's guilt a little. At the same time, she began to worry about Jiang Wan. Su Wan said, "Boss Qin, I didn't say I would marry Chu Tao now. I just believe in fate. What is mine will eventually be mine, no matter how hard I try. What is not mine will be in vain no matter how hard I try to get it. When I was chatting with Chu Tao just now, I felt particularly relaxed. His smile is so warm." Speaking of this, a hint of infatuation flashed in Su Wan's eyes. Qin Shui said seriously, "Xiao Wan, you are a very pure girl. I believe you will have the idea of being faithful to one person, but last night was an accident. It is difficult for a woman to forget her first man, but it is usually difficult for the first man to become her husband. Taking a step back, if you really have feelings for Chu Tao, then why not start by just being friends and slowly get along with him?" Qin Shui sighed inwardly. She really couldn't understand what was going on in her best friend's niece's mind. She knew that Su Wan was a very traditional and conservative girl and had never been in a relationship. Su Wan is simple but not stupid. She is a graduate of a prestigious university. If she really falls in love with Chu Tao and develops the relationship into marriage in the future, Qin Shui really can't imagine that the two of them will be happy. Qin Shui knew very well that some thoughts could not be controlled, and what happened could not be forgotten just by wanting to. Suwan next door must have heard the madness between her and Chu Tao last night. Every time she thinks about it, she will probably find it difficult to overcome the hurdle in her heart. Chapter 7: Suwan's Curiosity. Chu Tao was walking alone on the road when he remembered a proverb: young people don't know the beauty of young women, and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. He couldn't help but think of the ridiculous things that happened last night, and his heart was beating fast. Qin Shui was charming and attractive last night. Her charming demeanor was deeply engraved in Chu Tao's mind, making him unforgettable. Half an hour later, Chu Tao returned to Qin Shui's villa and found that Qin Shui was not there. Suwan blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, smiled sweetly, and said softly, "Boss Qin is taking a shower on the second floor. He will be down soon. I'm so sorry for last night. Some scenes from last night are still vivid in my mind. I remember that when I was passionate, I desperately grabbed Chu Tao's shoulders." Thinking of this, Suwan asked worriedly, "Brother Tao, is your shoulder okay? I seem to have grabbed it quite hard last night." Chu Tao pointed to his shoulder and jokingly said, "Why don't you check yourself to see if you're okay? Your nail marks are everywhere, and they still burn." He knew very well that this was definitely Suwan's first time experiencing this. The bright plum-colored bloodstains on the bedsheet and Suwan's tense body all told him that Suwan was still a virgin. Her performance last night was exactly the same as Jiang Mani's first time. Suwan lowered her head shyly, not daring to look Chu Tao in the eye, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Chu Tao couldn't help but find it a little funny and joked, "Shawan. Just pretend nothing happened last night, and you don't have to feel sorry for me." He looked at the pure and shy woman in front of him and inexplicably wanted to tease her. "Brother Tao, are you so anxious to distance yourself from the matter? Are you worried that your wife or girlfriend might find out?" Suwan always felt that Chu Tao was taking advantage of the situation. When Chu Tao heard the word wife, he whispered, "Miss Su, I did have a short marriage, but I divorced yesterday." When he said this, his eyes were a little lost. Suwan said in a sweet voice, "Brother Tao, when you just mentioned divorce, your eyes were full of pain. Are you regretting the divorce?" She couldn't help but think to herself, there was a hint of pain in Chu Tao's eyes. But if that is the case, why did he choose to divorce? Could it be that his wife cheated on him? But that shouldn't be the case, right? Chu Tao can afford to go to those expensive hot spring resorts, so he must be well off. His manly qualities are beyond reproach. With a man like that, what else could his wife not be satisfied with? Chu Tao said quietly, "Miss Su, I don't regret the divorce at all. It just takes some time to completely let go of someone." His tone was calm and firm. Suwan nodded. It is true that emotions cannot be completely cleared away all at once. Chu Tao did not ask Suwan and Qin Shui what happened last night. You have already slept with them, so there is no need to worry about it. Unless they tell you about it themselves, there is really no need to dig into the matter. Chu Tao looked at Suwan's clear and bright eyes and knew that she was a very pure girl. Will it leave a deep psychological trauma on her since I accidentally took her virginity? In today's society, premarital sex has become extremely common, and many college students choose to live together after falling in love. A woman like this lost her first time without any reason. She should be very sad, right? But why does Suwan seem very happy? A faint smile appeared on Suwan's lips. "Brother Tao, what are you thinking about? You just got divorced yesterday, are you still reminiscing about the sweet times you and your ex-wife had?" After she asked this question, she felt a little abrupt and embarrassed. "Shawan, if I say that I am reminiscing about the sweet time we had last night, would you believe me?" Suwan's heart was pounding. She rolled her eyes at Chu Tao and said coquettishly, "Believe me? I'd be surprised. I behaved so badly last night and hurt you. You must be secretly cursing me in your heart." Chu Tao smiled and said, "Shawan, you're more seriously injured than me, so are you cursing me even more harshly in your heart?" Chapter 8: Qin Shui's Helplessness. Suwan let out a laugh as sweet as a silver bell and giggled like an innocent and lively child. After a long while, she slowly stopped laughing and said to Chu Tao in a coquettish tone, "Brother Tao, how can I have the right to hate you?" The corners of her mouth slightly raised, she looked at Chu Tao with a smile, and teased, "You were thinking about running away last night. If Director Qin and I hadn't held you tightly, you would have slipped away like a rabbit. So, you are the victim, and Director Qin and I are the perpetrators." After saying this, Suwon lowered her head, her face flushed. She herself also felt very strange. Why was she so presumptuous when talking to Chu Tao? Is it true, as they say, that the gateway to a woman's soul is? At the beginning of last night, Chu Tao was indeed in a relatively passive state, but he soon demonstrated strong control and successfully turned the tables. Just then, Qin Shui slowly walked down from the second floor. Her fox eyes lingered on Chu Tao for a moment, a hint of deep meaning in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What are you talking about? You seem so happy? Qin Shui's appearance made the atmosphere a little awkward. Suwon explained a little unnaturally, Mr. Qin, it's nothing, just chatting casually. Qin Shui didn't ask any more questions. Xiaowan, go out for a walk first. I have something I want to talk to Chu Tao about alone. She noticed that there was affection in Suwon's eyes when she looked at Chu Tao, and she sighed secretly in her heart. Qin Shui said tenderly, okay, Mr. Qin. She secretly wondered what Mr. Qin wanted to talk to Chu Tao about. Does he want Chu Tao to keep his distance from him in the future? This thought flashed through Suwon's mind, making her feel a little heavy. After Suwon left, Qin Shui whispered to Chu Tao, thank you for what happened last night. Her voice trembled slightly, and she had not yet fully recovered from what happened last night. Last night's experience was simply a nightmare for Qin Shui. She still feels scared when she recalls the scene. The hot spring villa is located in a remote area. When she realized that something was wrong with her body, it was too late to ask for help. After all, distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. When Chu Tao heard Qin Shui say thank you to him, his face looked a little embarrassed. He couldn't even count how many times he had tangled with Qin Shui last night. This woman seemed to never be full, and he was a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Chu Tao didn't respond, Qin Shui said seriously, Chu Tao, if you need any help from me in the future, just let me know. I will definitely do my best to help. You must not reveal a single word about what happened last night. She and her husband Zhao Jie were college classmates. They met and fell in love on campus and have a deep emotional foundation. Although Qin Shui had loved Zhao Jie deeply, she did not remain immersed in grief after Zhao Jie passed away. In fact, it only took her half a year to get over the shadow of losing her husband. After all, people are gone, but life must go on. The reason why Qin Shui did not remarry was not because she could not let go of Zhao Jie, but because Zhao Jie's father was in a high position and had great power. Qin Shui knew very well that if she really married someone else, everything would be different. The kindness that Zhao Jie's parents showed her would gradually disappear as she remarried. By then, it might become extremely difficult for her to even see her own daughter, not to mention that Zhao Jie's father would still help the Qin family as wholeheartedly as before. Qin Shui is not that stupid, she understands the interests involved. Although she also longs for a warm family, sometimes there is a loss in order to gain something. She has been restraining her physical desires over the years and has always insisted on not having even the slightest bit of ambiguity with other men. This persistence really touched Zhao Jie's father deeply. If Qin Shui couldn't wait to marry another man right after Zhao Jie died, or even if she didn't get married, she secretly kept a gigolo, then even if Zhao Jie's father didn't deliberately make things difficult for the Qin family, it would be impossible for him to give the Qin family any help. In real life, for some women who have married prominent figures, even if they divorce later, it is extremely difficult to remarry. This is the reality of society. The vast majority of men have a strong possessiveness, especially those in high positions of power. After hearing what Qin Shui said, Chu Tao said softly, Boss Qin, don't worry. I certainly will. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I will definitely think of you first. However, although he said this, he didn't mean it at all. He just hoped that what happened last night wouldn't cause him any trouble in the future. As for whether Qin Shui could provide him with help, Chu Tao had never considered it at all. If Chu Tao knew Qin Shui's true identity in advance, he would have left without hesitation last night. There are some women you absolutely should not touch. Once you have anything to do with them, you are likely to get into big trouble, or even face unpredictable consequences. Qin Shui smiled faintly, Chu Tao, I feel that you are a very capable person. If there is a chance, I really hope you can come to my company and help me. Her voice was gentle but firm. Chu Tao didn't believe what Qin Shui said. How could she know that he was a capable person after knowing him for such a long time? Except for that aspect, Qin Shui knew him inside and out. In other aspects, Qin Shui knew nothing about him. It must be just a compliment. Boss Qin, I will seriously consider it. Chu Tao would not make final statements easily. He would always leave some room for others so that they could meet again in the future. Qin Shui was secretly happy when she heard this. She sighed softly, ever since my husband passed away, there is no one around me that I can trust. Shawan is obsessed with art all day long and one tea come to the company to help me. Her words revealed a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Shu Tao looked at her and felt an inexplicable urge to protect her. Qin Shui knew that what happened last night would sooner or later be heard by Zhao Jie's father, and perhaps the day would come soon. However, 5 years have passed, and even if Qin Shui knew, she would not worry about anything. What she was afraid of was being filmed and threatened. Zhao Jie's mother now really treats Qin Shui as her own daughter. The Zhao family and the Qin family are tied together like two grasshoppers on a rope, and neither can leave the other. The Qin family has been thriving in recent years. Qin Shui knew that matters between men and women were nothing, but once she got married and had children, the situation would be different. As long as Qin Yan is her only daughter, Zhao Jie's father will be very confident in her and have absolute trust in her. But even if she doesn't get married, as long as there is an illegitimate child outside, Zhao Jie's father will definitely treat her differently. Chapter 9 Feeling Different. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the day for Lin Feng to return home has arrived. Zhang Mani arrived at the airport early and stood in front of the glass door of the hall, feeling extremely excited. She carefully checked her makeup for the third time, facing the glass door, pursed her lips carefully, and gently fiddled with the ends of her carefully curled hair, making sure that every strand of hair fell exactly where it should be. Zhang Mani specially picked out a slim-fitting navy blue dress. Lin Feng told Zhang Mani during their video chats these days that he liked Zhang Mani when she wore a navy blue dress during college. Zhang Mani had it specially made to perfectly outline her graceful figure. It should be here soon. Zhang Mani looked down at her watch, feeling a little anxious. 20 minutes had passed since Lin Feng's flight landed, but Zhang Mani still hadn't seen him. When Zhang Mani thought about meeting the senior whom she had secretly loved for a long time, she couldn't help but smile faintly. When he was in college, Lin Feng was a talented person who attracted much attention in the literature club. He always sat alone quietly in the corner of the library, his slender fingers gently turning the pages of the book, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Occasionally, when he raised his head, his deep and melancholy eyes were like stars in the night sky. Flight XX has arrived. A sweet female voice came from the radio. Zhang Mani's heartbeat quickened. She took a deep breath and walked towards the airport entrance, sweat oozing from her palms. Crowds began pouring out from various exits. Zhang Mani stood there, looking around anxiously, her eyes darting through the crowd, trying to find that familiar figure. Suddenly, her sight seemed to be under a spell and fixed on a tall figure. Lin Feng was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, with an upright posture, dragging a silver suitcase, and walking steadily. Lin Feng. Zhang Mani couldn't suppress her inner excitement. She raised her hands high and shouted loudly. The voice seemed a little weak in the noisy crowd, but she believed that Lin Feng would be able to hear it. Sure enough, Lin Feng followed the voice and looked over. When he saw Zhang Mani, a bright smile immediately broke out on his face. He quickened his pace. Mani. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhang Mani watched Lin Feng getting closer and closer, and her heart seemed to jump out of her throat. When Lin Feng walked in front of her, she realized that her throat was a little dry, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. You are finally back. Lin Feng's eyes slowly wandered over her body, and he said softly, Mani, you have become more beautiful. Zhang Mani's cheeks flushed instantly like ripe apples. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said softly, Senior, you too, are more handsome than before. The two smiled at each other. On the way to the parking lot, Lin Feng seemed to open his mouth and talked incessantly about his life abroad. Zhang Mani listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two, and the laughter of the two people intertwined in the air. People around them would look at them from time to time. Judging from their appearance, they were a perfect match. Senior, are you still writing poetry? Zhang Mani had wanted to ask for a long time, but she couldn't open her mouth in the video. Seeing the living Lin Feng today, she hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. Lin Feng was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Mani to suddenly ask this question. However, he quickly recovered himself and said with a smile, Poetry? Come on, Mani, those were my old hobbies. Now, words only appear in financial reports and merger and acquisition plans for me. After saying this, he winked mischievously and continued, But if you like, I can write you a love poem. Zhang Mani blushed slightly and said, Thank you, Senior. However, the moment she looked up, she found that Lin Feng's eyes were wandering over her unscrupulously. Zhang Mani felt a little uncomfortable. Why does Senior Lin Feng have such lustful eyes? Isn't he a calm and unique person? Face to face, Jiang Mani and Lin Feng had only been chatting for less than 10 minutes when they already didn't know what to say. Jiang Mani was a little confused. How come they could chat for hours on video and couldn't bear to turn it off, but when they met in person, they didn't know what to say? She couldn't help but recall Lin Feng in college, who was so introverted and always had a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Now that Lin Feng appeared in front of him, why did his eyes become a little frivolous? Jiang Mani felt Lin Feng's fiery gaze, staring at her breasts and buttocks from time to time. This made Jiang Mani feel a little disappointed. She loved the poetic Lin Feng, but why was the man in front of her so vulgar? She didn't understand why Lin Feng became like this after not seeing him for a few years. Jiang Mani fiddled with her hair casually, cleverly avoiding Lin Feng's fiery gaze. She chose a very famous private restaurant to welcome Lin Feng. As soon as he entered the box, Lin Feng couldn't wait to say, "Manny, do you know?" His voice unconsciously lowered. "The recent video chats with you have been the happiest time of my life. Every time I chat with you, every cell in my body exudes joy." Jiang Mani listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of red wine, without much response. "Manny, you are becoming more and more sexy now." Lin Feng stared straight at Jiang Mani's collar, with unwillingness in his eyes. It would be great if he could develop Jiang Mani into this state. "Manny, I noticed in college that you have very good body proportions, especially." He thought that they were going to get married soon and there was no need to pretend. Jiang Mani felt a slight nausea in her throat. Was Senior Lin Feng from college also a vulgar person? He said he fell in love with me early on. Could it be that he fell in love with my looks and figure? Don't you love my soul? Jiang Mani was extremely disappointed, and felt Lin Feng's gaze, like sticky tentacles, crawling unscrupulously on her skin. She felt an indescribable discomfort. "Senior, I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Mani couldn't stay any longer. Her voice was a little unnatural, and then she left her seat in a hurry as if she was escaping from something terrible. After entering the bathroom, Jiang Mani walked straight to the mirror. She stared at herself in the mirror and saw that her cheeks were slightly pale and her lips were trembling involuntarily. I turned on the faucet, letting the water hit my palms, and then gently splashed the water on my cheeks, hoping to calm myself down. Is this the senior she has had a crush on for so long? The Lin Feng who once wrote such beautiful lines as, "The moonlight is like sad tears, falling on the withered yellow maple leaves"? In my memory, there is always a hint of sadness in Lin Feng's eyes, which makes people want to explore the story behind it. However, the Lin Feng she met now was very different from the image she remembered. This huge gap made Jiang Mani's chest feel like it was being pressed down by a heavy stone, making it difficult for her to breathe. She took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the uneasiness and anxiety into her lungs, and then slowly exhaled. Jiang Mani closed her eyes and let herself calm down. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes and walked out of the bathroom. After all, people change, and we can't expect Lin Feng to always be the same as before. That would be unfair to him. When she returned to the box, Lin Feng was looking down at his phone. Hearing Jiang Mani's footsteps, he quickly put his phone away. The panic on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a somewhat hypocritical smile. "Manny, why did you take so long? I thought you were lost," Lin Feng said jokingly. Jiang Mani forced a smile and responded, "I'm not directionally challenged. But the restaurant is a bit like a maze, and even going to the bathroom is difficult." The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Jiang Mani suddenly remembered the poem Moonlight and Clear Sound written by Lin Feng when they were in college. She asked softly, "Senior, do you still remember the song Moon Shadow and Clear Sound that you wrote in college?" Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment, and his face looked a little unnatural. But he quickly recovered his composure and said with a smile, "It happened so long ago, who would remember it?" Jiang Mani's heart sank slightly. She had originally thought that Lin Feng would have a deep impression of the poem. How could I forget the poem I wrote myself? She ate silently, and the food became tasteless in her mouth, just like her mood at the moment. An hour later, the two walked out of the restaurant. It was already very late at night and the lights on the streets seemed a little dim. Lin Feng took a step closer and wanted to put his hand on Jiang Mani's waist, but Jiang Mani dodged before he could touch her. Lin Feng's hand hung awkwardly in the air, his eyes filled with incredible astonishment. Jiang Mani asked him to come back and get married. "How can we get married if we are not even allowed to hug each other as waist?" Jiang Mani said with a slightly trembling voice, "Senior, please give me a moment." Lin Feng was immediately relieved. Jiang Mani was a well-known iceberg beauty with a cold personality. It was estimated that after marrying Chu Tao, she would be indifferent to him. Maybe they haven't even slept together yet. He has read a lot of novels. The female CEO found a substitute and did not sleep with her in the same room for several days. It is estimated that Jiang Mani is still a virgin. She has a round butt and firm breasts, which are completely natural beauty. It should not have been developed by Chu Tao. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart was filled with waves of emotion. Jiang Mani didn't know why her body was rejecting Lin Feng like this, and she was very depressed. She didn't understand why she got so carried away and vowed in the video that as long as Lin Feng came back, she would divorce her husband and marry him without hesitation. The Lin Feng in her memory was very beautiful, and the Lin Feng in the video was also good, but when Lin Feng stood in front of her alive, she completely lost that feeling. The more Jiang Mani thought about it, the more ridiculous she felt. How could she make a promise so easily? Now, how should she face Lin Feng? Lin Feng said, "Mani, did I disappoint you? Didn't the meeting meet your expectations?" Of course, he didn't believe that Jiang Mani was disappointed in him. He just wanted to provoke this icy beauty and make her quickly say that she loved him. Jiang Mani stared at Lin Feng, feeling as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. She felt very sorry for Lin Feng and suddenly felt sorry for the man in front of her. After a while, Jiang Mani said, "Senior, it's not what you think. I'm just not used to it. Please give me a little more time." After saying this, Jiang Mani felt a hint of bitterness in her heart. She knew that this was the bitter fruit of her own making, and she had to face and taste it no matter what. Jiang Mani knew very well that she couldn't be a bad woman. Since we have called Lin Feng back, we can't just leave him aside and ignore him. Relationships take time to develop, and you can't rush into it. Recalling her college days, Jiang Mani had secretly had a crush on Lin Feng, but they hardly ever spoke to each other and were not even friends. She believed that as long as they spent more time together in the future, everything would be fine. No one is perfect, everyone has his or her own shortcomings. Jiang Mani told herself that she had to learn to accept Lin Feng's shortcomings. Lust is a bad habit of many men, it's nothing. As for writing poetry, maybe there is always a little girl living in my heart. Senior, it's getting late. I should go back now. You should get some rest. Jiang Mani sent Lin Feng to a 5-star hotel and paid for a month's room. Lin Feng was a little disappointed, and was still hoping that Jiang Mani would come to the room to chat with him. After saying goodbye to Lin Feng, Jiang Mani started the car, drove into the dark night, and headed towards the Jiang family's manor. Chu Tao has not returned to the Jiang family manor these days, which makes Jiang Mani very uncomfortable. As she drove, she watched the buildings in the rearview mirror recede into the distance. It was as if the melancholy figure of the senior in her memory was moving away from her. Chapter 10 Beautiful Breakup. After Jiang Mani returned home, she took a shower and hurried to bed. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She hadn't felt any sleep in the past few days, and her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. All she could think about was Chu Tao's wicked smile and wolf-like eyes. Why didn't she feel disgusted when Chu Tao looked at her like that? Instead, her body became limp, as if she had lost her strength. However, when Lin Feng looked at her with the same gaze, she felt nauseous. Jiang Mani pondered over it but still couldn't find the answer. Perhaps, what she loved was just Lin Feng's unique soul in her imagination. The real Lin Feng was far different from what she had imagined, which made her disappointed. Jiang Mani picked up the phone distractedly, her fingers unconsciously sliding across the screen, finally stopping on Chu Tao's number. She hesitated for a moment, but finally pressed the dial button. Chu Tao has been in a state of anxiety these days. On the third day after he said goodbye to Qin Shui and Su Wan, he learned Qin Shui's true identity from Su Wan. In the past few days, Qin Shui called Chu Tao many times, asking him if he had thought it through. Her assistant Zhang Yan has taken maternity leave, and now she is in urgent need of an assistant. As long as Chu Tao agrees to be her assistant, Qin Shui will try her best to agree to any conditions he proposes. Qin Shui quickly found out all of Chu Tao's information. She was very satisfied with Chu Tao's work ability and orphan status. What Chu Tao never dreamed of was that Qin Shui's true identity was so shocking. She was not only the daughter of the executive vice mayor, but also the daughter-in-law of the provincial party secretary. Although Qin Shui's husband has passed away, she has always maintained contact with the outside world as the daughter-in-law of the provincial party secretary. After Chu Tao knew Qin Shui's identity, he became suspicious. How could someone like Qin Shui, who had such a prominent background, be plotted against? Just when Chu Tao was feeling upset, a quick phone call suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He looked closely and saw that the caller on the screen was Jiang Manny. Jiang Manny, shouldn't you be lying in Lin Feng's arms now? What's wrong? Are you calling me to show off? Chu Tao has been ignoring Jiang Manny these past few days. This made Jiang Manny very angry. She sent Chu Tao a provocative message in the morning to stimulate him. In that message, Jiang Manny told Chu Tao that the senior she had always been thinking about was going back to China today. From now on, even if Chu Tao sees her, he must be careful not to say anything he shouldn't say. Jiang Manny said, "Xiao Tao, can't you have something else in your mind? I think about all sorts of random things all day long. The heart is dirty no matter what it thinks. I am not that kind of woman who doesn't respect herself." The more Jiang Manny spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, with tears welling up in her eyes. There was nothing innocent between her and Lin Feng, they had never even touched hands. How could Chu Tao suspect her so unreasonably? Jiang Manny was angry and anxious. Chu Tao was indifferent to Jiang Manny's explanation and said coldly, "You are so anxious to divorce me, aren't you waiting for Lin Feng to return so that you can throw yourself into his arms? Why are you suddenly so reserved now?" When Jiang Manny heard Chu Tao say this, she was so angry that she trembled all over. She said angrily, "You stupid Xiao Tao, can you please be reasonable? It was you who was in such a hurry to be reborn. I just told you about Lin Feng and you couldn't wait to divorce me the next day. Now you blame me? You rushed me to get a divorce, and instead of going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, you went straight to the court. I really hate you now." Jiang Manny became more and more excited as she spoke. "Jiang Manny, do you still have any shame? At the beginning, you cried and begged me to make you and Lin Feng together, and begged me to divorce you. You said it yourself, that from childhood to adulthood, you have only loved Lin Feng. I promised you, but instead of being grateful to me, you blame me?" Chu Tao felt that Jiang Manny was unreasonable. Jiang Manny whispered, "Xiao Tao, do you hate me especially now?" Chu Tao snorted coldly, "Hate you? I actually want to hate you. But I found that I don't understand women like you at all, and I can't hate you at all. We grew up together, and I always thought I knew you very well, but now it seems that I know absolutely nothing about you." Jiang Manny's lips trembled slightly, and after a while, she said, "Why don't you go home these days? Even though we are divorced, the Jiang family will always be your home." She bit her lip and continued, "I'm really lonely at home alone, can't you come back and keep me company?" Chu Tao sneered, "Your white moonlight Lin Feng has returned to China, why are you still lonely? Aren't you supposed to be with him 24 hours a day? After all, he's the only person you've ever loved. Jiang Manny, don't you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up. I want to go to bed early. My uncle and aunt are abroad and there are many things waiting for me to deal with." Chu Tao thought about resigning. This was not because he was eager to become Qin Shui's assistant, but because he really could not stand the future situation. If Jiang Manny and Lin Feng got married, he would feel very uncomfortable if he still worked in the Jiang family's company. Jiang Manny pleaded, "Xiao Tao, don't hang up the phone. Please stay with me and talk for a while, okay? We are childhood sweethearts. Even if we are not husband and wife now, you will always be my family." Chu Tao's response was unusually cold, "It's better for us to keep our distance. I don't want your sweetheart, Lin Feng, to misunderstand. The identities of ex-husband and ex-wife are too sensitive. The best choice for both parties is to never have any contact with each other again." Jiang Manny's tears burst out of her eyes like a flood. She couldn't believe that Chu Tao would say such heartless words. "Xiao Tao, my parents raised you, how could you be so cruel?" Chu Tao's words just now were like a sharp sword, piercing Jiang Manny's heart and making her feel heartbroken. "Xiao Tao, are you worthy of them?" Jiang Manny's voice became much louder, filled with anger and questioning. Her parents have always treated Chu Tao as their own son, giving him endless love and support, but now he is so determined. Chu Tao responded, "Jiang Manny, I didn't say that I would never have any contact with my uncle and aunt for the rest of my life. I only wanted to be with you. I will visit my uncle and aunt often in the future, as long as you avoid them." Jiang Manny's body began to tremble involuntarily. Her anger and sadness intertwined together, making it almost impossible for her to control her emotions. "You idiot Xiao Tao, you're so cruel," she said angrily, "you will definitely regret it later. I will give Lin Feng a bunch of children, so you can see that I can live well without you. The child Lin Feng and I have will have half the surname Lin and half Jiang. Don't think that just because my parents treat you well, you will always be valued in the Jiang family group. As long as Lin Feng and I marry and have a child, he can completely replace your position in the company. A son-in-law is half a son. After saying these words, Jiang Mani hung up the phone and cried heartbreakingly. A few minutes later, Jiang Mani slapped herself hard. Why did she become like this? Last time, she said hurtful words to Chu Tao against her will, saying that she regretted giving her body to Chu Tao. Now she says she wants to give birth to many children for Lin Feng. Chapter 11: The Other Side of Su Wan. Lin Feng was in the hotel room, anxiously waiting for Jiang Mani to call him. Time passed minute by minute, and he still hadn't received a call from Jiang Mani until after 11 o'clock. The anger in his heart gradually rose. No matter how cold Jiang Mani's personality is, she can't treat herself like this, right? She asked me to return to China and marry her, so what's going on now? Even an iceberg beauty needs to choose a partner. Now that they are both about to get married, what's the point of being an iceberg? Lin Feng originally thought with great joy that after returning home, Jiang Mani would definitely be eager to spend the night with him. When he learned that Jiang Mani and Chu Tao had divorced suddenly, he was overjoyed and felt that this woman's love for him was deep in her bones. Lin Feng couldn't help but pick up his phone several times and wanted to call Jiang Mani, but he stopped at the last moment every time. He told himself not to be too proactive, as being a bootlicker would not end well. Lin Feng kept waiting like this until after 3 a.m., but still no call from Jiang Mani. He secretly made up his mind that after Jiang Mani married him, he would let her know how powerful he was. He would use all the methods that Black Elsa used on him on Jiang Mani, and abuse her until she begged for mercy. When he thought of Elsa's horror, Lin Feng suddenly trembled all over, a chill ran down his spine, and he was so scared that he wet his pants. Those so-called loving photos were just taken for others to see. Spending time with Elsa every night was simply a nightmare. The next morning, the sun had not yet risen completely, and the sky was only slightly pale. Chu Tao got up early, washed up, and had a simple breakfast. The doorbell suddenly rang. Chu Tao opened the door and saw Su Wan running in like a happy little bird. Brother Tao, I drew a picture, do you want to see it? Su Wan blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes, revealing a hint of mischief and a touch of shyness. Chu Tao looked at Su Wan's lovely appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wan's paintings are always very beautiful. Which famous mountain or river landscape did you paint this time? Su Wan shook her head and said coquettishly, Brother Tao, this painting is not a landscape painting, but a secret between us that can only be appreciated by the two of us. Chu Tao was even more curious. Xiao Wan, what kind of painting is that? Why are you blushing? Su Wan lowered her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Tao, you'll know when you see it. After that, she gently handed the painting to Chu Tao. Chu Tao took the painting and unfolded it carefully. When he saw the two people in the painting, he couldn't help but get excited. He and Su Wan in the painting were so realistic that Chu Tao's face was full of disbelief. Xiao Wan, how can you draw so vividly? You remember that night so clearly? Chu Tao's eyes were fixed on himself in the painting. The lines of his body were smooth and natural, and every undulation and texture of his muscles were depicted in extreme detail. Are you so familiar with my body? There was a hint of confusion and surprise in Chu Tao's voice. He really couldn't understand why Su Wan could draw every detail of his body so accurately when the lights were not very bright that night. Su Wan and Chu Tao in the picture are both very realistic. Hasn't Su Wan always been an aestheticist? This is. Did you really draw this? Chu Tao's throat felt a little dry, and he didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Su Wan's face was as red as a ripe apple. She explained shyly, Brother Tao, you are talking nonsense. But don't get the wrong idea, I painted this picture with an artistic eye. I just wanted to record that wonderful night as a special gift for you. Her voice gradually lowered, until it was almost a whisper, don't let anyone else know. Chu Tao looked at Su Wan's shy appearance and his heart couldn't help but move. He quickly said, Xiao Wan, you really have a photographic memory. You remember me clearly. However, some parts could be slightly modified to make it better. It could be a little bigger. Before he finished speaking, Su Wan glared at him fiercely and scolded him, Brother Tao, what are you talking about? Don't be so narcissistic. Su Wan said with a smile, I came here today not only to give you a painting, but also for an important matter. Chu Tao looked at her curiously, not knowing what she was up to. Su Wan continued, I was asked by Director Qin to come and ask you what you really think. Chu Tao looked puzzled, did Director Qin tell you everything? Su Wan explained, Director Qin is my aunt's best friend, and they have a very good relationship, like sisters. She thinks it is a very good choice for you to go to Qin's company. You see, you and Jiang Mani are already divorced, so it's better to keep a certain distance from the Jiang family as soon as possible. Chu Tao was silent for a while. He knew that what Su Wan said made sense. Su Wan continued, I'm not asking you to be an ungrateful person. You still have to repay a favor, but you don't necessarily have to do it by working for the Jiang family. If the Jiang family encounters any crisis in the future, it would be a good way to repay the favor if you could come forward to resolve it. It would be better than you staying in the Jiang family's company and being bullied. Su Wan continued, or, you can persuade Director Qin to cooperate more with the Jiang family. Isn't that a good way to repay your gratitude? You also said that your ex-wife Jiang Mani's heart is with that man named Lin Feng, and they will definitely be seen together often in the future. It's so embarrassing for you to still stay in the Jiang family's company. Su Wan's words made Chu Tao fall into deep thought. Last night on the phone, Jiang Mani said that a son-in-law is half a son, and that Lin Feng will replace her in the future. This makes a lot of sense. He is no longer the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Then when Lin Feng and Jiang Mani get married in the future, his identity will become extremely embarrassing. In the past, Jiang's father and mother had always trained him as their successor, but now that the situation has changed, they will naturally shift the focus of training to Lin Feng. Xiao Wan, Mr. Qin's identity is quite sensitive. If I become her assistant, wouldn't that be like walking on the edge of a knife? When Chu Tao thought about what happened that night, his heart was in turmoil. Su Wan said disapprovingly, Brother Tao, don't worry. Director Qin is a very smart person. She has already considered all the issues you are concerned about. You will definitely not be harmed if you follow Director Qin. She will definitely protect you. When Chu Tao heard these words, he felt even more uncomfortable. Su Wan said softly, Brother Tao, I don't mean to belittle you at all. Do you think what happened between you and Mr. Qin that night can really be hidden from certain people? Escaping the problem will not solve it. Only by facing it bravely can we better solve it. Many things will not cause too much trouble as long as they are not brought to the surface, and everyone just turns a blind eye to them and gets by. Director Qin is a truly remarkable woman. She always thinks carefully when dealing with problems and is very patient. This is what my aunt told me herself. Su Wan secretly thought in her heart that if her aunt could meet Chu Tao, she would definitely appreciate Chu Tao. When the time comes, my aunt will give me some guidance, and maybe it will help Chu Tao get together with me faster. Brother Tao, when you're free, I want to take you to meet my aunt. She's a woman that even Director Qin admires. Chapter 12 Encounter. Chu Tao didn't want to meet Su Wan's aunt at all. Dealing with Qin Shui alone was already enough of a headache for him, and if another one came along, what would happen? Just when Chu Tao was wondering, Su Wan said, Brother Tao, let's go eat. Feel it, my stomach is growling. Chu Tao smiled and said, if your stomach growls, just listen to it. No need to touch it. Su Wan smiled and said, when the stomach growls, it vibrates, just like fetal movement, you can feel it. She looked at Chu Tao with mischievous eyes. Chu Tao pinched her nose and said, let's go quickly. I'm hungry too. Brother Tao, I know a really delicious seafood restaurant. The ingredients there are so fresh. They are all shipped from abroad on the same day. In addition to her love of painting, Su Wan also has a hobby of looking for delicious food everywhere. This is somewhat similar to Qin Shui, who is also an out-and-out foodie. Chu Tao listened and nodded. After getting out of the car, the two went to the seafood restaurant together, talking and laughing along the way. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the seafood restaurant, Chu Tao saw Jiang Mani and Lin Feng not far away. Jiang Mani wore a simple t-shirt and a pair of jeans, and she looked youthful and full of energy. She didn't look like a rich lady at all, and was dressed just like a college student. Jiang Mani wants to completely change herself, starting with her external image, to show a brand new self. She also noticed Chu Tao and caught a glimpse of another woman accompanying Chu Tao. This scene made her mood instantly plummet. Last night, Chu Tao said on the phone that he wanted to have no contact with me forever. Jiang Mani would not listen to him. She would do whatever she wanted, but she couldn't do whatever Chu Tao said. Xiao Tao, please introduce him to me. Jiang Mani raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a half smile, and continued. You used to be very well behaved and would never meet with a woman alone. Even if it was for business, as long as it was a woman, there had to be a third person present. Now you want to let yourself go completely? There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. Then, Jiang Mani changed the subject and pointed the finger at Su Wan, saying bluntly, Xiao Tao, you are the business director of the Jiang family group. But you can't just casually associate with those questionable women. Maybe she's here for the Jiang family's company secrets. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Although my father dotes on you, you are still just an outsider after all. You will be punished if you do something wrong. Suwon said calmly, my name is Suwon, I'm not some questionable woman. People with a bad heart will find everything dirty. Jiang Mani just noticed that there was something wrong with Suwon's eyes when she looked at Chu Tao, and they were full of tenderness. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Chu Tao had just divorced her, so how could he hook up with another woman so quickly? She thought to herself, what's so good about this woman? Isn't she just a little bit charming? Jiang Mani couldn't help but sneer at Suwon, even though she could see that Suwon was not the kind of questionable woman she said. Suwon was not angered by Jiang Mani's words. She just smiled faintly, then turned to Chu Tao and said, Brother Chu, this is your ex-wife? Her tone was very gentle and sounded very comfortable. Then, Suwon looked Jiang Mani up and down again, and said with a smile, she looks good, but it's a pity. She deliberately stopped talking mid-sentence, then shook her head and looked at Jiang Mani with a playful expression. That look of disdain drove Jiang Mani crazy. Jiang Mani is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. When has she ever been looked down upon like this? She immediately yelled at Chu Tao, I order you to leave this woman immediately. The eldest lady's temper flared up immediately, completely ignoring the fact that her words were childish. Chu Tao never expected Jiang Mani to become like this. Jiang Mani used to be very cold and never said a word. But now, she seemed like a different person, chattering nonsense. Brother Chu, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Would you like to have dinner together? Lin Feng looked at Chu Tao with the attitude of a winner. His eyes revealed pride. With just a few phone calls, he successfully snatched Jiang Mani away from Chu Tao, which made him feel extremely proud. Chu Tao's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he didn't care about Lin Feng's provocation at all. He responded calmly, Are you famous in college? Why should I remember you? Eating with you makes me sick. Chu Tao's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Lin Feng's self-esteem. However, Lin Feng did not show it, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wanted Jiang Mani to see his demeanor and that Chu Tao was nothing but an incompetent and angry man. Anyway, as long as Chu Tao still works in the Jiang family's company, after he marries Jiang Mani, there will be countless opportunities to humiliate Chu Tao and let him know how powerful he is. Mani, junior brother Chu seems to have a lot of opinions about me. Lin Feng turned to look at Jiang Mani, with a hypocritical smile on his face. After Jiang Mani removed her filter for Lin Feng, it was easy for her to see that Lin Feng was deliberately provoking Chu Tao. Looking at the complacent Lin Feng in front of him, a surge of anger surged in his heart. The introverted Lin Feng in college seemed to have completely disappeared, and now he looked like a smug man. Shaowan, let's go. Chu Tao looked impatient. Suwon also responded cooperatively, okay, brother Chu. She secretly felt sorry for Jiang Mani. She had originally thought that the man who could snatch Jiang Mani away from Chu Tao must have something special about him. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng turned out to be such a person. Jiang Mani will definitely regret it in the future. Brother Chu, how about we go to the movies after dinner? Her voice is very sweet and greasy. However, when Jiang Mani heard it, she found it extremely irritating. Her face turned red instantly, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. She couldn't stand the intimate way Chu Tao and Suwon addressed each other, especially when she heard that Suwon wanted to watch a movie with Chu Tao, which ignited her anger. Jiang Mani rushed forward like an angry lion, glaring at Suwon fiercely. Her voice became a little hoarse because of anger. You vixen, stay away from Chu Tao from now on. Be careful or I'll have someone shave off your vixen face. How will you seduce men in the future? Amelia Su said mercilessly, Jiang Mani, you are simply a complete shrew now. I think you should go to a mental hospital and get your brain treated. You are Brother Chu's ex-wife. What right do you have to interfere with Brother Chu being with another woman? Pay attention to your current identity. After saying that, Suwon no longer paid attention to Jiang Mani, turned her head, and said to Chu Tao gently, Brother Chu, let's go. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, as if Jiang Mani didn't exist at all. Jiang Mani was so angry at Suwon's words that she was shaking all over. She widened her eyes and stared at the departing backs of Chu Tao and Suwon, the hatred in her heart surging like a tide. She wanted to rush up immediately and slap Suwon dozens of times to relieve the hatred in her heart. Chapter 13 Thoughts. Lin Feng said angrily, Manny, I really feel sorry for you. You and Chu Tao just divorced not long ago, and he has found a new love so soon. Jiang Manny's face turned a little ugly. Lin Feng said these words directly, making her feel like she was the abandoned woman. Senior, how about we change to another restaurant? Jiang Manny tried hard to keep her voice calm. She was the one who called Lin Feng back from abroad, and it didn't seem good to completely ignore him. She decided to spend as much time as possible with Lin Feng to see if she could recultivate some feelings. Maybe one day, the Lin Feng from his college days will come back. Lin Feng said, Manny, if we leave like this in disgrace, Suwan will definitely think you are afraid of her. We should not encourage others to be ambitious and destroy our own prestige. We should be open and generous. Jiang Manny frowned, not understanding why Lin Feng said that. She was not a fool and could tell that Lin Feng still wanted to provoke Chu Tao. Manny, don't they like to show their affection? So can we. Lin Feng's words made Jiang Manny a little angry. What exactly did Lin Feng want to do? Lin Feng looked at Jiang Manny lovingly, Manny, we are going in both directions, be brave. Hearing this, Jiang Manny got goosebumps all over her body. She tried her best to keep a distance from Lin Feng. Couldn't she just talk to him nicely? This obscene look made her feel sick to death. She remembered that after Chu Tao married her, as long as Chu Tao looked at her lovingly, her body would quickly become limp and she would throw herself into Chu Tao's arms, letting him ravage her mercilessly. Why can't Lin Feng give him the same feeling that Chu Tao gives him? Manny, let's go in. Lin Feng felt that Chu Tao was just trying to be strong now, and who knows how much pain he was in. I'm going to rub salt into Chu Tao's wounds. Jiang Manny saw Lin Feng had already walked into the restaurant, so she had no choice but to follow him in. Lin Feng deliberately sat at the table next to Chu Tao. He wanted to provoke Chu Tao later. It would be best to let Chu Tao scold her angrily, so that Jiang Manny could see that Chu Tao could do nothing but be helpless and furious. Manny? Are you still angry about what just happened? Don't punish yourself for other people's mistakes. Jiang Manny mechanically pulled out a chair and sat down. Senior, this French lobster is very good, would you like to try it? Jiang Manny had no appetite at all. She brought Lin Feng here herself, but she didn't know what he liked to eat. Lin Feng smiled and said, Manny, just order what you like. I'm not picky about food. After ordering the food, Jiang Manny tried hard to concentrate on accompanying Lin Feng, but her eyes always seemed to be attracted by something and would drift towards Chu Tao's table from time to time. Suwan didn't know what she said, but Chu Tao smiled, a smile that came from the heart. When Jiang Manny saw this scene, she felt as if something had stabbed her chest, and a sharp pain came over her. They have been divorced, but seeing this man who only showed this kind of smile to her now smiling like this at a woman he just met, Jiang Manny's heart felt like it was being gnawed by millions of ants, and she was in great pain. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly asked, Manny, when can I see my uncle and aunt? Lin Feng waited for Jiang Manny's response with great joy, but as time passed, he still didn't hear her voice. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious, frowned slightly, raised his voice and asked again, Manny, are you listening? Jiang Manny came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream, and answered in a daze, Senior, what's wrong? Lin Feng quickly said, Manny, I want to see my uncle and aunt. As the saying goes, an ugly daughter-in-law is bound to meet her parents-in-law, and I, an ugly son-in-law, am also bound to meet my mother-in-law. He thought what he said was humorous and couldn't help laughing out loud after he said it. Let's talk about it later. After all. Jiang Manny suddenly stopped talking halfway, her eyes fixed on Suwan and Chu Tao. Suwan peeled a shrimp, gently pinched the shrimp tail, and tenderly handed it to Chu Tao's mouth. What made Jiang Manny even more unacceptable was that Chu Tao ate the shrimp without any hesitation. Jiang Manny's nails dug deep into her palms, and her hands trembled slightly. Chu Tao actually accepted being fed by another woman in front of her without any hesitation. Manny, you don't look well. Lin Feng noticed Jiang Manny's strange behavior and said softly, would you like some red wine? Jiang Manny glanced at Lin Feng impatiently. She had no mood to drink now. All her attention was focused on Chu Tao and Suwan. She wanted to hear clearly what they were saying. How could this Lin Feng be so tactless, always disturbing her at critical moments? Just then, the waiter brought the seafood platter they ordered. Lin Feng also saw the scene of Suwan feeding Chu Tao, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. So, he also imitated Suwan, carefully picked up a shrimp and began to peel it. Manny, try this. Lin Feng said. Jiang Manny turned her head and was surprised to see Lin Feng holding a peeled shrimp in his hand and bringing it towards her mouth. Senior, what are you doing? Jiang Mani dodged backwards suddenly, and in panic, the back of her head hit the wall behind her. A sharp pain came over her, instantly igniting her anger. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mani roared angrily. Her voice echoed in the restaurant, attracting the attention of people around her. The originally noisy noise in the restaurant quieted down, and guests at several tables turned their heads at the same time and looked at the scene curiously. Lin Feng's hands hung awkwardly in the air. He had never expected Jiang Mani to react like this. Hadn't she only loved him in her life? Lin Feng was at a loss for a moment, and his face became very ugly, turning red and white. Jiang Mani's heart couldn't help but soften. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes were red, she quickly lowered her voice and explained, Senior, I'm not used to being fed. I didn't mean to embarrass you. However, the moment she said this, Chu Tao's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Chu Tao always liked to feed the peeled grapes into her mouth, and she would deliberately bite Chu Tao's fingers lightly to prevent him from pulling them out of her mouth easily. The intimate feeling still makes her unforgettable. Sorry, Senior, I need to go to the bathroom. Jiang Mani was a little restless. She urgently needed an excuse to escape this embarrassing situation, so she chose to go to the bathroom. On the way to the bathroom, Jiang Mani told herself over and over again, you are no longer his wife. Who he is with is none of your business. What you need to do now is to cultivate feelings with Lin Feng. You can't be so indifferent to Lin Feng. After all, he gave up his career abroad for you and came back to marry you. However, despite her efforts to convince herself, the thought that Chu Tao would actually eat the shrimps fed by Su Wan made her heart ache as if it were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. Jiang Mani went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet to rinse her face. Drops of water dripped down her chin, and she couldn't tell whether it was tap water or tears. There were footsteps outside the door. Jiang Man took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. She was in a trance when she bumped into a strong chest at the corner. A familiar smell hit her face. Chu Tao's unique scent made her obsessed. Don't you have eyes? Chu Tao's voice was low. Jiang Mani looked up, and in an instant, 1,000 words flooded her mind, but she swallowed them back. Chapter 14 Jiang Mani's Guilt. Jiang Mani gave Chu Tao a resentful look. She didn't understand why Chu Tao seemed like a different person. He used to look at her with tenderness, but now he became so cold. The two grew up together, why did they get divorced? They can't even be friends. Why is he so petty? Xiao Tao, don't you feel bad at all seeing me sad now? Jiang Mani felt aggrieved for a long time before finally uttering a few words. Chu Tao said angrily, Jiang Mani, you are with the person you love most in your life, why are you sad? Shouldn't you be soaking in the honey pot every day? Jiang Mani said quietly, Xiao Tao, did you deliberately find a woman to irritate me? Is that woman named Su Wan not even your friend? You just hate me for asking for a divorce, so you're using all these means to piss me off. You succeeded in pissing me off. Chu Tao was speechless for a moment. Jiang Mani, how did I know you would come here to eat? Even if I knew you were coming, we're divorced. Why would I find someone to piss you off? The person you love is not me, Lin Feng is your white moonlight. Would I be so stupid as to find a woman who doesn't love you? Jiang Mani's eyes reddened, Xiao Tao, I'm sorry, I hurt you so badly. It doesn't matter how you treat me now, but you must not give up on yourself. You loved me for so many years, but I failed you. Before she finished speaking, Chu Tao said coldly, Jiang Mani, it's good for you to know. It seems that you also know that you have let me down. The way you looked just now, someone who didn't know the truth would think that I had abandoned you. But it's all in the past. From now on, you go your way, and I go mine. We should each live our own lives. We grew up together, and now we can say that we are parting ways amicably. Jiang Mani really wanted to tell Chu Tao that she had no feelings for Lin Feng at all now. I really want to go back to Chu Tao. But if that is the case, what should Lin Feng do? Didn't she become a complete scumbag and a liar who played with people's feelings? Thinking of this, Jiang Mani felt empty inside. What should she do? Xiao Tao, Lin Feng, and I have never held hands. I swear. Jiang Mani was worried that Chu Tao would think that Lin Feng had done something to her, so she quickly clarified. Chu Tao said calmly, Jiang Mani, tell me what this means? Don't tell me you regret it already after just getting divorced? Whether you've slept with Lin Feng or not, we're over. After saying this, Chu Tao turned and left. Jiang Mani followed behind Chu Tao. She really wanted to muster up the courage to hug Chu Tao, but she didn't dare to do it. The two came to the dining table one after the other. Manny, have you cried? Lin Feng considerately handed over the tissue. He knew that Jiang Manny loved him the most. But after all, she grew up with Chu Tao, and she may not be able to adapt to life without Chu Tao all of a sudden. After he opened up Jiang Manny's body, he naturally captured her heart. Jiang Manny's heart was filled with guilt. Senior, I'm full. Let's go. She didn't want to see Chu Tao and Su Wan being in love. I just pricked up my ears for a long time but didn't hear any key information. It's better to leave early. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Feng said gently, Manny, it's still early, how about we go to the movies? After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Tao and saw that Chu Tao looked calm. He cursed in his heart, let's see how long you can pretend? Jiang Manny couldn't bear to reject Lin Feng in front of Chu Tao. It would be too embarrassing for Lin Feng. She said softly, Senior, let's go to the movies. Now she just wanted to escape from this place and have some peace and quiet. Lin Feng really wanted to hold Jiang Manny's hand. He wanted to see if Chu Tao could still keep his composure when he took Jiang Manny out. Senior, let's go. Jiang Manny saw that Lin Feng was hesitant and wanted to reach out his hand, so she quickly took a step forward. If Chu Tao refused to hold Lin Feng's hand in front of him, Lin Feng would definitely feel very uncomfortable. But if she really asked Lin Feng to hold her hand, she would never agree to it even if she was beaten to death. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Manny, who was leaving with her hips twisted, and his saliva was about to flow out. What a great figure. When will I be able to sleep with this top-notch daughter? He turned around and looked at Chu Tao proudly, then chased after Jiang Manny. As soon as they walked out of the restaurant, Jiang Manny said a little embarrassedly, Senior, I'm feeling a little under the weather right now, so you should go to the movie alone. I just want to go home and rest. She left in a hurry without waiting for Lin Feng to speak. He had not rejected Lin Feng in front of Chu Tao, giving Lin Feng enough face. It's not pleasant to feel like a year has passed since a movie took so long to make. Lin Feng was furious. He had hoped that his relationship with Jiang Manny would improve in the cinema. The light in the cinema is so dark. If the two of them do something, Jiang Manny will not refuse no matter how cold she is, right? He thought to himself, Manny, the more aloof you are now, the more coquettish I will make you in the future. I'll use all 18 tools on you. Then we'll see how arrogant you can still be. Lin Feng felt very aggrieved. He was Jiang Manny's fiancé now, but he didn't get any benefits at all. Not long after Jiang Manny left Lin Feng, she felt sorry for him. She decided to give Lin Feng a luxury car, and it would be best if it could be solved with money. Chu Tao and Su Wan came out after dinner, and Su Wan said softly, Brother Chu, your ex-wife is really stunningly beautiful, but it's a pity that she is blind. Lin Feng is not even as good as one of your toes. How can such a man be the white moonlight of your ex-wife? Chu Tao said calmly, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. I don't know what she was thinking, but it seems the turtle and the green bean just fell in love. He doesn't want to dwell on this issue now since they are both divorced. Su Wan asked, Brother Chu, you haven't told me yet? Do you want to be Mr. Qin's assistant? You used to be the business director of the Zheng family, but being Mr. Qin's assistant is not something that just anyone can do. Many people would rather not be vice president, but want to be President Qin's assistant. She heard this from her aunt. Su Wan herself had no interest in doing business. She just liked art. Chu Tao said seriously, I will consider this issue after Uncle Zheng comes back and I resign. I'm the business director, so it's not that easy for me to resign. He felt very grateful when he thought of his father and mother Zheng who raised him since he was a child. From now on, I can only repay you in other ways, just like Su Wan said. Su Wan said in a sweet voice, Brother Chu, let's go to the movies. She hadn't watched a movie for a long time, and now with Chu Tao, she felt like she was in her first love. The two came to the cinema. Chu Tao used to watch movies with Jiang Manny often. Jiang Manny doesn't have many hobbies, but she has an inexplicable love for watching movies. Every time, the two of them would be in the couple's box in the last row, watching and doing some weird things. Jiang Manny likes to go to crowded cinemas to watch movies, and she really enjoys this feeling. Brother Chu, what are you thinking about? Su Wan put her mouth close to Chu Tao's ear and asked softly. Chu Tao felt a little embarrassed and quickly adjusted his posture, secretly blaming Su Wan for touching him everywhere. Chapter 15, Can't see myself clearly. Halfway through the movie, Su Wan snuggled in Chu Tao's arms, and Chu Tao put his hand into her collar. Su Wan's eyes are watery. She is a woman who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As long as someone opens her heart, she will become very clingy to that person, even crazy. The two of them said everything without saying a word. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the garden of Zhang's manor, coating each rose petal with a layer of silver halo. Zhang Mani stood among the flowers, her fingertips gently touching the delicate and beautiful flowers. They felt cool, like someone's tears. These roses were planted by her and Chu Tao together. In the spring of the year before last, Chu Tao brought back these rare rose varieties from abroad, saying that he wanted to give her a surprise. They dug soil, applied fertilizer, and watered together. Chu Tao didn't care that his hand was scratched by the rose thorns. He just smiled and said, "Roses are beautiful because of their thorns, just like your thorny tenderness, which fascinates me." Jiang Mani's tears fell silently. She squatted down, buried her face in the flowers, and took a deep breath. The fragrance of the rose penetrated her nostrils, but it was like a blunt knife, cutting her heart bit by bit. She remembered the day she came out of the court and how she bit Chu Tao's arm hard. Maybe she had already regretted it very much at that time. Time passes by every second. I'm such a fool. Jiang Mani muttered to herself, her voice choking with sobs. In the moonlight, her face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng? Jiang Mani closed her eyes. The boy who always sits in the last row of the classroom, wears black-framed glasses, and reads quietly. They hadn't even spoken a few times, it was just her one-sided crush, a long-lasting youthful fantasy. Why? Jiang Mani clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she felt no pain. For a phantom she hardly knew, she abandoned her childhood sweetheart who truly loved her and was flesh and blood. Xiao and I? A gentle voice came from behind. Jiang Mani turned around abruptly and saw Guolan, her nanny who had taken care of her since she was a child, standing on the garden path holding a teacup with a frown on her face. Guolan is in her early 50s and is wearing purple home clothes. Auntie Lan. Jiang Mani hurriedly wiped the tears from her face, but she couldn't wipe them away. Guolan sighed, walked over to Jiang Mani, and handed her the teacup. Drink some hot tea. It's cold at night. Jiang Mani took the teacup. Are you thinking about Xiao Tao? Guolan asked directly. Jiang Mani and Chu Tao were both raised by Guolan, and both of them treat Guolan as a family member. Jiang Mani's shoulders trembled and she didn't answer. You? Guolan shook her head, her tone a mixture of blame and heartache. From childhood, you've always insisted on getting whatever you wanted, never considering the consequences. Do you regret it now? Auntie Lan. Jiang Mani raised her head, her eyes filled with pain. Xiao Tao doesn't want me anymore. Xiao and I. Guolan said distressfully, everyone saw how Xiao Tao treated you. What about you? You divorced me just for a fantasy from college. Now you know that Lin Feng is not what you thought. Not long after Jiang Mani and Lin Feng got in touch, she went to talk to Guolan and said that the person she loved was Lin Feng. Jiang Mani bit her lower lip and tears burst out again. Guolan's words pierced her sore spot like a knife. After you divorced, Xiao Tao came to see me specially, Guolan continued, her tone slightly softened. He said he was a failure. He didn't even know whether the person he grew up with and slept in the same bed with for such a long time loved him or not. Guolan shook her head. Jiang Mani's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. It's all my fault. I hurt Xiao Tao so badly. He doesn't believe me. Even if I say anything to Xiao Tao now, he will insist that Lin Feng is the man I love the most? Jiang Mani sobbed softly, but her cries were soon blown away by the night wind. Guolan glanced at Jiang Mani and said, once Xiao Tao has made up his mind, even 10 oxen can't change it. I've tried to persuade you not to think about divorce, but you've insisted that only you truly understand your own heart. But matters of the heart are not like that. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. You love Xiao Tao very much. You grew up together, and Xiao Tao is like an important organ in your body. I don't usually feel the importance of this organ. But once this organ is gone, you won't be able to survive. Now you realize that you can't live without Xiao Tao, right? Jiang Mani put the teacup on the bench. She smelled the roses that they had planted with their own hands again. Her tears fell on the rose petals and mixed with the dew. Auntie Lan, what should I do? Jiang Mani finally broke down and knelt down among the flowers. I feel sorry for both men now. Guolan squatted down and gently hugged Jiang Mani's trembling shoulders. Xiao and I, don't feel sorry for yourself. Be honest with yourself about your mistakes, and finally. Guolan sighed, if you really regret it, think about how to make amends. But remember, some hurts can't be erased with just a simple I'm sorry. Jiang Mani cried bitterly in Guolan's arms, as if she wanted to cry out all the regrets she had accumulated over the past few days. The moonlight still gently enveloped the garden, and the roses swayed gently in the night breeze. Guolan was in a heavy mood, for he knew Chu Tao's stubbornness. The next morning, Jiang Mani got up with red and swollen eyes. She almost didn't sleep all night, her mind full of fragments of the past Chu Tao's smiling face when he celebrated every birthday for her, and Chu Tao staying by her side all night when she was sick. Chu Tao sighed helplessly when she acted so willfully. And what about Lin Feng? Apart from a few vague silhouettes from college, he had almost no substantial memories of him. She picked up the phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally dialed Chu Tao's number. Hello? Chu Tao's voice on the other end of the phone was lazy as if he had just woken up in the morning. Xiao Tao, I want to talk to you, right next to the roses we planted together, and have a good talk. She took a deep breath and wanted to say, I miss you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Let's not talk about it. It's good for both you and me. Jiang Mani held the phone tightly, just 10 minutes, okay? Chu Tao chuckled, and that laughter sounded unfamiliar to Jiang Mani. Jiang Mani, I've made it clear enough. What else can we talk about? I have liked you for so many years, and after we got married we were inseparable. But you resolutely divorced me for Lin Feng, a man you had only just contacted. I really don't know what else you have to talk to me about. If you want to say now that you don't really love Lin Feng that much, I will look down on you very much. If you've forgotten what you said, should I remind you again? You begged me to let you and Lin Feng be together. You repeatedly emphasized that you only loved Lin Feng, and even said that you regretted giving me your body. Jiang Mani, please don't say these words out of anger. I just said them impulsively. You are a 25-year-old, not a 3-year-old. Jiang Mani felt a heart-wrenching pain. Chapter 16 Return without success. Jiang Mani put down her phone, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She staggered a little as she slowly walked out of the room and strolled in the Jiang family's manor. The morning sun shone on her, but it could not warm her confused heart. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. Guolan looked at Jiang Mani from a distance, her heart filled with worry. She knew that Jiang Mani needed someone's comfort at the moment, but that person was not her. Jiang Mani's parents haven't come back yet, so Guolan decides to go find Chu Tao by herself. She can't bear to see such a perfect couple separated completely. When Guolan saw Chu Tao, she was surprised to find that Chu Tao looked very good and full of energy, which was in stark contrast to Jiang Mani's dejected look. Chu Tao brewed a cup of her favorite pu'er tea and said with a smile, Auntie Lan, try this pu'er tea. If you like it, take it home and drink it. This is a tea that a friend of mine has treasured for a long time. Guolan is the nanny of the Jiang family. She has been working there for many years. She has always been dedicated and responsible, and everyone in the Jiang family respects her very much. Chu Tao and Jiang Mani are closer to Guolan. Guolan picked up the teacup, took a sip, then looked at Chu Tao and asked directly, Xiao Tao, I heard from Mani that you plan to ask Mani to avoid you even when you come to visit the master and the mistress in the future? Chu Tao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and replied seriously, Aunt Lan, I'm not cruel. I just think this is good for both her and me. Guolan always felt that Chu Tao's decision was made out of spite. Chu Tao didn't think there was anything inhumane about doing this, but Guolan didn't think so. When Jiang Mani filed for divorce, Chu Tao was walking alone in the manor and called Guolan to ask her if she had known Jiang Mani's thoughts a long time ago. Guolan admitted it, but she kept persuading Chu Tao not to divorce Jiang Mani in a hurry. What she meant was that after Lin Feng returned, Jiang Mani would wait for some time to spend with Lin Feng. If by then, Jiang Mani still insisted on marrying Lin Feng, then it would not be too late for Chu Tao to consider divorcing Jiang Mani. Only when everything is settled can the decision made be wiser and safer. Chu Tao was not willing to wait. Jiang Mani told Chu Tao very clearly that she wanted Lin Feng to come back and marry her. Even after Lin Feng came back, Jiang Mani compared and found that he was better, so she changed her mind and didn't want a divorce. Then the nature of the marriage has changed. Jiang Mani compared him with other men and only decided not to divorce after discovering that he was better. This was a great insult to Chu Tao. What's the point of such a marriage? Even if the two don't divorce, what does he mean to Jiang Mani? Only after Jiang Mani became disappointed with Lin Feng did she have no choice but to live with him? He is not a commodity for Jiang Mani to compare with other commodities. Even if he wins, so what? Guo Lan didn't think too much about it. She had never experienced married life and dedicated her entire life to the Jiang family. In her opinion, Jiang Mani and Chu Tao grew up together, attended the same school from kindergarten to university, and finally walked into the marriage hand in hand. What a rare fate this is. Even if Jiang Mani is confused and a little distracted in her thoughts, the relationship that has gone through ups and downs will definitely become more solid as a rock and unbreakable. No one is perfect. Who can be without mistakes? Chu Tao should show a magnanimous mind and give Jiang Mani more tolerance and understanding. Guo Lan knew very well that Chu Tao had a stubborn character, and once he made up his mind, almost no one could persuade him to change it. However, Jiang Mani's appearance of crying all day long and being in great pain really makes Guo Lan feel heartbroken and distressed. No matter what, she couldn't bear to see Jiang Mani and Chu Tao part ways and go their separate ways. Xiao Tao, Guo Lan said earnestly, in this world, the most precious thing is not money, but love. The love of family, the love of friends, and the love between men and women, these are all indispensable parts of our lives, and we must cherish them. Mani has been very successful all her life and has never experienced any major storms. Her ideas may indeed be a little naive, but this also shows that she is still young and has a lot of room for growth. How could you just beat her to death just because she made a small mistake? Besides, she realized her mistake so quickly and turned back. It's not too late. She now knows that the person she loves most is you, not that illusory Lin Feng, and she will definitely cherish you in the future. I think you should give her a chance to prove herself. Mani spoke a lot of her heart out to me last night. She told me that she and that Lin Feng had never even held hands. If you remarry, she will still be a pure and innocent good wife. Chu Tao listened to Guo Lan's words without any ripples in his heart. Auntie Lan, it's impossible for Mani and I to be together. Please stop trying to persuade me. No matter who she loves now, it has nothing to do with me. I will repay the Jiang family's kindness in the future, but I can't afford to offend Jiang Mani, so can't I just hide from her? After hearing Chu Tao's words, Guo Lan's heart sank. Even though she was mentally prepared, she didn't expect Chu Tao to be so hard-hearted. They grew up together and played together when they were wearing open-crotch pants, but now he refused to give Jiang Mani even a chance. Chu Tao knew very well that Jiang Mani's so-called love for him was not that deep. If she really loved him deeply, how could she be easily deceived by Lin Feng's phone calls, or even be infatuated with him and insist on marrying him? True love does not allow for a third party. Jiang Mani's secret crush on Lin Feng in college is all in the past. If Jiang Mani really loved herself, she would have forgotten her feelings for Lin Feng long ago. After all, there is no doubt that Jiang Mani's love for him is not deep enough. When Chu Tao and Guo Lan separated, he saw that Guo Lan's eyes were red, and he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Guo Lan raised him with great difficulty and gave him motherly love. Jiang's father and mother were also very good to him, but the person who truly accompanied him in his growth and took care of his life was Guo Lan. If it was anything else, as long as Guo Lan asked, Chu Tao would definitely agree without hesitation. However, this was the one thing he absolutely could not compromise on. He knew that if he compromised, he would not only fall into the abyss of pain, but would also make it difficult for Jiang's father and mother to live. Chu Tao only hopes that as time goes by, Jiang Mani will be able to forget him as soon as possible. This way Guo Lan can relax a little and no longer have to worry about what's going on between them. Ding-ling-ling. While he was daydreaming, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Qin Shui calling, Chu Tao's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of this young woman, Chu Tao became a little distracted. Love is such a headache, otherwise why is there a saying, a wise man does not fall in love? Chapter 17 Chameleon. Xiao Tao. Qin Shui's voice revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and anger. Have you been busy lately? I asked you to come out and have dinner with me several times, but you always made excuses. She continued to complain, you can take your time with work. I know you have difficulties, but it's unreasonable for you to quit right away. But I asked you to come out for dinner, why are you so timid? Is it because you are afraid after knowing my identity? Qin Shui's words were full of joking and teasing. She finally had some free time today and was now leisurely lying on a lounge chair beside the flower bed, enjoying the warm sunshine while calling Chu Tao. Mr. Qin, if I say I'm not afraid, would you believe me? Chu Tao's voice was very soft. Qin Shui smiled and said, Xiao Tao, I really hope you can come and help me. Ever since I had sex with you, I've truly realized how happy being a woman can be. Her tone softened as she recalled that beautiful night. In the past, I only knew how to work hard to make money and think about how to seek benefits for my family, but I never seriously thought about how to make myself happy. Qin Shui said with emotion. However, since spending that passionate night with you, I suddenly realized that I should live more for myself in the future. Except for not being able to marry you or give you children, I can give you everything else you want. Qin Shui's voice was clear and firm, without the slightest hesitation. Her beautiful eyes stared straight into the distance, and she made no secret of her desire for Chu Tao's body. After Chu Tao separated from Su Wan last night, he thought for a long time. I finally figured it out. If I became Qin Shui's assistant, I would just be her toy. He doesn't want to be manipulated like this. He has his own ambitions and aspirations. Mr. Qin, I want to start a business now. If you really trust me, you can invest in me. I am really not suitable to be your assistant. Chu Tao said seriously. Qin Shui couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She didn't expect Chu Tao to have the idea of starting a business. But then I thought, as long as Chu Tao uses his own money to start a business, wouldn't he be completely under her control? Xiao Tao, are you really determined to start a business? Qin Shui's voice was a little excited, but also full of anticipation. Chu Tao nodded and said firmly, Boss Qin, starting a business is something I've considered seriously. I'm not young anymore, and I should have my own business. He could hear that Qin Shui's voice sounded a little excited. Qin Shui said confidently, Xiao Tao, I don't have much money on hand, but investing 2 billion yuan in you is not a problem. Chu Tao shuddered all over. A few seconds later, Qin Shui changed the subject and continued, however, I have a small condition. That means I have to appoint several directors. It's not that I don't believe in your ability, but that you have no entrepreneurial experience. Qin Shui continued to explain, you need a strong and solid team to support you. Of course, don't worry, the directors I assign will never go against you. Their purpose is to assist you, not hinder you. Qin Shui was worried that Chu Tao would be angry because of this condition, so she quickly added, I really don't want to sideline you, Xiao Tao. I just hope that when you make decisions, you can have a group of experienced and wise think tanks around you to help you. When Chu Tao heard that Qin Shui agreed to invest 2 billion yuan, his heart almost jumped out of his chest with excitement. But when he heard the conditions proposed by Qin Shui, his mood instantly plummeted, as if a basin of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, and his heart felt very cold. He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, Director Qin, I need to think about it. Qin Shui's heart tightened when she heard Chu Tao's answer. She realized that her conditions might be difficult for Chu Tao to accept, but after all, this was a 2 billion investment. The director's personal selection allows Chu Tao to fully display his talents and prevents him from losing himself due to excessive arrogance. Chu Tao is only 25 years old, at the age of full of vigor and ambition, so it is inevitable that he would get carried away for a while. Of course, the most crucial point is that even if Chu Tao becomes more powerful in the future, he will still be firmly under his control. Chu Tao can soar like an eagle, but he must never leave the world she has defined for him. Xiao Tao, I think it's better for us to meet first. This allows for more in-depth communication in person. Some things can't be solved over the phone. Qin Shui's voice was soft and gentle. Chu Tao thought about it for a moment and felt that what Qin Shui said made sense. Face-to-face communication can express one's thoughts and opinions more directly, and maybe one can successfully convince Qin Shui. An hour later, Chu Tao and Qin Shui met as scheduled. Qin Shui was wearing the same clothes as the last time she was in the villa in the suburbs. The dress outlined her curvy figure and made her skin look smooth and her face rosy. Xiao Tao, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've become even more handsome. Qin Shui's gaze fell on Chu Tao, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Even her voice became unconsciously softer, and her body became slightly weak. Seeing this, Chu Tao couldn't help but smile and said jokingly, Boss Qin, you are getting more and more beautiful and younger. If you say you are my sister, I am afraid no one will doubt it. He noticed that Qin Shui's eyes were watery, like a pool of spring water, so he also made a joke. Puff! Qin Shui suddenly let out a chuckle. Her smile is as beautiful as a blooming spring flower. Xiao Tao, I just like you to tell the truth. Otherwise, when it's just the two of us in the future, you can just call me Xiao Shui. Even though she knew Chu Tao was just joking, Qin Shui still felt as sweet as honey. Xiao Tao, you want to start a business. What exactly do you want to do? Qin Shui's eyes became serious and she stared at Chu Tao. When Chu Tao heard Qin Shui asking him to call her Xiao Shui, he thought he had misheard. This woman really didn't play by the rules. Xiaoxue, I want to start a media company. Xu Tao said softly. Qin Shui was slightly stunned. He thought Xu Tao wanted to start a software company. After all, he was an engineering graduate and had developed a good software in college. He used it in the hotel industry and received a good response. Xiao Tao, you don't have any experience in media companies. Can you tell me why you want to start a media company? When talking about work, Qin Shui stopped being coquettish and her eyes were full of seriousness. Xu Tao discovered that Qin Shui was like a chameleon. Just now, her eyes were wanton and her body was emitting magnetic hormones, but now the aura of a strong woman suddenly emerged. Chapter 18 Heart. Xu Tao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected his tall figure and slightly uneasy face. He took a deep breath and turned around to face Qin Shui with serious eyes. Xiaoxue, why are you so serious all of a sudden? It's like he's become a different person all of a sudden? Xu Tao's voice deepened. Qin Shui was stunned. I wondered if I spoke too harshly. She has been the president for so many years, and her eyes have become more and more sharp. She subconsciously becomes serious when talking about work. It will be troublesome if she scares Xu Tao away. As soon as Xu Tao saw Qin Shui, he saw doting in her eyes. Qin Shui is older than herself, so it is easy for her to be overwhelmed by maternal love. When you need to show weakness, do it. For the sake of your career, it's not shameful to be a little lame at the appropriate time. Qin Shui pouted slightly, her lips red as blood. Her eyes softened. Xiao Tao, it's not impossible to open a media company. But why did you suddenly have this idea? Xu Tao explained, live streaming, short videos, and short dramas are all going to be popular for a long time. Compared to software companies, the media industry has lower risks. As long as the funding is in place, you can quickly see results. Software companies have too many uncertainties and a high barrier to entry. Qin Shui crossed her fingers and placed them under her chin, which was her usual action when she was thinking. The severity just now was no longer visible in her eyes. Xiao Tao, have you ever done market research? Of course. Xu Tao opened his phone. This is the business plan and industry analysis report I made. Qin Shui flipped through the pages quickly. Xiao Tao, the plan is good. Qin Shui's tone was filled with surprise. I thought you were just acting rashly. Xu Tao smiled. So, you support me? Qin Shui stood up and walked in front of Xu Tao. She was half a head shorter than Xu Tao, and she reached out to adjust Xu Tao's collar gently. Xiao Tao, if you want me to invest in your media company, I'll personally select the director. Besides that, I have a few other conditions. Xu Tao asked softly, what are the conditions? Qin Shui said in a delicate voice, I must own all the shares of the media company, and I can give you 20% of the profits. You only have the right to profit, not to own shares in the media company. She put her mouth to Xu Tao's ear and exhaled a light warm breath. Xiao Tao, do you know how difficult it is to start a business? Broken capital chain, policy risks, team management, which one is not fatal? My resources and experience can save you 10 years of detours. If you run the media company well, you can make a lot of money. If you don't, the worst that can happen is you just walk away. My conditions will only benefit you in one way or another. Xu Tao was silent for a moment, knowing that what Qin Shui said made a lot of sense. He used Qin Shui's funds and her connections. If he still couldn't make money, how could he have the face to live? Xiaoxue, what are the other conditions? Qin Shui's fingers gently stroked Xu Tao's buttocks. The company must be located in the Qin building. I'll reserve 18 entire floors for you, and you'll be the legal representative of the company. This. Xu Tao hesitated, wouldn't it be too ostentatious? What are you afraid of? Qin Shui interrupted him, I'm not worried, so what are you afraid of? The building is in a good location, I'll give you a rent discount, so you can earn more money. The movements of her hands became more and more presumptuous. Xiao Tao, are you worried that I will monitor you? Xu Tao quickly shook his head, that's not what I meant, it's just. What is it? The faint scent of Qin Shui's perfume lingered at Xu Tao's nose. Xiao Tao, there are a lot of beautiful women in the media company. You will have plenty of beautiful women around you in the future. Qin Shui's words were a little hint to Xu Tao that she would also be jealous. Xu Tao took a deep breath and said, okay, the company will be located in the Qin family building from now on. Qin Shui hugged Xu Tao's waist and said, Xiao Tao, I want to have the final say on the company's artist recruitment. Xu Tao was stunned. This is not appropriate. Does that mean I can't make any decisions? Xin Shui's fingers drew circles on Chu Tao's body. In a media company, especially for the live broadcasts and short videos you do, it's inevitable that there will be a lot of beautiful women. I just want to help you check so that you won't be tempted by beauty and avoid some unnecessary trouble. Chu Tao couldn't help but laugh. Are you worried that I'll lose control when surrounded by beautiful women? Xin Shui said seriously, Xiao Tao, I've seen too many men lose themselves in the face of power and beauty. You are so handsome. When you have a lot of money, countless women will go crazy for you. I can't be a scapegoat for others. Chu Tao held her wrist and said, Xiao Xue, have you touched enough? It's my turn now. Xin Shui giggled and pushed Chu Tao away, her eyes full of tenderness. She turned and walked towards the wine cabinet. Xiao Tao, let's have some wine, so that we can feel it better later. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey and handed one to Chu Tao. Xiao Tao, so, do you accept all my conditions? Chu Tao took the wine glass and stared at the amber liquid. I can accept the first 2 conditions, but the third one, Xiao Xue, I absolutely cannot accept it. The air seemed to freeze suddenly. Xin Shui's fingers holding the wine glass turned slightly white. Xiao Tao. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Oh. Forget it. I cancel the last condition. Chu Tao gently put his arm around Xin Shui's shoulders and said, Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? This is not your style. I'm sorry, Xin Shui said softly. Xiao Tao, am I too controlling? I support you in starting your own business, but I want to control even the recruitment of artists. Chu Tao kissed the top of her head and said, Xiao Xue, you are so busy, you don't need to take care of these trivial matters yourself. Besides, I promised you that the selection of director will be yours. If you still have any concerns, leave the artist matters to me. Xin Shui raised her head, a rare fragility in her eyes. Xiao Tao, I promise you I won't interfere with your business. But. She bit her lower lip, you absolutely cannot mess around with the artists and the company, or I won't be soft on you. Chu Tao smiled and said, of course you can. He is not the kind of person who likes unspoken rules at all. A rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Xin Shui leaned in his arms, playing with her fingers wantonly. Chu Tao looked down at the gentle woman in his arms. At this moment, Xin Shui did not have the slightest bit of the domineering aura of a female CEO, and her whole body was limp. Xin Shui raised her head and kissed Chu Tao on the lips. The kiss started out soft but quickly became intense and possessive. When she finally let go, Chu Tao's lips were already slightly red. Xin Shui didn't know whether she loved Chu Tao, but she definitely liked him. She now fully believed that if a man could open up a woman's body, it would be easy for him to open up her heart. Chu Tao picked up Xin Shui and walked towards the bedroom. Xin Shui murmured softly, today I want you to break the record of last time. Let me pass out completely, and I'll give you a big reward when you wake up. Chapter 19 Encounter. A month later, Chaodiu Media Company, with Chu Tao as the legal representative, was officially established. Jiang Mani was in an extremely heavy mood. Her eyes were fixed on the phone screen, her finger hesitantly hovering over the contact husband, and she pressed the call button hard. However, the only sound coming from the other end of the line was that familiar yet cold robotic female voice, hello, your call is currently unavailable. This was the umpteenth time, and the bitterness in Jiang Mani's heart grew stronger. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes gradually becoming hot, tears welling up in them. Ever since Guolan talked to Chu Tao directly blocked Jiang Mani. He started a new life of his own and didn't want to have anything to do with Jiang Mani anymore. Xiao Tao, have we really come to this? Jiang Mani murmured to herself, and the happy times she and Chu Tao had spent together kept flashing through her mind. Over the past month, Chu Tao and Su Wan have often been seen together. Su Wan always wears a simple white dress with her hair tied into a ponytail, looking clean and refreshing. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Mani received a video from a private detective. In the video, Chu Tao and Su Wan were walking in the park. Chu Tao suddenly approached Su Wan, sniffed her, and then said something, which made Su Wan giggle and hugged Chu Tao tightly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mani's heart felt like it was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Jiang Mani dug her fingers tightly into her palms, her nails digging deep into the flesh, but she felt no pain at all. Her mind kept flashing back to the scene where Chu Tao once smelled her body. He said that her body fragrance was like a summer peach, fresh and sweet. At that time, her heart was about to melt. Now, did Chu Tao say the same thing to Su Wan? Ding-ling-ling. A crisp ringtone broke Jiang Mani's thoughts. She glanced at the screen of her mobile phone, which showed Lin Feng's name. Jiang Mani felt a surge of guilt in her heart. She hadn't called Lin Feng once this month. Every time Lin Feng called her, she would talk hurriedly for less than 3 minutes before hanging up. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Mani hung up the phone. She remembered that she had planned to compensate Lin Feng before. Let's buy Lin Feng a car as compensation first. If you can't give Lin Feng marriage, try to give him money. 2 hours later, Lin Feng finally saw Jiang Mani again. You look so beautiful today. Lin Feng said gently, but his heart was full of anger. Jiang Mani's parents returned to China and went abroad again half a month later. He asked Jiang Mani to take him to meet Jiang's father and mother several times, but Jiang Mani refused. Purple suits you very well. Lin Feng's voice was as gentle as jade. His eyes fell on Jiang Mani, and his body felt hot. Jiang Mani smiled politely. Which store do you want to go to look at cars? Jiang Mani looked at Lin Feng. I checked online and found that a new Mercedes-Benz 4S store opened in the west of the city. The service is very good. Lin Feng replied. Jiang Mani nodded, and the car started slowly and drove towards the west of the city. After a while, they arrived at their destination. As soon as we got out of the car, a uniformed sales consultant came up to us warmly and said with a smile, "Welcome. What kind of car would you like to see?" Lin Feng looked around at the dazzling array of vehicles in the showroom, feeling a little confused. I didn't know what to choose for a long time. Manny, I don't know much about cars, so you choose. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and wanted to put his arm around Jiang Mani's shoulders. Jiang Mani's body trembled violently as if she was electrocuted, and she dodged Lin Feng's hand reflexively. Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he still had a smile on his face. This is a new model this year. It has a longer wheelbase and the rear space is very comfortable. The salesperson was introducing. Jiang Mani's attention was caught by a familiar figure at the other end of the exhibition hall. Chu Tao was standing in front of a car at the moment, concentrating on checking the vehicle's parameter table. He was wearing a simple dark blue shirt and slacks. Jiang Mani soon discovered another figure, and her breathing almost stopped. Suwan pointed at the hood and talked to Chu Tao with a smile on her face. That smile was as bright and charming as the warm spring sun. The nameless fire in Jiang Mani's heart was instantly ignited and burned fiercely. She couldn't help but wonder, Chu Tao already had a company-provided vehicle, so why did he come here to look at new cars? Is he going to buy a car for Suwan? When she thought of this, Jiang Mani became even angrier. She felt that Chu Tao was using the Jiang family's money to please other women. Mani? What's wrong with you? Lin Feng keenly noticed Jiang Mani's abnormality and followed her gaze. That's your ex-husband? Jiang Mani did not respond to Lin Feng's question. Her eyes were still fixed on Chu Tao, as if she wanted to see through him. After a moment's silence, Jiang Mani said, "Let's go over and say hello." Her voice was so cold that Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Before Lin Feng could respond, Jiang Mani walked towards Chu Tao in her high heels, like a proud peacock. Every step made a crisp sound. Chu Tao seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head and his eyes met Jiang Mani's. What a coincidence. Jiang Mani raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a half smile. Come to see the car? Chu Tao's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, then moved to Lin Feng, and finally fell back on Jiang Mani. He replied indifferently, well, let's take a look. Jiang Mani's anger was instantly ignited. She widened her eyes and looked at Chu Tao in disbelief. He was caught red-handed by himself, yet he answered so nonchalantly, without any intention of explaining. Director Chu, do you think the car the company gave you isn't high-end enough? Jiang Mani's voice was filled with sarcasm. Human greed is insatiable. When Suwan heard this, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Mani in surprise. Just as she was about to say something, Chu Tao gently held her hand. Let's go. Chu Tao's tone was calm. Seeing this, Jiang Mani became even more angry. How could she let Chu Tao go so easily? Wait! Jiang Mani shouted, her voice echoing in the exhibition hall, the Jiang family's money didn't come from the wind. What kind of car would you like to be satisfied with? Chu Tao finally couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, Jiang Mani, does this have anything to do with you? At this moment, Lin Feng quickly walked up to Chu Tao and angrily scolded him, Junior brother, don't forget that you have been eating, wearing, and living in the Jiang family since you were a child. Do you think this has anything to do with the Jiang family? Lin Feng thought to himself that all the property of the Jiang family should belong to Jiang Mani, and Jiang Mani would become his wife sooner or later, so if Chu Tao spent the Jiang family's money now, wouldn't it be equivalent to spending his own money? Jiang Mani once told Lin Feng that Chu Tao basically had no salary, and anything he wanted to buy had to be paid for by the Jiang family. Facing Lin Feng's accusations, Chu Tao's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He responded coldly, "Lin Feng, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers in front of me? How much have I contributed to the Jiang family over the years? You'd better ask the woman next to you." Jiang Mani certainly knew that what Chu Tao said was true, but when she thought that Chu Tao had blocked her, the grievance and resentment in her heart surged like a tide. She retorted indignantly, "Chu Tao, don't be so arrogant. If the Jiang family hadn't nurtured you, you'd be lucky to be carrying bricks on a construction site now. You will never be able to repay the Jiang family's kindness to you in your lifetime. If my parents hadn't adopted you, do you think you would have had the opportunity to enjoy the best education? Even if you work like a slave for the rest of your life to make money for the Jiang family, it's what you deserve." Chu Tao didn't feel much, but Su Wan's face instantly became extremely gloomy. She bit her lips tightly, trying hard to restrain her inner anger. The Jiang family did raise Chu Tao, but what they said was too unreasonable. "Chu Tao, the contributions you made were only due to the Jiang family's background. It's not about how strong you are, it's all because of the Jiang family's support. Do you really think you're that great? If you were to swap places with Senior Lin Feng, you wouldn't even be able to match a finger of his. Why do you still look down on Senior Lin Feng?" Jiang Mani's words became more and more sharp. "Jiang Mani, are you done?" Chu Tao said calmly. Jiang Mani didn't see Chu Tao getting so angry, which made her go crazy and feel like she had no place to put her energy. Why doesn't he quarrel with himself? Even if I just listen to Chu Tao scolding me a few times, it's good. Chapter 20. Where did it go? Chu Tao came to Su Wan and said softly, "Sha Wan, let's go to another place to buy a car." Su Wan smiled sweetly and nodded. Jiang Mani clenched her fingers tightly into her palms. She watched Chu Tao and Su Wan walk out side by side. Su Wan deliberately got very close to Chu Tao, almost snuggling with him. "Senior, there are millions in this card. Go ahead and buy any car you want. I have something to ask Chu Tao." Jiang Mani didn't have time to put the card into Lin Feng's hand. She threw it in front of him and rushed out to chase Chu Tao. She was worried that Chu Tao and Su Wan would not buy a car but go directly to the hotel to book a room, so she had to stop them no matter what. "Chu Tao!" Her sharp voice startled both Chu Tao and Su Wan. Chu Tao paused for a moment, then turned to Jiang Mani and said, "What do you want? Why do you keep pestering me instead of accompanying your white moonlight?" Jiang Mani walked quickly in her 10-centimeter high heels, her heels tapping out an angry rhythm on the ground. "Chu Tao! Are you done yet? What's with the white moonlight and black moonlight? Can't you just talk properly?" Her chest heaved violently. "You haven't told me yet, why did you block me? We grew up together, you have such a cruel heart." Chu Tao glanced at Jiang Mani, and the eyes that had once been full of tenderness towards her were now as cold as ice. "Jiang Mani, we grew up together, so what? Didn't you say that love has nothing to do with time? You said it yourself, two people may be so close yet so far apart, but they may also be so far apart yet so close. Lin Feng is your destined lover." His few brief words left Jiang Mani stunned. These words came from her mouth. What was wrong with my brain at that time? I spoke without restraint. Chu Tao continued, "Jiang Mani, you said yourself that you didn't want to delay me. Even if I refuse to divorce you, when you're with me in the future, all you'll be thinking about is Lin Feng. This is very unfair to me. Now that you're with Lin Feng, are you going to tell me that I'm the one you're thinking about? How about Lin Feng and I sleep on your left and right sides, so that you can get what you want?" Chu Tao's sarcasm made Jiang Mani wish there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl into. "Chu Tao, could you please stop bringing up what I said in the past? You should always look forward. You used to say that the sea may dry up and the rocks may crumble, but your love for me will never change. But it's been less than a year since you took your vows, and you've already blocked me?" Jiang Mani finally found a reason to refute, her eyes full of pride. Chu Tao felt dizzy. "Jiang Mani, love is mutual. I have a premise for what I said." Jiang Mani smiled contemptuously. "Chu Tao, when you said that, you didn't mention any conditions. Now you're saying there's a precondition. You're going back on your word and not keeping your word. Are you a man? Su Wan saw Chu Tao's face turned pale, but she didn't know what to say for a moment. She said in a greasy voice, "Brother Chu, some people are just shameless and unreasonable. Let's go. Let's go take a hot spring bath later. I know a hot spring resort with very good water quality." Jiang Mani was furious when she heard this. This was a naked provocation. Her gaze turned to Su Wan, and she felt that this seemingly pure and harmless woman, wearing a simple white shirt and light blue pencil skirt, with her black hair draped softly on her shoulders, was like a little white flower that knew nothing about the world. But Jiang Mani felt that the more such a woman was, the more likely she was to be a scheming bitch. Fox spirit. Jiang Mani pointed at Su Wan's nose. "You have an innocent face, but you are a complete slut at heart." Passers-by stopped and whispered. Su Wan's face turned pale in an instant, but she quickly adjusted her breathing and calmly met Jiang Mani's gaze. "Jiang Mani, you are talking about yourself, right? You're a slut for flirting with your so-called white moonlight while you're married." Su Wan's voice was soft, but remarkably clear. "Brother Chu and I met after your divorce. Unlike you, a fickle woman, you were still having an affair with Bai Yue Guang after marriage." Su Wan's eyes were full of contempt. Jiang Mani said coldly, "We've only been divorced for a few days, and Chu Tao, such an honest man, has been fascinated by you. What kind of aphrodisiac did you give Chu Tao? Did you play too much in bed with him?" After she said this, she looked at the two of them nervously, trying to tell from their expressions whether they had slept together before. "That's enough." Chu Tao finally spoke, but his tone didn't contain the anger Jiang Mani expected, only boredom. "Jiang Mani, stop embarrassing yourself here." Embarrassing? Jiang Mani felt a pang of pain in her heart. She used to be called a noble little princess and an iceberg beauty. Now you say she is embarrassing? She grabbed Chu Tao's arm, her nails almost digging into his skin. "Chu Tao, you insult your ex-wife, your childhood sweetheart, just like that? You say I'm a disgrace, so wouldn't it be even more disgraceful for you to marry someone as disgraceful as me?" Jiang Mani would rather Chu Tao scold her harshly and have a huge quarrel with her than treat her as heir. Chu Tao frowned, broke free from her hand, turned to Su Wan and said, "Let's go." Looking at the backs of the two people turning and leaving, Jiang Mani knew that it couldn't end like this, and she couldn't be ignored like this. She rushed forward, grabbed Su Wan's hair and pulled it back. "Ah!" Su Wan screamed in pain and was forced to raise her head. "Let her go." Chu Tao grabbed Jiang Mani's wrist with such force that it hurt. Finally, she saw his eyes were full of anger and no longer indifferent, and a twisted sense of satisfaction surged in Jiang Mani's heart. The pain spread from his wrist to his heart, but at least he had touched her, at least he was glaring at her fiercely now. "You hurt me." Jiang Mani deliberately softened her voice, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at him with the kind of pitiful eyes that had once moved Chu Tao the most. Jiang Mani let go of the hand that was holding Su Wan's hair and looked at Chu Tao with tenderness in her eyes. "Jiang Mani, you are simply unreasonable." Chu Tao also let go of her hand, his voice low. Su Wan was not one to suffer a loss, so she slapped Jiang Mani in the face. But Jiang Mani has been learning taekwondo since she was a child and has quick reactions, which is not comparable to Su Wan, who has loved painting since she was a child. She grabbed Su Wan's wrist and pulled hard, causing Su Wan to fall forward. Chu Tao quickly hugged Su Wan's waist to prevent her from falling. Jiang Mani's eyes burned with jealousy. "Chu Tao, how dare you hug another woman?" After Su Wan stood firm, she tidied up her messed up hair. She didn't expect Jiang Mani to be so strong. "Jiang Mani, you shrew, you are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, why don't you just die?" Su Wan couldn't beat her and could only scold her. "Shut up. Who do you think you are?" Jiang Mani raised her hand, ready to slap Su Wan. Chu Tao quickly stood in front of Su Wan and grabbed Jiang Mani's wrist. "Jiang Mani, are you done yet?" His voice was as cold as a knife. "Xiao Wan is absolutely right. You are a shrew now." Jiang Mani's body was trembling. She deliberately wanted to provoke Chu Tao and attract attention, but Chu Tao protected Su Wan and called her a shrew, which still made her furious. She is a proud little peacock. If Chu Tao hadn't ignored her, would she be so hysterical? Where did the man who once had his heart and eyes full of her go? Chapter 21. A different Su Wan. Ding ling ling. Jiang Mani's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Lin Feng calling, she felt impatient. Why is it never ending? Don't you know that you are pursuing Chu Tao? She thought that she had already given Lin Feng several million, so why was Lin Feng looking for her now? Jiang Mani decisively hung up Lin Feng's phone. What Jiang Mani didn't expect was that Lin Feng called her one after another. She was annoyed by Lin Feng's persistence and finally pressed the answer button helplessly. Lin Feng's aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. Manny, you gave me the card, but you didn't tell me the password. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Mani's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, realizing that she had indeed forgotten to tell Lin Feng the password. I was so anxious to catch up with my ex-husband that I completely forgot about the password. A trace of guilt welled up in her heart. Senior, I'm so sorry. I'll send you the password right away. I'll hang up now. Jiang Mani said hurriedly, then quickly hung up the phone. She looked up and saw Chu Tao and Su Wan walking away. Watching their departing backs, Jiang Mani's resentment grew stronger. She thought indignantly, Chu Tao, wait until you and I get back together, and see how I'll deal with you. How could you forget the vows we made to each other? And fall in love with someone else so quickly? In recent times, Zhang's father and mother have been very busy abroad. When they returned to China, they had no idea that their daughter would divorce Chu Tao. When they heard the news, they were filled with shock and disbelief. In the eyes of Zhang's father and mother, their daughter's divorce from Chu Tao was just a fit of anger. They grew up together and have a deep relationship. After getting married, they are still in love with each other. How could such an emotional foundation be broken up just like that? Su Wan couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw that Jiang Mani didn't catch up with her. She turned to look at Chu Tao. Brother Chu, has your ex-wife always been so unreasonable? Chu Tao shook his head. Xiao Wan, she used to be very proud and would never lose her composure like she has recently. I really can't understand why she became like this. He and Jiang Mani grew up together and knew her personality very well. But now, Jiang Mani seems to have become a completely different person. Brother Chu, what about your ex-wife? She's really annoying. Su Wan said coquettishly, but I can see that she really seems to want to reconcile with you. Is Bai Yueguan so worthless? Did she get tired of him in such a short time? Su Wan looked at Chu Tao, a meaningful smile on her lips. Brother Chu, will you reconcile with her? Chu Tao shook his head. Let the past be the past. If we continue to be together, the feeling will change. Let's not talk about this anymore. Chu Tao changed the subject. Xiao Wan, you've helped me so much. How can I thank you? Su Wan smiled and said, Brother Chu, given the relationship between us, do you still need to be polite to me? Chu Tao felt a little strange. Xin Shui had told him before that Su Wan was absorbed in the art world and knew nothing about the company's affairs. However, after a month of contact, he found that Su Wan was not only very familiar with the operation of the media company, but also handled things decisively and organizedly. Xiao Wan, I find that you know a lot about media companies. Chu Tao asked curiously. Su Wan blinked mischievously. Brother Chu, I have a best friend who runs a media company, I know a little bit about it. Chu Tao nodded. Su Wan had artistic talent, but she also had a capable and decisive side. Her every move and gesture revealed the demeanor of a strong woman. Brother Chu, I just told you to go to the hot springs, and I really didn't mean to anger Jiang Mani. I just want to relax with you. Su Wan's eyes were full of anticipation. She was very eager to go to the hot spring with Chu Tao. This was the best opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Chu Tao looked at Su Wan with a playful smile. Xiao Wan, you still dare to go to the hot spring? Don't you have any psychological trauma? Don't forget, that incident between you and Mr. Qin happened because of the hot spring bath. Su Wan smiled brightly. That was a complete accident. I'm not the kind of person who gets scared for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. Besides, if there hadn't been that incident in the hot spring, how could the three of us have known each other? After Su Wan said this, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Thinking about herself in Qin Shui's villa, she felt inexplicably excited. As long as you want to be open-minded, then let's go. Chu Tao nodded. He also understood in his heart that many things might really be destined, and his acquaintance with Qin Shui and Su Wan was very dramatic. Brother Chu, don't worry, the hot spring location I chose this time is absolutely safe, there won't be any problems. Last time, Director Qin was too careless and didn't even take precautions against his college classmates. Otherwise, how could such a smart person like her end up in such a mess? Let's go and relax completely. We've been really tired lately. Chu Tao looked at Su Wan's slightly tired face, and a wave of pity surged in his heart. Xiao Wan, you are right. After we finish work today, we will go to the hot springs to relax in the evening. Qin Shui didn't want Chu Tao to get too close to other women, but she didn't care at all about what happened between Chu Tao and Su Wan. She even felt that this could provide some protection for herself so that others wouldn't pay too much attention to her relationship with Chu Tao. The night falls quietly as dark as ink. Chu Tao and Su Wan were in the warm hot spring pool, looking into each other's eyes. The hot spring pool was filled with a light mist, as if isolating them from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. In this quiet and ambiguous atmosphere, Chu Tao felt very relaxed and forgot all his worries. "Brother Chu, did you often take hot spring baths with Jiang Mani in the past?" Su Wan's voice came softly. Chu Tao looked at Su Wan's watery eyes and smiled slightly. "Why do you ask that? How do you know that I often take a hot spring bath with her?" Su Wan said gently, "Brother Chu, I just guessed that you know a lot about hot springs. You can't bathe with other women, right?" Su Wan is the ceiling of purity and desire, and her eyes quickly change from pure to hot. "Xiaowan, Jiang Mani and I are already in the past, so let's not mention her anymore. We can't soak in the hot spring for too long, let's go up." Su Wan nodded. She also knew that it was best not to soak in a hot spring for more than half an hour, otherwise it would hurt the skin. Chu Tao pulled the delicate Su Wan. Su Wan's heart was pounding, and she was filled with excitement and anticipation. She found that her skin was getting better and better, and she felt very happy. Chapter 22: The Shape of Water. Su Wan's wet hair was still dripping, and her eyes were blurry. "Brother Chu, carry me to take a shower," Su Wan exclaimed softly. Chu Tao picked up Su Wan and walked towards the shower room. "Brother Chu, do you like hugging me?" Su Wan felt Chu Tao's strong arms. "Xiaowan, you've gained a lot of weight and are becoming more and more plump." Chu Tao's voice was filled with smile as he walked with big strides. The lighting in the shower room is much brighter than that by the hot spring pool. Only then did Su Wan notice that the water droplets hanging on Chu Tao's body were winding down his well-defined muscles. His long-term fitness habits made his body as perfect as an ancient sculpture: broad shoulders and narrow waist, distinct abdominal muscles, and the muscles on his arms bulged slightly as he hugged her. Chu Tao carefully placed her on the non-slip mat and turned on the shower. Su Wan couldn't take her eyes off him. From top to bottom, water droplets rolled on his bronze skin, reflecting a charming luster under the light. The water temperature is just right. Chu Tao turned around and found her staring at him infatuatedly. He couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaowan, why did you suddenly become so crazy? Your eyes are so fiery." "Brother Chu, I just love watching." Su Wan made no secret of her admiration. "Turn around, I'll rub your back." Chu Tao turned around obediently. Su Wan squeezed some shower gel into her palm and gently applied it on his broad back. Her fingers carefully traced the contours of his back muscles, feeling Chu Tao's very elastic skin and the powerful strength hidden under his strong body. Chu Tao closed his eyes and enjoyed her gentle touch. It was a little itchy, but very comfortable. "Brother Chu, your muscles are so beautiful," Su Wan said in a sweet voice. "The transition from the trapezius to the deltoid is perfect, and the spinal groove is deep. It's a living example of anatomy." Chu Tao chuckled. "Xiaowan, you are a girl studying painting. Why do you want to change your career to become a doctor?" "Brother Chu, my undergraduate major is medicine." "Are you surprised?" "I forgot to tell you before that painting is just my hobby." Su Wan playfully poked his waist. Chu Tao was shocked. If Su Wan had said that she majored in economics or even law in college, he would not have found it strange at all. He did not expect that Su Wan majored in medicine in college. Su Wan continued to move down, sliding her fingers across his slender waistline. Suddenly, an idea struck her like lightning: it would be a waste not to record Chu Tao's body in perfect contours. "Brother Chu," her voice became excited, "turn around and stand up straight to face me." Chu Tao turned around in confusion, water droplets dripping from the ends of his hair and sliding down his collarbone to his chest. Su Wan's eyes lit up surprisingly. She quickly left and picked up her phone. "I want to take a picture and then paint it into an oil painting." Chu Tao was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Xiaowan, do you really think of me as your model? Is it not possible?" Su Wan turned on the camera and adjusted the angle. "Brother Chu, I've seen this oil painting of water droplets rolling down the body of a female model before. But I've never seen a male model before, so I want to draw it myself, standing straight, right, like this." Chu Tao looked at her focused expression and shook his head helplessly, but still stood up straight to cooperate. Su Wan pointed her camera at him, capturing the moment when the water droplets slid across his muscles from every angle. "Brother Chu, turn sideways, yes, lift your arms a little, the lines of this latissimus dorsi are so perfect." Su Wan muttered to herself while filming. Shu Tao looked at her obsessed expression and felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Is your body really that perfect? He thought it was quite ordinary, maybe it's because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Suwon sometimes squatted down, sometimes stood on tiptoe, recording Chu Tao's body from different angles, her eyes becoming more and more fiery. The last one, the front. Suwon instructed, put your hands behind your head, right. Through the phone screen, she saw the water flowing down Chu Tao's abdominal muscles, outlining an attractive shadow under the light. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his whole body exuded a fatal attraction. Suwon's fingers pressed the shutter button uncontrollably, afraid of missing any perfect moment. Shawan, are you done taking the photos? Shu Tao's voice was a little hoarse. Suwon put down her phone and looked at him intently. I want to draw a series of you from different angles. Can it be called Shape of Water? Shu Tao walked closer to her, water droplets dripping from his body, forming small puddles on the ground. Why does this name sound weird? It has nothing to do with me? How about a name change? Shu Tao gently stroked Suwon's hair. No. Suwon said seriously, art cannot be too straightforward, it must be vague and give people room for imagination. The way water drops on your skin. She reached out and touched Chu Feng's chest and said in a soft voice, Brother Chu, if you were a model, you would definitely be very famous, with a figure like a marble sculpture. Shu Tao smiled faintly and said, at most I can be your model. Suwon looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with creative passion. Brother Chu. She stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, I will draw all your perfections. When you are old, you will be very moved when you look at your youth. After Suwon finished speaking, Chu Tao's kiss fell like a storm, passionate and eager. The water was still spraying, wetting their hair and faces, but they were completely unaware. Wait. Suwon suddenly pushed him away and said breathlessly, photo. We have to take a photo. Chu Tao frowned, now? Yes. Suwon activated the front camera. I want to draw two people taking a shower. In the camera, Suwon's cheeks were flushed, her hair was wet and stuck to her face, Chu Tao's chin was resting on her shoulder, his eyes full of tenderness. Perfect. Suwon said in a sweet voice after looking at it, this will be the most perfect work of my life. Chu Tao held her face in his hands and whispered, no matter how many paintings you draw, I'm willing to be your model. Suwon's eyes sparkled, really? Then I will draw you for the rest of my life. Chu Tao kissed the tip of her nose and said, life is too long, let's seize the present moment. The sound of flowing water drowned out the whispers of the two people. In this space shrouded in water vapor, art and desire intertwined to create the most moving picture. Chu Tao thought that he could be a source of inspiration for her, which was also a kind of fun in life. An hour later, Suwon's face was flushed. The two returned to the room, and Suwon immediately took out her sketchbook and started sketching quickly. Chu Tao sat on the sofa, looking at her focused profile. A serious woman is really attractive. Chapter 23 Jiang Mani's explanation. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The renovation of Chu Tao's Chaoyu Media in Xinjia building is almost complete, and preparations for recruiting employees have begun. Jiang Mani's parents finally finished their work abroad and hurried home to deal with their daughter in Chu Tao's affairs. When they arrived at the gate, Jiang Mani was already waiting there. The Patek Philippe watch on Jiang Liangming's wrist showed that it was 4:30 in the afternoon. The 20-hour flight left both of them exhausted, but the joy of success diluted the fatigue. They fought a good battle in the European market and won stable orders for the company for the next 3 years. Mani. Xu Shan smiled when she saw her daughter waiting at the gate. But without the presence of his son-in-law, he felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, Mom. Jiang Mani's voice sounded a little hoarse. Chu Tao doesn't want me anymore, you have to help me call him back. Jiang Mani's eyes were full of grievance. Xu Shan gently stroked her daughter's hair. Mani, you and Chu Tao have such a good relationship, how could you? Jiang Jingning dialed Chu Tao's number, Xiao Tao, please come home. I have something I want to ask you in person. He wanted to ask clearly last time, but time did not allow it. An hour later, Chu Tao arrived at Zhang's house. He was dressed neatly, with his dark blue shirt ironed meticulously. This was a habit Jiang Jingming taught him since he was a child. Uncle, aunt. Chu Tao almost called his parents, but when he saw Jiang Mani, he remembered that he was divorced. Jiang Liangming frowned slightly. He was used to Chu Tao calling him dad and mom. 20 years ago, when he first met Chu Tao in the orphanage, Chu Tao had just learned to walk. He fell in love with this handsome boy at first sight, his big and lively eyes. Jiang Jingming adopted him, raised him, and finally married his only daughter to him. She always had high hopes for Chu Tao. Xu Shan, who was standing next to him, saw that Chu Tao was a little unnatural and said gently, "Xiao Tao, you have lost a lot of weight recently. Sit down and talk. Manny's dad and I spoiled Manny. Now in front of Manny, can you tell me why you want a divorce?" Xu Tao took a deep breath, his hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching, and it was Manny who filed for divorce. She said she had only loved one person in her life, and that was her college senior, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Xu Shan frowned. When Manny was in college, I never heard Manny mention this person. Me too. Xu Tao said seriously, I didn't know she had a crush on Lin Feng until the day she filed for divorce. Jiang Jingming stared at the young man he treated as his own son and asked, "Xiao Tao, why did you agree so easily? To love someone, it is not about what they say, but what they do. Manny is childish. But Xiao Tao, you are a very mature man, how can you really divorce Manny just because of her nonsense?" Xu Tao said, "She begged me desperately at that time. Uncle. She said that if she missed Lin Feng, she would never be happy in her life, and since the Jiang family had taken me and since I was a child, she asked me to let her go free." Xu Tao's voice trembled slightly. She said it so firmly, so painfully. "She's not happy at all with me. I had no reason to refuse. She even knelt down and begged me for a divorce." Xu Shan gasped and asked, "Manny kneeled down and begged you for a divorce?" Xu Tao nodded, remembering Jiang Manny's tearful voice. "Xu Tao, please. I have never lived for myself in my life. After contacting Lin Feng, I realized that he had always loved me. At that moment, I knew what true love was. Please let me go, please." Jiang Jingming and Xu Shan were so shocked that they were speechless. This was completely unlike the daughter they knew. Besides, my daughter has been happy every day since she married Chu Tao, so how could there be any pain? But Jiang Manny's next words exploded in the living room like a bomb. "Kneeling is just a joke." When Xu Shan put down the teacup, the porcelain clinked and made a crisp sound. "Manny, please explain clearly. What's going on?" Jiang Manny huddled in a corner of the sofa, biting her lip. Her gaze wandered, finally landing on the pot of Phalaenopsis orchid between her parents. "Mom, I just want to talk to you alone." She pulled her mother into the bedroom and whispered, "That night, we were." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and her ears grew redder and redder. Xu Shan cleared her throat and said, "Let's get to the point. We just made love several times." Jiang Manny said stubbornly, "Xu Tao tossed me so hard I couldn't stand up, so I knelt on the bed and told him I wanted a divorce." "Enough." Xu Shan stood up suddenly, her cheeks flushed red. She walked quickly to the window, her back to her daughter, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Manny, what can I say to you? At that time, you actually asked for a divorce?" Xu Shan felt her temples throbbing and tried hard to control her voice from shaking. "Are you really that unhappy marrying Xiao Tao?" "No." Jiang Manny shook her head hurriedly. "I'm very happy." Xu Shan turned around, the blush on her face still lingering. "Manny, are you happy or joyful?" "Mother, it's still the same. I'm happy and cheerful." Jiang Manny's eyes were red as she said aggrievedly, "I asked for a divorce because I was possessed by evil spirits at the time. Those words don't count." Who knew he would agree so readily? He actually went straight to court the next day, skipping even the cooling off period. Tears quickly welled up in Jiang Manny's eyes. "If he had given me a little more time and let me see Lin Feng, we wouldn't have really divorced." Xu Shan held her daughter's cold hand and said, "Manny, marriage is not a joke. How can you just talk about divorce?" Jiang Manny said excitedly, "My college classmate Li Ting is always talking about divorce, but they both have 2 children. My best friend Wang Jiaojiu has broken up with her boyfriend hundreds of times, but they're still incredibly loving and are getting engaged next month." Xu Shan felt dizzy. Is this what's going on with modern young people? She thought about her marriage with Jiang Jingming for more than 20 years, and how they had only had a few loud arguments, let alone the word divorce being on their lips. "Manny, Xiao Tao is not Wang Li's husband, nor is he Zhang Ting's boyfriend," Xu Shan said in a low voice. "He's an orphan, and the fear of being abandoned is ingrained in him." Jiang Manny's face turned pale. "Kneel down either on the bed or on the floor and beg him to set you free, saying that you've only ever loved Lin Feng in your life." Xu Shan continued, every word is like a hammer hitting his heart. "What do you think he'll do? Hold on to you tightly?" I was wrong." Jiang Manny's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Shu Shan sighed, Manny, Xiao Tao is not as willing to compromise as you think. His personality now is completely different from when he was a child. When he was a child, he was very insecure. He's worked very hard since he was young, and deep down he's always worried that your father and I might not want him one day. Jiang Mani covered her face and her shoulders began to shake violently. Those neglected fragments of memory now became extremely clear. When Chu Tao was little, he often held her hand and asked, Sister Manny, will you always be with me? Will you leave me one day? Auntie, will you abandon me like my biological parents did? Shu Shan continued, as Xiao Tao grew up, he went from being extremely insecure and inferior to someone with a strong sense of self-esteem. Even your father may not really understand him. He has always focused on his career and doesn't think too much about his children's psychology. Chapter 24, Beating. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled light and shadows on the marble floor of the Jiang family's living room. Chu Tao felt extremely melancholy, as this place held too many memories for him. Xiao Tao, you and Manny should take some time to remarry. Jiang Jing is 52 years old this year, but her body is still as straight as a pine tree, and her voice is loud. There was a gleam in his eyes that Chu Tao was familiar with. Xiao Tao, this is your home. Jiang Jingming patted Chu Tao's shoulder and said, you grew up here, how can you just leave like that? Hurry and move back. You can be angry, but you can't run away from home. Chu Tao raised his head and said seriously, Uncle, Manny and I are over, and we will not remarry. That girl is ignorant. I will teach her a lesson. Jiang Jingming raised his voice a few degrees, who is that kid Lin Feng? How can you give up Manny for such a person? It's not Lin Feng's fault. Chu Tao's voice was calm. This is Manny's choice. We must respect everyone's choice. Jiang Jingming said, Xiao Tao, everyone makes mistakes, and choices often go wrong. I can only feel at ease if I leave Manny to you. Chu Tao smelled the familiar scent of cologne on Jiang Jingming, mixed with a hint of cigar aroma. This scent accompanied him throughout his childhood and youth. For many nights, every time Jiang Jingming returned home, she would always go to his room first to take a look at him sleeping in bed. Uncle. Chu Tao's Adam's apple rolled, I will never forget your kindness to me. Marriage is a matter between two people, and a broken mirror cannot be mended. Nonsense. Jiang Jingming paced back and forth in the living room. What do you mean by broken mirror cannot be mended? That's just a coward's excuse. Good things take time. Manny already knows she was wrong. Look, her eyes were red just now. Chu Tao said softly, Uncle, even if she regrets it now, it was only after she met Lin Feng that she was dissatisfied with him and only then thought of my kindness. If Lin Feng makes her very satisfied, they might even secretly get their marriage certificate at this time. Jiang Jingming's face turned pale in an instant. He stumbled back 2 steps and fell onto the sofa. He is also a man and can understand Chu Tao's feelings. The belated affection is cheaper than grass. My daughter compared Chu Tao and Lin Feng. Even if she chose Chu Tao in the end, it would be the biggest insult to Chu Tao. But Jiang Liangming really couldn't bear to give up his son-in-law Chu Tao. He always thought that the best choice he could make in his life was to adopt Chu Tao. Xiao Tao, consider this your uncle begging you to give Manny a chance. From now on, the entire Jiang family group will be handed over to you. Only then will your aunt and I be completely relieved. Chu Tao shook his head, his throat choked with sobs. Jiang Mani's parents treated him as their own son, even better than they treated their own daughter Jiang Mani. I remember that when he was 10 years old, he had a high fever, and Xu Shan and Jiang Jingming stayed with him in the hospital for a day and a night. Uncle, we won't be happy if we force ourselves to be together. I already have a knot in my heart. Xu Tao said honestly. Xiao Tao, why do you want to move out? Jiang Jingming could only take a step back and keep Chu Tao and the Jiang family first, letting his daughter slowly win him back. I'll take care of Manny's affairs. I promise you'll never see Lin Feng again. Xu Tao took a deep breath. He had to be decisive. Uncle, I don't love her anymore. Jiang Jingming froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The last rays of sunset slipped out the window, and the living room suddenly darkened. Don't love you anymore? Jiang Jingming murmured again, you grew up together, how can you just say you don't love me anymore? Xu Tao said quietly, some things, once they happen, can never be undone. I will not remarry her. She can marry whoever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. When Jiang Jingming heard this, he raised his hand. Shu Tao subconsciously closed his eyes, anticipating a slap on the face. But after waiting for a long time, he only felt a breeze brushing his cheek. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Jingming's hand hanging in the air, shaking violently. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Xiao Tao. Jiang Jingming's voice was broken. From childhood to adulthood, I have never touched you. Shu Tao's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He recalled that when he was 11 years old, he accidentally broke an antique vase that Jiang Jingming treasured, and was so scared that he hid in the closet and dared not come out. After Jiang Jingming found him, he just touched his head and said, "If things are broken, you can buy new ones, but what if you are injured?" Uncle. Shu Tao reached out to support the staggering Jiang Jingming. Jiang Jingming grabbed his arm with astonishing strength. Shu Tao, stay. Even if it's not for Manny, it's for me and your aunt. His tears finally fell. Without you, this family is not complete. Shu Tao felt suffocated. Jiang Jingming had never spoken to him in such a tone before. This ironclad man, a powerful figure in the business world, now seemed like a helpless child. Manny has been spoiled by me and her mother. She's so willful and reckless. If we can't hand her over to you, your aunt and I will never rest in peace. These words struck Shu Tao like lightning. Auntie, you can't say that. Shu Tao felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Jing's fingers gently stroked Shu Tao's eyebrows. Xiao Tao, Manny will change, but only if you don't give up on her. I'm worried that if you don't want her anymore, she'll just give up. A quarter of an hour later, Shu Tao finally turned around and left. Behind him, Jiang Jingming stood for a long time, until the familiar figure completely disappeared in the twilight. His trembling hands touched the glass, as if trying to grab something, but he only felt something cold. After all, I still can't keep you. Jiang Jingming's voice choked. Outside the window, the early summer evening breeze blew through the rose garden, sending petals flying. Like those irretrievable times, gone forever. Jiang Manny came out of the bedroom and saw that Shu Tao was nowhere to be seen. She looked aggrieved and blamed her father in her heart for not being able to keep Shu Tao. Dad! How could you let Xiao Tao go? I don't care, call him now and ask him to come back and live here. Jiang Jingming was furious. How dare you say that? Let me ask you, why did Lin Feng hook up with you? He disappeared for such a long time, why did he contact you all of a sudden? Has it never occurred to you that he has some ulterior motive? I will find someone to thoroughly investigate what Lin Feng did abroad. If he dares to set his sights on the Jiang family, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang Manny said angrily, Dad, you couldn't keep Xiao Tao, so why are you taking your anger out on Lin Feng? I've already let Lin Feng down enough, so please don't cause him any trouble. I asked him to return to China and marry me, but I soon regretted it. I felt he couldn't give me the same feeling I had in college. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lin Feng. When Jiang Jingming heard this, he slapped his daughter hard in the face. He was reluctant to hit Shu Tao, but that didn't mean he was reluctant to hit his daughter. Besides, he knew that his daughter really deserved to be beaten. You divorced Xiao Tao just for a vague feeling of university life. I'll beat you to death, you fool. Chapter 25 Lin Feng's Elegance. Jiang Manny covered her burning left cheek, tears falling uncontrollably. Dad, you hit me? Her voice trembled and her eyes widened. Jiang Jingming's face turned pale and his lips were pressed into a straight line. Manny could see the anger in her father's eyes. Jingming! Shu Shan rushed out of the bedroom. What are you doing? Can't you just talk it out nicely? Shu Shan quickly walked to her daughter and gently stroked her red cheek. Does it hurt? Jiang Manny shook her head, but her tears fell even harder. She threw herself into her mother's arms and cried like a child. Mom! Dad couldn't keep Xiao Tao, so he took it out on me. Why does Dad treat me like this? Shu Shan and her husband sighed, feeling deeply powerless. The next afternoon, Lin Feng called Jiang Manny more than 10 times. But Jiang Manny directly rejected them all. Lin Feng had already used Jiang Manny's money to buy a black Maybach, and still had hundreds of thousands of yuan left. He originally wanted to treat Jiang Manny to a meal to thank her for her generosity. But Jiang Manny didn't answer the phone, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. This woman asked him to come back and get married, but so much time has passed, why hasn't he been allowed to visit his future father-in-law and mother-in-law? Lin Feng was angry for a long time. Looking at the brand new Maybach, he secretly thought that after he got Jiang Manny and the entire Jiang family, he would destroy the second-hand Jiang Manny. He sat in the driver's seat. The leather seat fit his body perfectly, and the faint scent of leather lingered at his nose. Lin Feng took a deep breath and started the engine. The V12 engine emitted a low and powerful roar, like a beast ready to attack. This is what life is all about. Lin Feng stepped lightly on the accelerator and drove towards the main road of the city. The scenery outside the car window quickly receded. Lin Feng turned on the music, and the Burmester sound system perfectly presented every note. When he adjusted the rearview mirror, he accidentally saw himself in the mirror with a carefully groomed hairstyle, angular profile, and this luxury car. He looked like a young and promising elite. Let's go to the art academy. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. The steering wheel turned flexibly in his hands, and the Maybach drove elegantly towards the art school. It was school time and there were already many students coming in and out of the school gate. Lin Feng deliberately parked the car in the most conspicuous position, lowered the window, and casually put his arm on the window frame, looking relaxed and comfortable. As expected, the luxury car and his already outstanding appearance quickly attracted attention. First, a few girls looked back frequently, and then some people started whispering. Lin Feng pretended not to see it, lowered his head to fiddle with his phone, but in fact he was observing his surroundings with his peripheral vision. "Handsome guy, is this car yours?" A girl with flaxen hair and wearing a miniskirt walked up boldly and bent down to look into the car. The neckline on her chest was very low, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Lin Feng looked up and showed a charming smile. "Just mentioned it, how is it?" "That's so cool," the girl's eyes lit up. "I'm Zhang Lu from the acting department. Can I add her on WeChat?" "Of course." Lin Feng readily pulled out his phone and scanned the code to add the person. This start went even smoother than he had expected. As soon as Zhang Lu added WeChat, her bestie also came over and chattered around the car. "Can we sit in and feel it for ourselves?" Zhang Lu said in a charming voice. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Come on up, I'll take you for a ride." Zhang Lu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, while her best friend sat in the back seat. Lin Feng felt the admiring gazes of the two girls, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction arose spontaneously. "Fasten your seatbelts." He lowered his voice deliberately, pretending to be nonchalant. The Maybach drove smoothly out of the school gate, attracting more attention. Lin Feng deliberately slowed down the car so that passers-by could see the situation inside the car clearly. "What are your majors?" Lin Feng asked, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. "I'm from the dance department, and Xiaoyu is from the vocal department," Zhang Lu replied in a sweet voice. "What about you? You don't look like you're from our school." "I'm an investor," Lin Feng made up. This identity always made the girls more interested. "I've been looking at some art projects lately, so I came to your school to take a look." "Wow, you're already investing at such a young age?" Wu Xiaoyu leaned forward from the back seat. "No wonder you drive such a nice car." Lin Feng smiled without answering, deliberately letting himself be mysterious to add points. He drove along the city's landscape avenue with two girls, speeding up from time to time to let them experience the feeling of being pushed on the back, which caused bursts of screams and laughter. At the same time, in a high-rise office building on the other side of the city, Jiang Jingming was frowning as he looked at the photos and videos uploaded to his mobile phone. In the picture, Lin Feng is standing next to the Maybach with a lewd smile, and his left and right hands are stroking the woman's buttocks. "Is this Lin Feng, the person Manny had a crush on in college?" Jiang Jingming snorted coldly. He had just sent someone to secretly investigate Lin Feng this morning, but he didn't expect to see Lin Feng's shameful face so soon. "Using my daughter's money to buy luxury cars and pick up girls? This pretty boy must be tired of living." A cold light flashed in Jiang Jingming's eyes. He picked up the phone and called his daughter. "Manny, come to my office right now, immediately." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jingming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the panoramic view of the city. The setting sun dyed the sky blood red, reflecting on his resolute face. 20 minutes later, Jiang Manny hurried to her father's office. She wore a simple white shirt and jeans, with her long hair tied into a ponytail, looking fresh and refined. "Dad, why did you call me here so urgently? Has Xiaodao changed his mind?" Jiang Manny asked expectantly. Jiang Jingming didn't answer, but just pushed the phone in front of her. Jiang Manny watched Lin Feng touching the woman's buttocks, and both women leaned against him affectionately. Her face was calm, and she felt relieved at the same time, and the guilt in her heart was a little less. "Dad, you called me here just for this?" Jiang Mani asked calmly. He used your card to buy a Maybach to attract attention. Did the Jiang family's money just come from the wind? Jiang Mani said quietly, Dad, I just feel sorry for him and want to give him some compensation. Mani. Jiang Jingming said unhappily, when did you become so generous? Spend so much money to compensate a gigolo who lives off his wife. What have you done to make him feel sorry for? He knew you were married, but he still tried his best to destroy your marriage. How come you ended up being the one who let him down in the end? Jiang Jingming looked at his daughter with disappointment. That's not true. Jiang Mani retorted excitedly, I was the first one to tell Lin Feng that I had a crush on him in college, and that's why Lin Feng said that he actually liked me in college too. Jiang Jingming took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Mani, are you still defending Lin Feng? You must quickly make Lin Feng spit out the money, otherwise I will find a way to make him pay back the debt. Jiang Mani spoke cautiously, Dad, just deduct that money from my pocket money, okay? I'm too embarrassed to ask for it back. Chapter 26 True Colors Revealed. Jiang Jingming looked at his daughter with disappointment and said nothing more. He decided to take action himself to vent his anger. Jiang Mani felt very aggrieved by her father's eyes. Why doesn't her father understand her? She gave the money to Lin Feng on her own initiative, so how can she get it back? Is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family so clueless? As night falls, the private room of the Qingtian Club becomes magnificent. Zhang Lu and Wu Xiaoyu sat on Lin Feng's left and right sides respectively, both with admiration in their eyes. Mr. Lin, you actually stayed abroad for such a long time. Zhang Lu said in a sweet voice. Lin Feng raised a smug smile and took a sip of the expensive red wine. My family's business is mainly overseas, and returning home this time is very stressful. My father gave me 2 billion to develop the domestic market, and I'm worried that I won't be able to meet his expectations. Oh my god. Wu Xiaoyu held her cheeks with both hands, stars twinkling in her eyes. Boss Lin, you are so amazing. Zhang Lu rolled her eyes at her best friend, worried that she would snatch Lin Feng from her. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. These stupid women could be made infatuated by just making up a few stories. He took out his mobile phone and showed a photo with a foreign boss, which was actually the result of his Photoshop. Zhang Lu and Wu Xiaoyu came closer to watch, and the mixed scent of their perfumes rushed into Lin Feng's nostrils. By the way, I also have a big villa in Milan. Lin Feng continued to brag, will you take me there next time? Really? Wu Xiaoyu almost jumped up in excitement. I've never been abroad. Zhang Lu pushed her best friend and asked her to be careful. Lin Feng pretended to smile deeply and said, it's just a matter of words for me. I have friends in many European countries. I'm going to the bathroom. Wu Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable. Why was her best friend so hostile to her? Mr. Lin. Zhang Lu's voice was sickeningly sweet. Actually, I've been a virgin for 21 years, and I've always wanted to find a man as good as you. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Lu has a hot body and a beautiful face. His throat was dry. Really? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with obscenity. Then tonight, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Zhang Lu lowered her head shyly. She felt that her innocence could finally be sold for a high price. Mr. Lin, you are so mean. Zhang Lu's eyes were watery. Lin Feng has already started to think, after Wu Xiaoyu comes out of the bathroom, should he take the two of them directly to get a room? If Wu Xiaoyu is also a virgin, then tonight is a great win. If not, then she can give Zhang Lu a good teaching. Just as he was immersed in dirty fantasies, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Lin Feng. An angry shout sounded like thunder. Lin Feng trembled all over and hurriedly pulled it out from Zhang Lu's chest. Turning around, he saw Jiang Jingming standing at the door with 4 bodyguards in black, and his face turned pale instantly. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Jiang. Lin Feng's voice was trembling. Jiang Liangming's aura was so strong that the temperature in the entire box seemed to drop by several degrees. He glanced coldly at the disheveled Zhang Lu, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? You actually used my daughter's money to play with other women? Jiang Jingming's voice was not loud, but it made Lin Feng feel like he was falling into an ice cave. He thought about meeting Jiang Jingming day and night, hoping to get his approval as soon as possible. The shadow of this man has been deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng looked up a lot of information about Jiang Liangming and thought he knew Jiang Liangming very well. He didn't expect that he would come to him in person for a few million. Zhang Lu hurriedly straightened her clothes and looked at the group of people who suddenly broke in with horror. Who are you? Mr. Lin, this is. Shut up. Jiang Jingming gave a look and a bodyguard immediately stepped forward, scaring Zhang Lu so much that he huddled in the corner of the sofa and dared not make a sound. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in sweat, and he forced a smile. Uncle Jiang, Zhang Lu and I are innocent. It was this bitch who seduced me. I have never done anything wrong to Manny. You must believe me. You idiot. Jiang Jingming was both angry and amused. Patek Philippe? You should at least buy a high-quality replica. Zhang Liangming smashed Lin Feng's watch to the ground, and the glass on the watch shattered. Lin Feng's face turned pale and his legs began to tremble. Jiang Jingming approached step by step. A poor boy, taking my daughter's money, now pretending to be rich to pick up girls? Zhang Lu looked at Lin Feng in shock, and the admiration in her eyes instantly turned into contempt. She looked at the domineering Jiang Jingming and her heart was pounding. Zhang Lu suddenly found that the man in front of her looked very familiar. She heard Lin Feng call him Uncle Jiang just now. Could he be the chairman of the Jiang group? Thinking of this, she tremblingly took out her cell phone to verify it online. My heart almost melted when I realized that the man in front of me was really Chairman Jiang. I actually met Jiang Jingming face to face. It turns out that successful men are so charming when they scold others. Zhang Lu felt a surge of emotion in her heart. The bodyguard grabbed Lin Feng by the collar, pushed him to the ground, and slapped him several times. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, no longer able to maintain the disguise of a successful person. His hair was disheveled, his face was red and swollen, his shirt was soaked with sweat, and he looked like a skinned mangy dog. Uncle Jiang, I was wrong. Lin Feng's face was covered with snot and tears. Please give me a chance. Jiang Jingming looked at him with disgust. Opportunity? Do you deserve it? He turned to the bodyguard and said, take him away. I want him to pay up every penny. The bodyguard carried Lin Feng like a chicken. The General Lin, who had just been so elegant and graceful, was so frightened that he became incontinent. Lin Feng. Zhang Lu said with trembling lips, you liar, you haven't paid yet. Mr. Jiang, my best friend and I are both college students. We don't have that much money. This damn liar tricked us into coming here. Mr. Jiang, thank you. If you hadn't come here, my innocence would have been ruined. Zhang Lu emphasized that she was a college student and a virgin. She is beautiful and has a good figure. Jiang Jingming is also a man, so maybe he will support her. Go away, don't worry about the money. Just keep your eyes open in the future. Jiang Jingming said coldly. Tonight's expenses will naturally be charged to Lin Feng. Jiang Jingming found that Lin Feng's appearance was indeed good, just a little bit worse than that of her son-in-law. It should be appropriate to use Lin Feng to serve those with special fetishes. He lowered himself to deal with Lin Feng because he was so angry. Lin Feng caused Chu Tao to divorce his daughter, and Chu Tao even moved out of the Jiang family. In his mind, Chu Tao is as important as his daughter. Jiang Jingming couldn't sleep at night if he didn't get rid of this. After the bodyguard dragged Lin Feng, who kept begging for mercy, away, Wu Xiaoyu soon came out of the bathroom. She was in the bathroom just now and didn't dare to come out when she heard the noise, but she could hear what was said outside clearly. The two looked at each other. Zhang Lu asked quietly, Xiaoyu, do you think Director Jiang would be interested in me? Wu Xiaoyu glared at her bestie. Just now, Director Jiang called Lin Feng an idiot. I think you are even more of an idiot. Chapter 27, Secret Room. At dusk the next day, Qin Shui stood quietly in front of the window of the general manager's office of Chaoyu Media Company. Her black suit made her look more elegant. She squinted her eyes slightly and looked down at the lights of the city that were gradually coming on. A quarter of an hour later, she gently held a crystal glass in her right hand, which was half full of red wine. Qin Shui's slender fingers gracefully shook the wine glass, watching the red wine slowly swirl in the glass, forming small whirlpools. Are you satisfied with the inspection of the company? Chu Tao's deep and magnetic voice sounded behind her. He stood half a step behind Qin Shui. Qin Shui didn't answer immediately. She took a sip of red wine slowly. After a while, she said softly, Xiao Tao, you've worked hard these days. You must be exhausted, right? Chu Tao smiled slightly, took a step forward, and his eyes fell on Qin Shui's perfect profile. Qin Shui's skin was as delicate as white jade, and under her high nose bridge, 2 grain bags bulged high. Xiao Xue, the directors you gave me are all top elites in the industry. You've invested so much money, I will do my best to bring you the greatest return. Xin Shui turned her head. The man in front of her had a special charm, that kind of unconcealed ambition and confidence. This reminded her of herself more than 10 years ago. Xiao Tao, making money is the best, but I don't want you to be exhausted. Resign from the Jiang family group as soon as possible. She handed the wine glass in her hand to Chu Tao. Chu Tao reached out and took the wine glass from her hand, and took a sip from the place where her lip print was. Xin Shui felt a familiar restlessness rising from her lower abdomen. Xiao Tao, take me to see that special room. Her voice dropped a few degrees, her face flushed. Chu Tao led Xin Shui to stop in front of a seemingly ordinary bookshelf. He reached out and pressed lightly on a specific position on the bookshelf. With a click, the bookshelf slid open silently as if by magic, revealing a short corridor and a door at the end. This is built with the world's most advanced soundproofing materials, Chu Tao proudly introduced. Even if you hold a rock concert inside, no one outside can hear a sound. A hint of excitement flashed in Xin Shui's eyes. She stepped into the secret room and looked around. This space of about 50 square meters is decorated extremely exquisitely, just like a suite in a high-end hotel. There is a spacious bed in the center, and there is even a small bar in the corner, which is equipped with various high-end wines and glasses. The lighting in the entire secret room was soft and warm, the temperature was just right, and the air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, making her feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. Xiao Tao, this place is really great. Xin Shui exclaimed, from now on, this will be the warmest harbor for you and me. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and this secret room became the exclusive world of the two of them. Chu Tao smiled, and his left hand hugged Xin Shui's waist from behind with a force that could not be refused. Xiao Shui, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Xin Shui's body trembled slightly. She could feel Chu Tao's breath beside her ear, warm and gentle. Chu Tao raised his right hand and stroked Xin Shui's lips, which were painted with expensive lipstick, with his thumb. The soft touch made his heart beat faster. Xin Shui's lips were slightly open and her eyes were half closed. Chu Tao showed a satisfied smile and asked softly, Xiao Shui, between me and him, who do you think gives you a better feeling? When Chu Tao felt Xin Shui's love as strong as the tide, he subconsciously asked this stupid question. Xin Shui did not answer Chu Tao immediately, but gently bit Chu Tao's finger. Chu Tao's hand slipped out of Xin Shui's mouth, and he gently turned Xin Shui's body over so that she faced him. He pressed down on Xin Shui's fair neck, and in an instant, their lips were attracted to each other like magnets, pressing tightly together. Chu Tao's kiss was passionate and aggressive. A quarter of an hour later, when they separated, Xin Shui's lipstick had been made a little messy by Chu Tao's kiss, and her breathing had become a little rapid. She grabbed Chu Tao's tie tightly and asked with a dazed look in her eyes, Xiao Tao, can you tell me, are you in love with me now? Chu Tao didn't answer. He picked up Xin Shui and put her on the soft bed. Xiao Tao, you haven't answered me yet. Her voice was already unnaturally soft. Chu Tao chuckled and tore open her shirt. The sound of buttons flying off was particularly clear in the quiet room. Xin Shui's snow-white skin was exposed to the slightly cool air. Whether I love you or not, you have to feel it with your heart, Chu Tao said as he untied his tie, it's not just my words that count. Feel it well. Xin Shui wanted to retort, but no sound came out, and her nails dug deep into his strong back muscles. Chu Tao is right, feeling is the most important thing. She wanted to be conquered right now. This feeling every time she was with Chu Tao was unexpectedly wonderful. Afterwards, Xin Shuishan was sweating profusely, with her head resting on Chu Tao's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. This posture made her feel strangely at ease in the business world. She was always the one to rely on, and at this moment, she allowed herself to rely on others for a short time. My daughter's grandfather already knows about you and me. Xin Shui said suddenly, her voice still hoarse from the incident. Chu Tao asked, so? It doesn't matter. Xin Shui's mischievous eyes made Chu Tao feel warm in his heart. Xin Shui knew that her husband had been dead for so many years and she had been waiting for him for so long, so it would be reasonable for her to indulge herself with Chu Tao in the future. A quarter of an hour later, Xin Shui got up and took out an exquisite box from her bag. This is for you. Chu Tao took the box, opened it and found that it was a peace locket, which was obviously worth a lot of money. This is an imperial green peace locket. I have two, and we'll each have one. After Xin Shui said this, she snuggled into Chu Tao's arms again. They fought for a full hour, and it was already dark outside. Chu Tao gently stroked her hips. Xiao Shui, I'm still very eager to make money to prove that I'm not just a gigolo. Qin Shui nodded. Xiao Tao, you are not only good in bed, but also have first-class abilities. I will never be wrong about you. Xiao Xue, do you trust me so much? You know, my previous success doesn't mean anything. After all, the Jiang family is behind it. Xu Tao thought of his ex-wife's words. She said that her success was built on the foundation of the Jiang family. Although the words were rough, the truth was there, and Xu Tao could not completely deny what Jiang Mani said. Qin Shui's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. Xiao Tao, even if I were in your position, I wouldn't necessarily do as well as you. If you say so, then I still have the support of the Qin and Zhao families. If you don't use your connections, they will expire. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Xiao Xue, what you said makes sense. Keeping warm has always been important to us since ancient times. Xu Tao said softly. Qin Shui nodded, put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and instantly turned back into the impeccable businesswoman she was. Only the slightly swollen lips and the faint kiss marks on the neck hinted at how intense the fight between the two had just been. Chapter 28, Visit. Jiang Mani stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Jiang Group's headquarters building, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. The view from the 28th floor gave her the illusion of looking down on everyone, but her mood at the moment was not as broad as the view. Director Jiang, this is the quarterly report for the business department you requested. Shunny is now her assistant. Thank you. Leave it there. Half a month ago, Xu Tao officially resigned from his position as business director. When Zhang Jingming announced the news at the board meeting, the looks exchanged between several directors were clearly filled with surprise. Soon Jiang Mani replaced Xu Tao as business director. Several major shareholders had privately talked to Zhang Jingming. They were very worried about whether the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was capable of handling this position that required an iron-fisted approach. Zhang Jingming ignored all objections and firmly supported her daughter to take the position. He also hopes that Xu Tao can make a name for himself outside, and it is also time to train his daughter. Manny, have you really thought it through? 3 days ago, Zhu Shan asked her daughter worriedly, the business department isn't that easy to manage. Before, Xu Tao was there. Mom, Jiang Mani interrupted her mother, if Xu Tao can do it, I can only do it better. Jiang Mani thought about what she had said and took a deep breath. She didn't change the decoration of the office at all, so that it would have the atmosphere of her ex-husband. The walls are a light champagne gold, and modern art paintings are hung on them. I have arranged the client visits for next week, Xia and I continued to report. She is 36 years old and has 10 years of experience working at Zhang's. Jiang Mani walked to the desk and gently stroked the surface with her fingers. Sister Xia, how do you think Xu Tao handled these clients when he was here? Xia and I was stunned for a moment, then replied professionally, Director Chu prefers to give the best offer directly and make a quick decision. Price war. Jiang Mani snorted softly, that's definitely his style. She looked up and said, price war is the lowest form of competition. Inform the marketing department that I want to see 3 different cooperation plans, emphasizing the irreplaceable nature of the Jiang Group. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Xia and I nodded and left the office. Jiang Mani sat in the leather chair and turned around. The vibration of her cell phone interrupted her thoughts. It was a message from a private investigator. It has been confirmed that Xu Tao has registered Chaoyu Media Company, Limited, with the office located on the 18th floor of Qin's building. Jiang Mani frowned. Where did Xu Tao get so much money? His salary at Zhang's was just a symbolic amount, and it was impossible for him to save so much startup capital. She dialed the internal number of the intelligence department manager, Lung Yu, keep an eye on Chaoyu Media. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mani walked to the window, her eyes unconsciously drifting to the other end of the city. Qin's building is only a 20-minute drive from Zhang's headquarters. Was it a coincidence or intentional that Xu Tao chose to open a company there? Provocation, she muttered, her nails digging into her palms unconsciously. Jiang Mani is still on Xu Tao's blacklist and she is in a very bad mood. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't call to harass her these days, otherwise she would have been annoyed to death. The department meeting in the afternoon went exceptionally smoothly. Jiang Mani was surprised to find that when she no longer spoke as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family but as the business director, those department heads who had been indifferent to her in the past actually began to take notes seriously. After the meeting, Zhang Jingming received a lot of feedback. They all said that a tiger father will have a dog daughter, and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has her father's style. Zhang Jingming came to his daughter's office, patted her on the shoulder, and showed approval in his eyes. Manny, I'm glad you learned from your mistakes and didn't give up on yourself. Jiang Manny felt a surge of complex emotions. She should have been happy, but her father's words were like a thorn. Why did they sound so sarcastic? Couldn't he just praise himself? An hour later, Lung Yu came to find Jiang Manny. This strong woman is a long-time employee of Jiang's company and is known for her calmness and efficiency. Director Jiang, Lung Yu pushed up her glasses. Xiao Yu Media has a strong background. Your ex-husband has someone behind him. She handed over a document, registered capital 1 billion yuan. Jiang Manny's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Manny snapped the file shut. Get the car ready. Let's go to Qin's building. Now. Lung Yu was slightly surprised. Now. Jiang Manny stood up and adjusted her suit jacket. I want to see my good ex-husband. How did he find a big backer so quickly? The glass curtain wall of Qin's building sparkles in the sun, showing modernity and luxury. Jiang Manny took Xia and I and Leng Yu to the 18th floor by elevator. As the elevator door opened, the four artistic words Xiao Yu Media came into view. The company's receptionist was a young and beautiful girl. When she saw the three of them, she immediately stood up and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Jiang Manny smiled slightly and said, "Tell Chu Tao that Jiang Manny is here to visit." The girl at the front desk was visibly stunned, her gaze lingering on Jiang Manny for a few seconds, as if trying to identify this uninvited guest. "Please wait a moment," she said, picking up the intercom. The three of them waited for about a quarter of an hour before Chu Tao came out. "Jiang Manny? Why are you here? Come and take a look at your new business." Jiang Manny looked around. Xiaoyu Media's office area was spacious and bright, with a modern and avant-garde decoration style. It didn't look like a startup company at all. She gestured to Xia Yanai and Leng Yu to wait in the lounge area, and followed Chu Tao into his office. The decoration of the office was completely beyond Jiang Manny's expectations. How could it be more luxurious than her father's chairman's office? The design is more powerful, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Manny walked to the window. 1 billion registered capital, luxurious decoration, prime location. Chu Tao, who's behind you? How did you two meet? Aren't you worried about becoming someone else's pawn? Chu Tao smiled faintly. It's a business secret, I can't tell you. Really? Jiang Manny turned and looked directly at him. Then tell me, is it a man or a woman? This isn't really a business secret, right? Chu Tao said. Jiang Manny, does this have anything to do with you? The question is, Jiang Manny stepped closer, have you been wanting to leave the Jiang family for a long time? She narrowed her eyes. You've been planning this all along, using your position and connections within the Jiang Corporation to pave your own way. Your accusation is totally groundless. Chu Tao's voice turned cold. Then let me meet the person behind you, otherwise I will fight to the death with Xiaoyu Media. Jiang Manny refused to give in. The air between the two of them suddenly froze. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After a while, a young woman in fashionable business attire walked in. Mr. Chu, this contract requires you. The woman's words stopped abruptly, and she was obviously stunned when she saw Jiang Manny. Jiang Manny looked at the woman in front of her, about 27 or 28 years old, tall, with delicate makeup and a curvy figure. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Could this woman be Chu Tao's secretary? The secretary does it when there is something to do, and the secretary does it when there is nothing to do. Jiang Manny glared at Chu Tao fiercely. Jiang Manny said softly, I am the business director of Jiang Group, nice to meet you. Lin Wei was stunned. Before returning to China, she was a senior art director of the Los Angeles branch. She didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Qin family to be so beautiful. As a woman, she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. Director Jiang, I'm glad to meet you too. Jiang Manny's eyes were full of disdain, and she wondered if this woman could hear that she was speaking in a sarcastic way. Chu Tao was worried that Jiang Manny would lose her temper again, so he quickly interrupted, I found Lin Wei through a headhunter. Her joining us is Xiao Yu's greatest fortune. Jiang Manny felt inexplicably irritated. Chu Tao, Jiang Manny decided to get straight to the point. I just want to know, before you left, did you use Jiang's resources to pave the way for Xiao Yu? If that's the case, you're an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. Lin Wei took a breath of cold air. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family was really direct in her words. She quickly found an excuse to leave. Chu Tao said coldly, Jiang Manny, are you done yet? I'm very busy now, I won't see you off. Jiang Mani's eyes reddened. Xiao Tao, I'm worried that you've been set up. If the people behind you are targeting the Jiang group, then you'll be the culprit of the Jiang group. You don't want my parents to be sad, do you? Xiao Tao ignored her and started to look at the documents. Half an hour later, Jiang Mani had no choice but to leave Xiao Tao's general manager's office, her chest heaving violently. After walking out of the door of Xiaoyu Media, neither Xia Inai nor Leng Yu dared to ask. It wasn't until the elevator door closed that Leng Yu asked cautiously, Director Jiang, did you find anything? Jiang Mani said angrily, check Lin Wei. I want to know all her privacy. The look Lin Wei gave Xiao Tao kept replaying in her mind. She always felt that the relationship between the two was unusual. She would not let go of any woman who tried to get close to Xiao Tao. Jiang Mani suddenly thought of Su Wan. How could she almost forget about this woman? She was the biggest threat. Chapter 29. The past is like a dream. The 3 short days passed in a flash, as if it was just a moment. The night fell like a huge black curtain, slowly covering the entire city. Jiang Mani finished a busy day at work and dragged her tired body into the bathroom. She turned on the faucet, letting the warm water pour down like a clear spring, washing away her fatigue and stress. After taking a shower, Jiang Mani felt like she was reborn. She put on the loose pajamas, feeling the intimate contact of the soft fabric against her skin, and a comfortable feeling came over her. Leaning lazily against the head of the bed, he picked up his cell phone and casually flipped through the photo album. The photos in the album record every detail of her and Xiao Tao's life. There are beautiful scenery during the trip, as well as the warm moments of the two of them. Each photo is a memory that makes her immersed in it. Suddenly, a short video that I had recorded with Xiao Tao in the past came into view. Jiang Mani's attention was attracted, and she couldn't help but click play. Looking at the love between Xiao Tao and herself on the screen, an indescribable impulse surged in her heart. As the video played, Jiang Mani's longing for Xiao Tao made her burst into tears. His eyes were blurred, but his heart was filled with endless emptiness and loneliness. Jiang Mani raised her head and her eyes fell on the wedding photo on the bedside. Xiao Tao in the photo is handsome and his smile is as bright as the sun. And she, snuggled up to him like a little bird, with a happy smile on her face, like a blooming flower. They were so in love at that time that they only had eyes for each other. However, now this photo has become the most painful thorn in her heart. Whenever she sees this photo, the pain in her heart surges into her heart and makes her eyes wet. Xiao Tao, when will you change your mind? Jiang Mani murmured softly, a hint of anticipation in her voice. How she wished Xiao Tao could come back to her and rediscover their lost love. However, as time went by, Xiao Tao showed no intention of forgiving her. Jiang Mani stared at the wedding photos silently, recalling every moment with Xiao Tao. Those sweet moments and warm hugs are now a thing of the past. She was unwilling to give up. Jiang Mani knew very well that she loved Xiao Tao deeply, and this love was deeply rooted in her heart. There is a sound of rain outside the window. Jiang Mani turned over and buried her face deeply in the pillow, trying to escape the memories that came flooding in like a tide. However, those memories lingered around her like ghosts, making it impossible for her to escape. The bed is empty now, without that warm chest anymore. It would be great if Lin Feng hadn't contacted me. Jiang Mani complained to herself. Her voice was particularly sad in the rainy night. As soon as it was uttered, it was immediately drowned by the rain and melted into the endless darkness. 3 months ago, Lin Feng was like a flash of lightning, breaking Jiang Mani's peaceful life and changing her world in an instant. When she had a video call with Lin Feng for the first time, the nervousness and excitement made her almost unable to breathe. We talked for a very long time, as if time had stopped. Lin Feng talked about his life abroad, and Jiang Mani was fascinated by his novel experiences and stories. Mani, you know what? I followed you when I was in college. Until now, I have never forgotten you. Every time I see you and Xiao Tao walking around the campus, I hide in a corner and cry silently. Lin Feng's voice in the video was a little choked and his eyes were slightly red. Jiang Mani looked at him with heartache, and a wave of distress welled up in her. If Lin Feng had confessed to her earlier, they wouldn't have missed each other for so long. Jiang Mani remembered how fast her heart was beating, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. When she ended the video call and returned home, Xiao Tao had already fallen asleep. Looking at her husband's peaceful sleeping face, Jiang Mani felt a trace of guilt in her heart. However, Lin Feng's words "I have never forgotten you" were like a spring breeze, quickly blowing away the guilt in her heart. Jiang Mani thought about this and sighed deeply. She subconsciously clicked on the photo her father had sent her a few days ago. In the photo, Lin Feng is surrounded by women, with a lewd smile on his face. When Jiang Mani saw the photo again, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but felt more and more relaxed. She stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, fine raindrops intertwined into a hazy halo under the dim light of the street lamps. Jiang Mani stared out the window, but her heart was in a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a storm. Her lips trembled slightly, and she finally uttered a word softly, "I am such a fool." These words were like a feather blown by the wind, lightly falling on the window glass, but hitting her own heart heavily. She looked at her reflection in the window glass, and the familiar face seemed a little strange at this moment. Lin Feng was called back to China by her. Less than half a day after they met, the image of him as her white moonlight was completely shattered in her heart. Jiang Mani thought silently, if Lin Feng unfortunately passed away on the way back to China and disappeared from her world before they even met, then Lin Feng would live forever in her heart. From then on, every time she thought of Lin Feng, she would think of a quiet big boy, sitting quietly in the last row of the classroom reading a book, occasionally showing a shy smile. But the reality is so cruel. Lin Feng did not stay in the beautiful memory forever as she wished. It becomes so unbearable in the collision with reality. The rain seemed to sense her inner sadness, and it fell heavier and heavier, crackling against the window. Jiang Mani turned around, dragged her heavy feet back to the bed, and curled up in a corner of the quilt like a wounded little animal. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, as if this could protect her from the pain and loss in her heart. Her sleeping posture can be described as bold. Like a lazy cat, her limbs are spread out wantonly, and she often takes up the entire bed. Chu Tao always responded with a gentle smile. He would gently walk to the bed and whisper in her ear, "Leave some room for me, baby." This bed, which was once full of warmth, now seemed empty, making Jiang Mani feel a chill. She lay there quietly, her eyes closed, letting the warm memories that she had abandoned with her own hands flood into her heart like a tide. The rain was falling outside the window, and the raindrops hit the window, making a crisp sound. Accompanied by the sound of rain, Jiang Mani couldn't help but shed tears. Her cries were drowned out by the sound of rain, but they echoed in her heart. Chapter 30: Cruelty. The next morning, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled into the room like golden sand. Jiang Mani opened her red and swollen eyes, her heart still immersed in the pain of last night. She murmured softly, "Xiao Tao, you are my man, and you will always be my man. No other woman can take you away from me." For the sake of an illusory white moonlight, she easily gave up Chu Tao, who was as warm as the sun. Jiang Mani really regretted it now, but she understood one thing: it is never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. After getting up, Jiang Mani simply washed off the traces on her body. Before eating breakfast, she walked out of the room and strolled along the path of the manor. The morning air was fresh and pleasant, and the breeze gently ruffled her hair, bringing a hint of coolness. She took a deep breath, feeling the breath of nature, hoping to calm the waves in her heart. The sun is getting warmer and warmer, shining on my face, making me feel warm. Feeling this bit of warmth, she took a deep breath, trying to expel all the pain and unwillingness from her body. She picked up her phone, opened the address book, and deleted all of Lin Feng's contact information without hesitation. She felt that she didn't owe Lin Feng anything anymore, so she gave him several million. Lin Feng is now surrounded by beauties and living a carefree life. "Let everything go with the wind," she said to herself. "From now on, Lin Feng and I will no longer have any relationship." She dialed Chu Tao's number, but the familiar busy tone still came from the other end of the phone. "So much time has passed, why am I still on Chu Tao's blacklist?" Jiang Mani's tears flowed down again like a flood. She called Leng Yu and asked, "Manager Leng, have you found out who is behind Chu Tao? Who is supporting Chu Tao behind the scenes? What is his purpose?" "Manager Leng, you must thoroughly investigate the people who support Chu Tao behind the scenes. Don't miss any opportunity to expose your privacy." Jiang Mani was very nervous. If someone used Chu Tao to deal with the Jiang family, then her future remarriage with Chu Tao would be full of thorns. "Director Jiang, I've already found some clues. Once I've thoroughly investigated, I'll report back to you in detail." Leng Yu couldn't imagine that Qin Shui would be the one supporting Chu Tao behind the scenes. She was very frightened. If the Qin family really wanted to target the Jiang family, it would be troublesome. The Jiang family is rich, but in the face of power, money is often vulnerable. It rained heavily last night. The raindrops were like countless steel needles, piercing Lin Feng's exposed skin and causing a stinging pain. But this was nothing compared to the anger in his heart. Last night, he dragged his legs, which could no longer be closed, and crawled hard on the muddy mountain road. Every step he took was filled with excruciating pain. The blood on his buttocks mixed with the rainwater, leaving a dark red trail behind him. Jiang Gingming. Jiang Gingming. Lin Feng's teeth were chattering. The name kept circling in his mind, like a poisonous snake, tightly wrapped around his heart. Lin Feng's vision gradually became blurred and was shrouded by a thick fog. He no longer remembered how long he had been crawling. After escaping, he could only rely on the remaining memories in his mind and stumble forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng's right leg spasmed without warning. The sudden severe pain made him completely lose control of his body, and he rolled down the slope like a discarded rag doll. While rolling, Lin Feng's body kept colliding with the ground and trees, and each collision brought a piercing pain. Finally, his back hit a big tree hard, and the impact made him almost unable to breathe. The severe pain came like a tide, and Lin Feng curled up his body involuntarily, trying to relieve the pain in this way. His legs couldn't close together, and his body was in a strange and tragic posture. This club is very remote. Lin Feng could not imagine that Jiang Jingming was so cruel that he fell into the hands of such a group of people. It was a pity that he had been fantasizing about meeting him earlier every day. I can't die. Lin Feng let out a low roar from his throat, his fingers dug tightly into the soil. Chapter 31 Rage. His voice was so faint under the pouring rain that even he could hardly hear it. Just when Lin Feng felt that he was about to be swallowed by the darkness, a figure suddenly appeared in his sight. The figure was standing on a hillside not far away, blocked by the rain, but Lin Feng could still feel that the other person was walking towards him. Help, my life! Lin Feng used all his strength to squeeze out these two words from between his teeth. His voice was so weak, like a candle in the wind, that it could go out at any time. Before his vision fell into complete darkness, Lin Feng saw that the figure seemed to have quickened its pace and was walking towards him quickly. Lin Feng quickly fainted and completely lost consciousness. The next morning, Lin Feng found himself lying on a clean white bed. Don't move, the wound will split. A low and slightly majestic voice suddenly came from the side, like a serious order, which made Lin Feng's body stiffen instantly. Lin Feng tried hard to see his surroundings clearly, worried that he would fall into the quagmire of misery again. Where am I? His voice was almost hoarse, as if it had been polished by sandpaper, and every word he spoke seemed to tear his throat. You are safe. I saved you. From now on, you are mine. The eerie voice made Lin Feng's scalp tingle, but at least he was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was endless hope. As consciousness gradually cleared, memories came flooding back. Lin Feng's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Those dark days and the torture inflicted on him kept flashing before his eyes like horrifying pictures. He recalled how he was toyed with by different men and women, and suffered endless pain both physically and mentally. The faces of those macho men and fat women kept appearing in his mind. The hideous grins of the macho men and the brutality of the fat women were deeply engraved in Lin Feng's soul and became an indelible nightmare. Lin Feng's fingers gripped the bedsheet tightly, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. His breathing became rapid, and his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Jiang Gingming. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pronounced the name, the hatred in his heart erupting like a volcano. When Lin Feng thought about how he had been tortured by those muscular men and fat women in turn, he couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. He felt that his dignity had been trampled to pieces. He now wished he could find Jiang Jingming immediately and tear him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. The cold voice came again. I conducted a careful preliminary examination on you and found that your muscles and bones have not suffered serious damage, but there are obvious signs of long-term overstretching and the use of muscle relaxants. Upon hearing this result, Lin Feng's body trembled violently as if it was hit hard by an invisible force. Muscle relaxant. The scene of those people injecting him with a shot of clear liquid every time flashed through his mind. This was how they controlled him, making his body lose its strength, like a puppet without the ability to resist, and he could only be manipulated by them. And the voice continued, your blood test shows that there are drug residues. These drugs will affect the nervous system and it will take some time to be completely metabolized. They injected me with more than one thing. Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Sometimes it can make me faint instantly, sometimes it can keep me awake but unable to move, and sometimes. His voice became lower and lower, and finally almost inaudible, it can make me extremely hungry and thirsty. Jiang Gingming. Lin Feng silently repeated the name in his heart. It seemed as if every word was bitten hard by his teeth and then swallowed into his stomach. The sound of rain outside the window was getting louder and louder. A dazzling flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating Lin Feng's eyes full of hatred. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn the whole world to ashes. You need to rest. The medicine is by the bed. We'll talk tomorrow. The man's voice was calm and indifferent. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, but those horrible scenes flooded into his mind like a tide. Those male and female guests of all kinds took turns to enjoy him like hungry wolves, making him suffer humiliation and torture. Ah! Lin Feng suddenly let out a suppressed roar, and his fist slammed into the bed, making a dull sound. Pain came from his knuckles and spread throughout his body like an electric current, but this physical pain could not relieve the depression in his heart. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that now was not the time to feel sorry for himself. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and secretly swore in his heart that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles he encountered, he would make sure Jiang Jingming died without a complete body. Seize all the property of the Jiang family, and then train Jiang Mani and Zhu Shan into slaves. In Lin Feng's mind, a blueprint for revenge is gradually becoming clear. The tragic experiences of these days have completely reshaped Lin Feng, creating a brand new Lin Feng, a monster born for revenge. Jiang Jingming looked at her daughter walking in the sunshine with eyes full of kindness. But his kindness is not for everyone. Jiang Jingming's achievements today are not due to his kindness. Through his step-by-step experiences, Jiang Jingming gradually realized the truth that no poison, no man. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Lin Feng was just an insignificant ant, yet he dared to destroy his daughter's marriage with Chu Tao, and even unscrupulously squandered his daughter's money on a life of luxury. Who gave Lin Feng such courage? Jiang Jingming thought about how she had tried her best to persuade Chu Tao to stay, but Chu Tao still chose to leave the Jiang family. All this was caused by Lin Feng. His daughter was wrong, but he could do nothing about her and could only vent all his anger on Lin Feng. Everyone must bear the consequences for their actions. From the moment Lin Feng started taking action against his daughter, he could no longer escape his tragic fate. Jiang Jingming knew very well that Lin Feng's life was completely ruined after falling into the hands of those people. But there was no mercy in his heart. Ding ling ling. Jiang Jingming's cell phone rang. Director Jiang, Lin Feng escaped. A trembling voice reached Jiang Jingming's ears. She thought of Jiang Jingming's instructions: we must not let Lin Feng escape. As for treating Lin Feng this way, if we can't kill him, we'll try to kill him and squeeze out all his value. Jiang Jingming's eyes were filled with coldness. Are you just here to eat for free? Find Lin Feng at all costs. If you can't do it, you know what the consequences will be. Chapter 32: Recruitment. The sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the art school's performance building, making the corridor bright and warm. Chu Tao sat in front of the makeshift recruitment desk, sorting out the documents in his hands. He was wearing a dark blue suit today, which was well tailored and made his shoulders and waist look narrow. The silver tie clip on his tie occasionally flashed a cold light in the sunlight. Mr. Chu, the equipment has been debugged and the interview can start at any time. Assistant Xiaohong came over to report. Chu Tao nodded and looked at his watch. There were still 10 minutes before the job fair started. He looked up and around. There were already students gathered in twos and threes in the corridor, looking over here from time to time and whispering. I heard the person recruiting today is the general manager of Chaoyu Media? Oh my god, he's so handsome. The sound of subtle discussions drifted into Chu Tao's ears. At the corner of the teaching building, Zhang Lu held her best friend Wu Xiaoyu's hand and almost jumped up with excitement. Xiaoyu. Mr. Chu is 10 times more handsome than that liar Lin Feng from last time. Zhang Lu's eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Wu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes full of contempt. Lulu, how can you compare President Chu with Lin Feng? Lin Feng is just a despicable liar. She tried to control her equally rapid heartbeat, but Lulu, we're here to apply for a job, and we're applying at school. You must not embarrass yourself. Oh, I understand. Zhang Lu waved her hands. She has an impressive figure and a beautiful face, and her fox eyes are particularly impressive. Wu Xiaoyu thinks that her best friend is just big-breasted and brainless, and not as thoughtful as her. Zhang Lu's eyes were always on Chu Tao. Chu Tao seemed to sense something and glanced over here. Zhang Lu immediately turned around as if she had been electrocuted, leaned against the wall, and covered her chest with her hands. He looked at me. He looked at me. Xiaoyu, do you think I'm okay with the outfit I'm wearing today? Zhang Lu lowered her head and examined herself, her heart pounding. Wu Xiaoyu sighed, Lulu, you are dressed too much. Ah. What should I do? I'll go change right away. Zhang Lu said in panic, I have a white skirt in the dorm, it's a pure and innocent one. Without waiting for Wu Xiaoyu's response, Zhang Lu ran away with a thump-thump sound. Wu Xiaoyu shook her head and turned her gaze back to the recruitment desk. Xu Tao was talking to his assistant, and the lines of his profile were as sharp as a knife. Wu Xiaoyu was also becoming more and more nervous. She walked into the bathroom and carefully checked her makeup in the mirror. She tied her hair into a high ponytail and wore a knee-length aligned skirt, full of youthful vitality. Come on, Wu Xiaoyu, she said to herself in the mirror. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Lu came back panting, wearing a white dress, with her hair down and her exaggerated false eyelashes removed. She looked much more innocent. How is it? Zhang Lu turned around and asked expectantly. Much better. Wu Xiaoyu nodded, but thought in her heart, she looks so coquettish, and she is still as charming as a fox even when she changes clothes. Temperament is not something that can be easily changed, unlike my purity which is engraved in my bones. Recruitment officially begins. Xu Tao sat behind the interview table, listening attentively to each applicant's self-introduction. Finally it was Zhang Lu's turn. She nervously adjusted her skirt and walked to sit in front of Xu Tao. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Lu, a senior in the dance department. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. Xu Tao looked at Zhang Lu meaningfully. Zhang Lu's face flushed red. I'm good at sexy dancing. No, I'm good at folk dancing. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. It's okay, relax. Xu Tao said softly, I saw that you have experience as a host on your resume. Can you tell me more about it? Zhang Lu's eyes lit up. Oh, yes. I've hosted campus singing competitions and welcome parties. Everyone says I have a great stage presence and can really liven up the atmosphere. She became more and more excited as she spoke. I used to be a dance host. But my dream is to become an excellent actor. Zhang Lu has a sweet voice and a hot body. After saying this, she looked at Xu Tao with her fox eyes. She felt that Xu Tao had no reason not to want her. It's Wu Xiaoyu's turn. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Xiaoyu, a senior student majoring in vocal music. Her voice was clear and steady, and her eyes met Xu Tao's gaze calmly. Xu Tao asked, Student Wu, I saw that you participated in a college singing competition and won a good place. Yes, Wu Xiaoyu smiled. That competition taught me a lot, especially the ability to respond on the spot. A hint of admiration flashed in Xu Tao's eyes. After walking out of the interview room, Wu Xiaoyu saw Zhang Lu hiding in the corner of the corridor waiting for her. How is it? What did he ask you? Zhang Lu grabbed her hand eagerly. Wu Xiaoyu saw Xu Tao's appreciation in his eyes and said proudly, Lulu, I can see that President Xu is very satisfied with me. It's hard to find a job nowadays, and a good job is even harder to find. It's a sure thing that I'll be able to join Xiaoyu Media. After I join the company will definitely train me vigorously. Zhang Lu rolled her eyes at her bestie and said, if you can get into Xiaoyu, why can't I? Xiaoyu will definitely train me to become a big internet celebrity. As for you, Xiaoyu? With your breasts and butt, even if you sing well, you don't have any advantages at all. Look at those internet celebrities who sing. They don't sing very well, but why are they so popular? It's because they can shake their breasts and hips. As long as the company supports me well, I will definitely be a top anchor soon. My singing is only slightly worse than yours, so I can dance and sing at the same time in the future. Wu Xiaoyu slapped her best friend's butt hard. Lulu, other than being flirty, how can you compare to me? What do you mean your singing is only a little bit worse than mine? How dare you say such a thing? We are worlds apart, aren't we? Zhang Lu puffed out her chest and said, Xiaoyu, unless you get plastic surgery, just wait and see. You'll be crying someday. Chapter 33 Inferiority. Wu Xiaoyu glared at Zhang Lu fiercely, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. I rely on my talent, unlike you who only think of using your body to get ahead. Zhang Lu smiled faintly, Xiaoyu, we are best friends, you are deceiving yourself. Last time, that liar Lin Feng tricked us into a loop, and you were still thinking about whether you could climb into his bed. When Lin Feng touched your butt, did you think I didn't see it? Why didn't you resist and leave? We are all ordinary people, so we shouldn't be hypocritical. Wu Xiaoyu was furious. How dare you mention Lin Feng? If you had provoked him, he would have almost eaten us up. He might even have sold us out and helped him count the money. Next time you must open your eyes and take a good look. When Zhang Lu heard what her best friend said, she was still frightened and felt a wave of fear. Xiaoyu, you're right. Cars can be rented, clothes, bags, and watches can be fake. Only men like Mr. Chu are truly high-quality men. Last time I was jealous of you, how about we join forces to take down Mr. Chu this time? 1 + 1 is sometimes not equal to 2, but far greater than 2. Zhang Lu also felt that she lacked talent, which Wu Xiaoyu could make up for. Xiaoyu, let's move today. Zhang Lu's eyes were full of excitement. The two of them rented an apartment outside yesterday and didn't want to live in the school dormitory. Okay. Then let's go clean up now and move later. Wu Xiaoyu also wanted to move early. Zhang Lu said quietly, the 3 girls in our dormitory often gang up on me and isolate me. They are jealous of me and hate me because they don't have a good figure like me, so they target me every day. At dusk, the two of them moved from their school dormitories to apartments outside the school. Wu Xiaoyu unconsciously curled a strand of soft black hair with her fingers and frowned slightly. She could understand the feelings of the other 3 girls in Zhang Lu's dormitory, as her best friend especially loved to show off her figure. Xiaoyu, help me zip up the back. Zhang Lu's voice came from behind, with a sweet tone and habitual command. Wu Xiaoyu's attention was attracted by the lines of Zhang Lu's chest that were almost bursting through the fabric. She swallowed and reached out to help Zhang Lu zip up her pants. Her fingertips accidentally touched Zhang Lu's smooth back skin, and she immediately pulled back as if she had been electrocuted. Thanks. Zhang Lu turned around in front of the mirror, admiring her curvaceous figure with satisfaction. Let's go out for a late-night snack tonight to celebrate the move. Wu Xiaoyu looked down at his loose t-shirt and jeans and felt extremely shabby. Zhang Lu put her arm around her shoulders and said, don't look like that. You're not as hot as me, but you have talent. You sing so beautifully and play the piano so well, there are still people who appreciate you. What I said was just nonsense. Wu Xiaoyu forced a smile, but her heart felt like it was pricked by a needle. She calmed down and realized that what Zhang Lu said was golden advice. Talent? What does talent mean in this era? She looked at Zhang Lu's round buttocks, which were so attractive to men, while her own were too ugly. Wu Xiaoyu knew that her talent was not that of a top star, and she could not stand out in such a competitive team of anchors, unless Chu Tao spared no effort to support her. But why would Chu Tao support her? She has no butt, no breasts, and her face is not particularly beautiful, so she is not even qualified to climb into Chu Tao's bed. Wu Xiaoyu let out a long sigh and slumped in the chair. Xiaoyu, how about we do a live broadcast together? Don't you also know how to play the flute? Zhang Lu's eyes were full of excitement. Wu Xiaoyu had never done a live broadcast before, and she was eager to try it. As night fell, the two began live streaming. Zhang Lu is a bit famous, and soon the comments section caught my eye. Can the girl playing the flute next to you please move aside? She's blocking my view of the beautiful woman. The host has such a great figure, the one next to him looks like a beansprout. The contrast is too stark, one is a raging sea, the other is an airport. Wu Xiaoyu's fingers were trembling, her eyes were red, and she was so angry that she went to the bathroom to cry. She looked at herself in the camera, with thin lips, no memorable features, flat chest, and almost no curves on the waist and hips. Overall, Wu Xiaoyu gives people the impression of being pretty. If she had top-notch talent and could be portrayed as a beautiful and talented woman, she would be very popular, but it is not easy to reach the top. There is no way out except plastic surgery. Wu Xiaoyu muttered to herself. After Zhang Lu left the livestream, Wu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Lulu, I think, what you said makes a lot of sense. I should have plastic surgery. Zhang Lu turned and looked at her in surprise. Are you serious? Just asking. Wu Xiaoyu lowered his head and his voice became smaller and smaller. Zhang Lu came over and said nervously, Xiaoyu, please don't do that. Boss Chu remembers what you look like. If you get hip augmentation or breast enlargement, your impression in his mind will be completely ruined. It's okay if you don't know. But if you knew, and that man is willing to touch your fake butt, you'd have no chance at all. Zhang Lu felt that men's hearts were like the sea and difficult to guess. Maybe Chu Tao liked Wu Xiaoyu's type. Besides, if she and Wu Xiaoyu lie on the bed together, there will be a beautiful contrast, and the success rate of seducing Chu Tao together will be much higher. Zhang Lu comforted her. Xiaoyu, don't worry about those messages just now. They are not your target audience. This is my fault too. Next time, you should broadcast live alone. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Cultivating your loyal fans is the most important thing. Besides, we are all from ordinary families. Breast augmentation and buttocks enlargement would cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. So expensive. Wu Xiaoyu gasped. Zhang Lu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wu Xiaoyu's pale face. Plastic surgery can be expensive or cheap, and she was talking about the expensive ones. Xiaoyu, let's go out for a midnight snack. Zhang Lu pulled her best friend over and danced a few sexy dances with her after Wu Xiaoyu left. Now she was growling with hunger. The two were walking in the square and saw Chu Tao from afar, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Xiaoyu, let's go over and say hello. We should seize the opportunity. This is a chance God has given us. Zhang Lu didn't want to miss the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Boss Chu, what a coincidence. We need you here. Zhang Lu didn't dare to act coquettishly in front of Chu Tao. Boss Chu, do you still remember me? I'm Wu Xiaoyu, the one you interviewed personally this morning and who participated in the college singing competition. Wu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. She knew Chu Tao must remember her, but she still gave a brief introduction to deepen Chu Tao's impression. Of course I remember both of you. What a coincidence. Chu Tao is waiting for Suwon. Ding ling ling. Suwon called. I'm sorry, Brother Chu, I was on my way when Director Qin suddenly called me, so I can't come over tonight. Chapter 34 Interruption. Chu Tao looked at his watch and the hour hand pointed to 9:15. Mr. Chu, our meeting is fate. How about we go for a midnight snack? Zhang Lu was wearing a tight V-neck black dress today, which made her skin look particularly fair. Chu Tao really didn't have any plans for tonight. He glanced at the expectant eyes of the two girls in front of him and finally nodded. Okay, but don't call me Mr. Chu. Just call me by my name in private. Great. Zhang Lu clapped her hands excitedly. I know there's a really delicious hot pot restaurant nearby. The three of them walked to an old hot pot restaurant with simple decoration. The store was bustling with people and the aroma of spicy food filled the air. Zhang Lu went to the box as if she knew the place well. Chu Tao sat at the innermost part and she sat next to him. Brother Chu, can you handle spicy food? Zhang Lu opened the menu, leaning slightly towards Chu Tao, a strand of hair falling on his arm. It's okay, medium spicy. Chu Tao moved to the side calmly, but found himself stuck in the corner. Wu Xiaoyu sat opposite, watching Zhang Lu's actions. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled and said, Brother Chu, we are really looking forward to joining Xiaoyu. Chu Tao smiled slightly and said nothing. Zhang Lu took the beer from the waiter and poured a glass for everyone. Xiaoyu, let's toast to Brother Chu together. After a few beers, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Zhang Lu kept picking up food for Chu Tao, and every time she handed him the bowl, her fingers would touch his hand subtly. Brother Chu, I would like to ask if Xiaoyu Media has any special anchor training courses? Zhang Lu looked straight at Chu Tao. Chu Tao said softly, yes, the company wants to vigorously train new people. Brother Chu, let me show you a few videos I recorded while dancing. Do you think I have potential? Zhang Lu really wants to add Chu Tao on WeChat and is ready to send him some of her hottest dance clips. As long as Chu Tao is a normal man, he will definitely not remain indifferent. Chu Tao could see that Zhang Lu was very flirtatious, but that was nothing. Whether he could focus on training her would depend on the feedback from the training department. As long as she can make money for the company and doesn't cause trouble for the company, it doesn't matter whether she is flirtatious or not. After he added them on WeChat, Zhang Lu and Wu Xiaoyu's hearts almost melted. The two of them didn't expect Chu Tao to be so approachable. It was a pity that he was as open-minded as Lin Feng. It would be great if he could also touch them. The three of them drank more and more. Zhang Lu was dizzy and her face was flushed. She didn't sit next to Chu Tao, but sat opposite Chu Tao. She became more and more courageous, thinking that there is no cat that doesn't steal fish. Under the influence of alcohol, she stretched out her long legs. Chu Tao felt something under the table touching his thigh, and his heart skipped a beat. How could Zhang Lu be so presumptuous? The touch soon turned into regular friction. Zhang Lu's legs and stockings were moving slowly up and down his thighs. Chu Tao's body stiffened and he looked up at Zhang Lu. She was chatting with Wu Xiaoyu as if nothing had happened, but there was a wanton glint in her eyes. The movements under the table became more and more bold, and the toes became more and more reckless. Shu Tao is a normal man. It is impossible to say that he has no reaction at all. He had an appointment with Su Wan to get a room tonight. Zhang Lu's bold teasing really made Chu Tao excited. Boss Chu is so scary. Zhang Lu was secretly shocked. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Tao. Brother Chu, I actually have a secret to tell you. What secret? Chu Tao asked subconsciously. Zhang Lu replied, do you think I'm flirty? I'm a genuine virgin. I don't want to give my virginity away casually. I must be a successful person. I'm born with a strong liking. Boss Chu, can you deflower me? I can do it from the front or the back. Chu Tao felt a surge of heat, and his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Shui. This time, he remembered what Qin Shui had said before: Xiao Tao, don't have any ambiguous relationships with the company's employees. Chu Tao used to scoff at Qin Shui's words, wondering how he could use such unspoken rules. Now he finally understands that Qin Shui is still very capable. As the general manager of Chaoyu Media, I am faced with many temptations. Chu Tao said softly, I'm going out to answer a phone call. Wu Xiaoyu quickly stood up. Lulu, let's go out for a walk and let Brother Chu answer the phone. Brother Chu, send us a WeChat message after you finish the call, and we'll come back. She finally found the opportunity to show off, and she must let Chu Tao know that she is very sensible. Zhang Lu also reacted and quickly put her feet on her high heels. Xiaoyu, let's go. The two walked out of the box and Chu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Lu is such a slutty vixen. Chu Tao thought to himself. Xiao Tao, you've been having a hot affair with Xiao Wan recently. Fortunately, it's Xiao Wan. If it were any other woman, I'd be jealous. Qin Shui said in a soft voice. Xiao Shui, you're jealous of Xiao Wan, how can you be so embarrassed? Xiao Wan told me in person that she liked me in front of you, and you even encouraged her to pursue me. Chu Tao thought of the absurdity of that night in Qin Shui's villa, and thought that if it happened again, he would not let the two of them stay in separate rooms. Thinking of this, he secretly cursed himself as a beast. Qin Shui said quietly, I didn't encourage Xiao Wan to pursue you. I just told Xiao Wan not to be impulsive. If she really likes you, she should start by being just ordinary friends. Chu Tao jokingly said, how can we still be friends after we've had sex? Either we'll just part ways after that night, or if it happens once, there will be a second time, and if it happens twice, there will be countless times. He didn't believe that after having sex, they could still calmly continue to be friends. The vast majority of people are slaves to their desires, which is why they don't believe in pure friendship between men and women. They are just a fire that can be ignited at any time. Xiao Shui, you called Xiao Wan over. You're not just looking for trouble. You don't want her to meet me tonight, right? Chu Tao knew about his relationship with Su Wan, so there was no need to hide it from Qin Shui. Besides, even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't do it because Qin Shui's intelligence network was so powerful. Xiao Tao, what are you talking about? Why would I be so stingy? I asked Xiao Wan to come over because I had something else to ask her about your ex-wife Jiang Mani. Xiao Wan and Jiang Mani had a quarrel, and now she has been targeted by someone sent by Jiang Mani. Do you know much about Long Yu? She's really good at investigations. She actually found out about me so quickly. Qin Shui showed a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Xiao Shui, Long Yu is the director of the Zhang family group's intelligence department. She is indeed very capable. She found out everything about my relationship with you. It wasn't a big secret. Didn't you say that your daughter's grandfather knew about it? If you're not afraid of that person, why do you care about others? Chapter 35 Leaving without saying goodbye. Qin Shui said in a sly tone, Xiao Tao, many things can't be discussed publicly. It's enough for everyone to know about them. My husband has been gone for so many years. No one has the right to ask me to remain a virgin. But I can't be too conspicuous. You know what I mean. Chu Tao said seriously, Xiao Shui, of course I know, anyway, we just can't be seen in public. Have you found out who was behind the plot to frame you at the hot spring villa last time? This is a very serious hidden danger. Qin Shui nodded. Xiao Tao, even though we met by chance that time, I will never let go of the person who framed me. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. You must always remember this. After the two of them finished their call, Chu Tao put down his phone and thought about Zhang Lu's feet in stockings, which kept touching little Chu Tao. I thought to myself, are all female students nowadays so wild? He rubbed his temples, feeling that he was a little behind the times. The night was as dark as ink. Zhang Lu stood under the street light outside the hot pot restaurant, her red lips slightly raised. Xiaoyu, have you taken the hangover medicine? How do you feel? Zhang Lu turned her head to look at Wu Xiaoyu, who had just come out of the convenience store, and lowered her voice. Wu Xiaoyu nodded and tightened the mineral water bottle in her hand. Half of the water in the bottle was gone. Lulu, take it. This hangover medicine works really fast. I'm no longer dizzy. She walked closer to Zhang Lu and smelled the faint scent of perfume on her body, mixed with the spicy aroma from the hot pot restaurant. Lulu, do we really have to do what you just said? But Chu Tao is not Lin Feng. Zhang Lu said angrily, Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to back out? She reached out to straighten Wu Xiaoyu's collar, her fingertips brushing against his collarbone, intentionally or unintentionally. Don't forget, this opportunity is very rare. Next time we want to find an opportunity to have a midnight snack with Mr. Chu alone, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. Wu Xiaoyu bit her lower lip and asked after a few seconds, we haven't even entered Xiaoyu Media yet. Now I am thinking about how to seduce the general manager, will it be possible? Zhang Lu interrupted her and jokingly said, Xiaoyu, could you please speak more nicely? We call this relieving the general manager's pressure. Mr. Chu works so hard, so we let him relax. Let him get to know us better, and only after he knows our strengths and weaknesses can he make good use of us in the future. Zhang Lumei was beaming with joy. Wu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Zhang Lu and said, I think you're just flirting. Or maybe just forget it. I still want to leave a pure impression on Mr. Chu and gradually enter his heart. Zhang Lu was both angry and amused. Xiaoyu, are you daydreaming? Let me tell you, Mr. Chu will have countless beauties around him in the future, and you're still thinking of slowly conquering him? Opportunities are for those who are prepared. How do you think those incredibly popular female artists got to the top? Just because of their acting skills? Of course, acting skills are not unimportant, but they are only a necessary condition. I wouldn't say it's 100% true, but a large portion of the most popular female artists have slept their way to fame. She leaned close to Wu Xiaoyu's ear, her warm breath spraying on the other's earlobe. This is our chance. He drank so much. If he just tries harder. Zhang Lu remembered that half an hour ago in the box, she had already caused Chu Tao to have a strong reaction. Wu Xiaoyu nodded, Lulu, I'll listen to you. Zhang Lu smiled with satisfaction, her eyes flashing with the light of a predator in the night. Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. Mr. Chu is also a man of blood and vigor. Even Mr. Chu can handle it. These words were like a drop of ice water sliding into Wu Xiaoyu's collar, making her tremble all over. She couldn't imagine Zhang Lu to be so wild. Compared with Zhang Lu, she was nothing. Then, what do I need to do? Wu Xiaoyu's voice trembled a little. Zhang Lu pursed her lips and said, it's simple. You can drink more than me. You are gifted in this aspect. We'll go back later and continue to get Mr. Chu drunk. When he gets a little tipsy, we suggest going to KTV. When we get to the TKV room. She gave Wu Xiaoyu a meaningful look and said, at that time, you pretended to go to the bathroom just like last time, and then I. Wu Xiaoyu nodded, Lulu, why hasn't President Chu finished his call yet? Does he already have a girlfriend? Zhang Lu said calmly, Xiaoyu, what does it have to do with us whether he has a girlfriend or not? Do you still want to be his girlfriend? Stop being a toad and wanting to eat swan flesh. We are just exchanging our bodies for resources. If we become Chu Tao's lovers, we will wake up laughing in our dreams. As far as I know, there are 7 or 8 girls in my school who are being kept by men, and some of them are old enough to be grandfathers. It must be very difficult for a second-rate art school like ours to stand out. Boss Chu is so handsome, much more handsome than the school hunk. Zhang Lu's eyes were full of tears. She thought that if she had money, she would just support Chu Tao and let him walk out of the room holding the wall every day. Ding ding ding. Zhang Lu's phone rang with a WeChat notification, and her heart was moved. I thought to myself that Chu Tao must have finished the call and asked them to go back. The bill has been paid. I have something to do and I'm leaving now. Zhang Lu was stunned when she saw this message. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen. Why did Mr. Chu leave like this? Why? Did I go too far just now? Wu Xiaoyu was also filled with disappointment. When would she be able to eat hot pot with Chu Tao next time? It was probably difficult. Mr. Chu, you can't escape. Zhang Lu smiled sweetly, her eyes flashing strangely under the neon lights. Wu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. What are you laughing at? She's obviously not interested in you. What do you know? Zhang Lu threw her cell phone into her bag, and the metal chain made a rattling sound. When he was in the box, he was like iron. This shows that Mr. Chu is a normal man, but he also has a level of endurance that is difficult for normal men to achieve. Zhang Lu narrowed her eyes and licked her upper lip lightly with the tip of her tongue. Boss Chu, one day, I'm going to make you want to cling to me all day long. This action makes her look like a female cat in heat. Chu Tao. She silently repeated the name in her heart, her fingers unconsciously stroking the hem of her skirt. She had to quicken her pace and walk towards the nearest convenience store. Wait for me. Wu Xiaoyu trotted after him. Why are you walking so fast? Buy sanitary pads. Zhang Lu said without turning her head, her high heels making crisp clicking sounds on the sidewalk. Wu Xiaoyu asked, hasn't your period reached yet? She looked at Zhang Lu with curiosity and felt that her best friend was full of fighting spirit. Zhang Lu scolded, Xiaoyu, you are a pig. I bought the thin kind, not for menstruation. Have you never used it? Why are you like a primary school student, not understanding anything? It's really stressful to have a best friend like you, who requires me to teach her everything. Wu Xiaoyu understood something and glared at Zhang Lu fiercely, cursing in a low voice, bitch. Chapter 36 Orchid. A week later, Zhu Shan's 50th birthday party was held grandly at the Jiang family manor. The crystal chandeliers illuminated the banquet hall like daylight, and the champagne tower sparkled with golden light under the lights. Jiang Jingming invited almost all the important people in the city, and Qin Shui personally delivered precious gifts on behalf of the Qin family. Xu Tao stood beside Zhu Shan. From the moment Xu Tao arrived, Jiang Mani's eyes hardly left him. Xu Tao was wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit, and the silver pattern on his tie was faintly visible under the light. 50-year-old Zhu Shan is well-maintained. A dark green cheongsam outlines her still slim figure. Her hair is tied up high, revealing her elegant neckline. Xu Tao was very lucky and bought the legendary Suguan lotus ding from a collector. When he saw the orchid for the first time, he knew it was destined to belong to Zhu Shan. The banquet was coming to an end and the guests left one after another. Zhu Shan wants to take a walk alone with Xu Tao. She took Xu Tao to the orchid garden and looked at the orchids that Xu Tao had sent her not long ago with fascination. The petals are like snow, the heart is like clouds, and a burst of elegant orchid fragrance is refreshing. Su Guan heading. Xu Shan gently stroked Xu Tao's hand. Xiao Tao, you are thoughtful. Xu Tao said seriously, Aunt, compared to the kindness you have shown me, this is nothing. Zhu Shan's eyes were slightly red. She and her husband treated Xu Tao as their own son. After their daughter married Xu Tao, the couple were inseparable all day long. Why did you get divorced suddenly? The reason for the divorce is ridiculous. Xu Shan held Xu Tao's hand and they walked along the cobblestone path. It is late at night and the moon is particularly bright tonight. You can see the road clearly without streetlights. Auntie, you drank a lot today. Do you want to rest first? Xu Tao noticed that Zhu Shan's steps were a little unsteady. Xu Shan waved her hands. It's okay, I'm happy. She turned and looked at Xu Tao. It's been a long time since I took a good look at Xu Tao. Under the moonlight, Xu Tao's eyebrows and features were picturesque, with clear outlines, and one could vaguely see the shadow of his childhood. Xiao Tao, I've been searching for this Suguan heading plant for 10 years. I never got what I wanted. Xu Tao was a little surprised. Really? Yeah. Zhu Shan nodded. I saw it once at an orchid exhibition 10 years ago, and I haven't seen it since. I didn't expect her voice was filled with excitement. The orchid garden was very large, and the two of them walked slowly on the cobblestones. The warm air was filled with the fragrance of various orchids. Hundreds of pots of orchids bloom on carefully designed stands. Some are gorgeous, some are elegant and refined, and some are strange in shape but unique in charm. This is my little world. Zhu Shan's voice was full of pride. Xu Tao looked around and found that every orchid here was well cared for. The automatically adjusting temperature and humidity system, the perfect lighting, and even the airflow have all been carefully designed. Xiao Tao, I've loved orchids since I was a child. I'm really obsessed with them. Zhu Shan chuckled. Orchids are like people, they need care to bloom in their most beautiful form. She suddenly turned to Xu Tao, her eyes becoming deep. Just like love, it's not always smooth sailing, but it will become more beautiful after going through the ups and downs. Chu Tao's body stiffened slightly. He knew what Yushan was hinting at his and Jiang Mani's marriage, which had ended. Aunt, I. Chu Tao's voice was a little dry. Yushan didn't wait for Chu Tao to speak, and walked alone to a corner deep in the orchid garden. There is a locked glass case there. Come and take a look. She waved to Chu Tao. Chu Tao walked closer and found dozens of small items neatly arranged in the cabinet. A roughly handcrafted clay cup, a ring woven from straw, a hand-painted comic book. There are also various small toys. Each piece bears the marks of time, yet is preserved intact. These are. Chu Tao's throat suddenly tightened. He recognized these things. They were all gifts he gave to Jiang Mani when he was a child. The ceramic cup was made by him in a handicraft class when he was 10 years old, and the grass ring was woven with the long grass in the yard when he was 12 years old. The comic book recorded every detail of their childhood. Mani sorted these out recently. She thought this was the perfect place to put them. Now she never lets anyone touch them. Xu Shan said softly. Xiao Tao, after you divorced, she often came over and cleaned them herself, carefully, as if they were treasures. Xu Tao's heart suddenly contracted. Memories came flooding back like a tide that summer. The cicadas chirped in the Jiang family courtyard, and the 12-year-old boy clumsily weaved grass stems into a ring and put it on Jiang Mani's finger with a blushing face. The girl giggled, but never took it off. Xu Shan sighed. I'm afraid even Mani herself doesn't know how deep her love for you is. Xiao Tao, I hope you can give Mani a chance, and give yourself a chance too. A precious orchid needs careful care to release its fragrance. Isn't love the same? Chu Tao stood silently in front of the glass cabinet, the moonlight shining on him, casting a long shadow on the ground. Auntie, I. Xu Shan interrupted him. Don't answer me now. Think about it carefully, okay? She patted Chu Tao's shoulder and said, let's go. I'm a little tired. When leaving the orchid villa, Chu Tao looked back. Under the interweaving of moonlight and light, the Suguan lotus ding looks particularly elegant and refined. Xu Shan said softly, the most amazing thing about orchids is that even if they wither, as long as the roots are still there, they will always bloom again. Chu Tao seemed to be thinking about something. On the way back to the main building, neither of them spoke. When they were almost at the door, Xu Shan suddenly stopped and said, Xiao Tao, stay tonight. Ever since you came to the Jiang family, you have been at the Jiang family for every birthday of your uncle and me. Xu Tao hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, okay. Xu Shan was secretly delighted that the withered orchid seemed to be showing signs of sprouting again. Xu Tao lay on his back on the bed, with moonlight from outside the window pouring in through the gauze curtains. He turned over, and the sheets were crumpled by his tossing and turning. Xin Shui had a conversation with him tonight, but the conversation was less than 20 words in total, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was as dull as water. In the eyes of outsiders, it was definitely the first time the two met. Xu Tao admired Qin Shui's calmness in this regard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Shui would subconsciously become a little strange. I can't pretend not to know him completely. He thought of Qin Shui's eyes when they were cuddling with him, which were even hotter and fiery than his own, even full of tenderness. But the look she gave him tonight was as calm as an ancient pond. Qin Shui. He called the name in a low voice. It seemed that he was still far from being mature enough. I couldn't sleep, so I got up and drank a sip of Longjing tea. The phone screen suddenly lit up and a message popped up. Xiao Tao, you won't blame me tonight, right? I'm sorry, about tonight. Qin Shui's reply was delayed for several minutes, and she was obviously choosing her words. Xu Tao replied, Xiao Shue, why are you apologizing to me for no reason? What have you done to me that you feel sorry for me? Xiao Tao, has my father's matter been settled? I don't know what to apologize to you for. Anyway, looking at you with that kind of eyes, I inexplicably feel sorry for you. After Qin Shui sent the message, she felt a little irritated. The tea soup was clear and transparent. Xu Tao took another sip and found that the familiar bitterness was followed by a faint sweetness. Chapter 37 Meeting. Xu Tao smiled faintly and replied, Xiao Shue, that's because you have good acting skills. You see that my eyes are calm, but I believe that your heart and body are not what your eyes show. Qin Shui felt even more uncomfortable when she saw the word acting skills. I often wear a mask when dealing with people, but I still have to act when I meet Xu Tao. Unlike Su Wan, who can express her joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness freely. Xiao Tao, when I was with you, I wasn't acting at all. These were all my true feelings. I really am sorry for you tonight. Seeing the tenderness in your eyes, I was so scared that I turned around and ran away. Qin Shui didn't know what was wrong with her. Why did she become so anxious and worried? She was afraid that Chu Tao would be wronged. The sky is as dark as ink, and the lights of the city flicker in the distance like scattered stars. Chu Tao stared at the screen of his mobile phone, tapping lightly with his fingers. It was late at night and he was not sleepy at all. All he could think about was Qin Shui's plump figure, her charming face, and the way she moved with ease among the crowd. Xiao Xue, since you feel sorry, then find a way to make it up to me. He sent this message with a meaningful smile on his face. The phone vibrated quickly, and Qin Shui's reply was simple and direct: how do you compensate me? Chu Tao could imagine her biting her lower lip as she typed these words. He quickly replied, I can't sleep at all right now, let's meet up. Qin Shui replied immediately, yeah. Wherever you want to go, I can be there right away. Chu Tao immediately stood up, grabbed the car keys, thought for a while, and sent the address to Qin Shui. Then he strode towards the garage. Qin Shui stood in front of the wardrobe, her heart beating like a drum. She casually grabbed a black lace bra, but felt it was too contrived, so she changed to a simple flesh-colored one, but she didn't feel it was sexy enough. In the end, she chose Chu Tao's favorite crimson underwear. He once said that this color made her skin look as white as snow. Xiao Tao, you don't have any qualms about what happened tonight, do you? As long as you are happy, I can give you anything. Qin Shui muttered to herself in front of the mirror, quickly put on some light makeup, and sprayed on the perfume that Chu Tao once said smelled like making people want to commit a crime. When she grabbed the car keys, she felt nervous and excited, like she was in love for the first time. Qin Shui's husband is a well-behaved and good man. Qin Shui feels at ease when she is with him. She and her husband never had a quarrel from the time they fell in love to the time they got married, and then to the birth of their daughter. Life was very warm and Qin Shui knew that her husband loved her very much. But if you say she has passion for her husband, no, not really. The Zhao family looked down on the Qin family at the beginning. If it weren't for her husband's insistence, Qin Shui would not have been able to marry into the Zhao family. Qin Shui has been in love with Zhao Jie since college. It is of course impossible to say that she fell in love with Zhao Jie purely as a person. Apart from the blessing of his status, Zhao Jie is not very outstanding, but of course he is not bad either. Qin Shui didn't fall in love with Zhao Jie entirely because of Zhao Jie's family. She still admires Zhao Jie's character. It is hard for outsiders to imagine that a child from a family like Zhao Jie is so low-key that he is no different from an ordinary person. Qin Shui finally understood that the reason she and Zhao Jie could be together was that Zhao Jie himself accounted for a small part of the factors, while his family accounted for the majority. This is already a very good result. Compared to many arranged marriages, Qin Shui felt that she was already very happy when marrying a woman she didn't like at all. After they got married, every time Zhao Jie went on a business trip for a long time, Qin Shui couldn't help but miss her husband. But after Zhao Jie came back, she was not very excited. The warmth is very heartwarming, but it doesn't make my heart beat like a drum. Zhao Jie could never give her the feeling that Chu Tao gave her. But the moment Qin Shui learned that her husband had passed away, she almost fainted and was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. The power of companionship is great. Besides, Zhao Jie is a good husband and a good father. The most important thing is that he really spared no effort to let his father help the Qin family. He treated Qin Shui's parents as his own real parents. The car drove into the night. Qin Shui opened the window and let the night breeze blow away the heat on her cheeks. Her most trusted driver and two bodyguards had a hint of surprise in their eyes. Why did Qin Shui rush out in such a hurry in the middle of the night? This had never happened before. The navigation shows that the destination is 10 minutes away. Qin Shui's heart beat faster and faster. The date place was very remote. Finally, she drove into the secluded road. The tall trees on both sides cut the moonlight into pieces and scattered them on the road. In the distance, Chu Tao's car was already parked there. Qin Shui asked the driver to park the car about 10 meters away from Chu Tao. She took a deep breath, and before she could think of her next step, her phone lit up. Come here. Just 2 words. Qin Shui bit her lip and replied, come here. A few seconds later, the black car door opened and Chu Tao's tall figure stepped out of the car. The 2 heroic bodyguards and the driver got out of the car tactfully. The 2 personal bodyguards had protected Qin Shui for 5 years and were absolutely loyal. Not to mention the driver, who has been driving for Qin Shui for more than 10 years. Qin Shui saved her parents, and she is the kind of person who would even give her life to Qin Shui. Under the moonlight, Chu Tao, wearing simple casual clothes, strode towards Qin Shue's car. When the car door was opened, Qin Shue smelled the familiar scent of Chu Tao and was intoxicated. After Chu Tao accompanied Zhu Shan for a stroll in the orchid garden, he felt inexplicably irritated. He knew that he would never be able to repay the kindness of Jiang Mani's parents to him in his lifetime, but once a relationship was broken, there was no going back. His view on love is different now, and he agrees with the idea that wise people do not fall in love. Being too concerned about someone often results in heart-wrenching pain. Xiaoxue, you are so beautiful. Chu Tao's voice was very attractive and sounded particularly good in the narrow carriage. Qin Shui looked up at him, her eyes burning with the familiar desire. Xiao Tao, I'll compensate you in any way you want. Xu Tao leaned over, resting one hand on her headrest and lifting her chin with the other. Is anything really possible? Qin Shui did not answer. Her eyes fell on Xu Tao's lips, where there was a small scar caused by her biting it in a state of confusion last week. Xu Tao's eyes were too aggressive. Qin Shui nodded gently, keep your word. Xu Tao's hand slid from her chin to the side of her neck, and his thumb pressed on her pulse, feeling her rapid heartbeat. Your heart is beating so fast, he whispered against her lips. Xiaoxue, you don't know how charming you are. Qin Shui smiled and said, Xiao Tao, you are the same. You have no idea how charming you are. Xu Tao kissed the tip of her nose. Your car is very spacious. Qin Shui said sweetly, then what are you waiting for? The temperature inside the car gradually rises. Time passed by minute, and before we knew it, the first ray of morning light quietly climbed up the sky. Chapter 38 Entanglement. Xiao Tao. It's almost dawn. Qin Shui couldn't understand why Chu Tao didn't know what tiredness was. Xiao Tao, isn't it said that there are only plowed fields but no cows that die from exhaustion? Qin Shui was already a little confused and started talking nonsense. Xiaoxue, your compensation is not enough. Xu Tao joked. This place is not far from the Jiang family manor, and Chu Tao can go back soon, but it will take Qin Shui a long time to get home. But she doesn't have to drive, so Chu Tao is not worried. Xiao Tao, you didn't take any medicine, did you? If that's the case, don't do it next time. It's better to take it slow and steady. Qin Shui couldn't help but ask. Xu Tao, I'm gifted, do I need to take medicine? However, I have been tempered by medicinal herbs since I was young, and have also received careful guidance from masters. Qin Shui snorted softly, her slender fingers tracing across his chest. If Jiang Mani's parents knew they spent a huge amount of money to refine your body, and I got a bargain, wouldn't they be very angry? Xu Tao rolled his eyes at Qin Shui and said, Xiaoxue, what are you thinking about? Uncle Jiang, how could Aunt Zhu know so much? Many years ago, they listened to the advice of an expert who said that I had a special physique and that if I used medicine to temper it, there would be unexpected results. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the tempering of those medicines. Qin Shui curled her lips and stopped talking. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The morning light was just beginning to rise, and the sky in the east was turning pale as Chu Tao returned to the Jiang family manor. Qin Shui was taken back to her villa by the driver an hour after Chu Tao arrived at Jiang's house. A quarter of an hour after Chu Tao arrived at the Jiang family, the servants got up. John's father and mother usually didn't wake up until 6:30. The room Chu Tao sleeps in now is on the east side of the third floor, separated from his previous bridal chamber by only a study. Jiang Mani almost didn't sleep the whole night last night. She wanted to find Chu Tao several times, but was afraid of being driven out by Chu Tao. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so she could only suppress her restless body and heart. Chu Tao stood in front of the floor-length mirror, examining his body. His muscles were clearly defined, and it seemed as if endless energy was flowing beneath his skin. This body truly cannot be measured by common sense. After tempering his body with those rare medicinal herbs, his endurance, strength and recovery ability are far beyond that of ordinary people. Ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Cordyceps sinensis. These common medicinal herbs, combined with some special medicinal herbs, turned Chu Tao into a monster. Chu Tao closed his eyes, and Qin Shui's enchanting figure appeared in his mind again. Qin Shui had a faint scar from her cesarean section, but it did not diminish her charm, but instead added a touch of maturity. Why is Xiaoxue like a young girl? Does she have some secret? Chu Tao smiled faintly, wondering what he was daydreaming about. He took a cold shower and changed into a casual suit. At 6:20, he went downstairs to the restaurant on time. In the restaurant, Jiang Ming, Jiang's father, saw Chu Tao coming down and smiled. Xiao Tao, did you sleep well last night? Shu Shan asked gently. Very good, thank you for your concern, Aunt. Chu Tao replied kindly. There was a sound of light footsteps coming up the stairs. Jiang Mani walked down the stairs wearing a simple dress. She looked pale and had obvious dark circles under her eyes. Mani, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well? Why are your dark circles so heavy? Zhu Shan's eyes were full of anticipation. Did her daughter sneak into Chu Tao's room last night? Jiang Mani forced a smile. Mom, I had a nightmare and couldn't sleep since then. Her eyes were fixed on Chu Tao. Chu Tao looked energetic and rosy-cheeked, but she looked haggard. Chu Tao felt that gaze, looked up and met Jiang Mani's gaze, and said calmly, Sister Mani, why are you having a nightmare when you're perfectly fine? This name made Jiang Mani almost vomit blood in anger. She was only a few days older than Chu Tao, but Chu Tao called her sister at this time, which made her glare at Chu Tao fiercely. Brother Tao. You've blacklisted me for so long, I think you're going to be upset. Hurry and get me off your blacklist. She deliberately made her tone soft and sticky, with a slight rise at the end, just like she was acting coquettishly. Across the table, Jiang Jingming and Zhu Shan exchanged glances. Xiao Tao, Zhu Shan said with a smile, this is the seafood porridge you've loved since you were a child. Xu Tao looked at the expensive seafood porridge. If Jiang Mani's parents hadn't taken him in, an orphan might have only been able to eat vegetable leaves every day when he was a child. How could he have lived a life of luxury? Jiang Mani looked at her mother with gratitude. Xu Shan always assisted her at critical moments. Brother Tao, I don't want to be on your blacklist and cry every day. A victorious smile played on her lips. In front of his parents, Xu Tao had no way of refusing. Xu Tao could only let Jiang Mani get what she wanted. Xiao Tao, Nini, after dinner, why don't you go out for a walk together? Jiang Jingming glanced back and forth between the two of them. It's a nice day today. Brother Tao, let's go. Jiang Mani smiled happily, her parents are so supportive. Sister Mani, I haven't finished eating yet. Chu Tao drank the porridge slowly. Jiang Mani glared at Chu Tao fiercely. Is he still going on? Why does he keep calling me Sister Mani? Thinking about how Chu Tao called her baby when they were in love, wife after marriage, and the polite Jiang Mani after divorce, and now Sister Mani. 5 minutes later, the two were walking side by side in the courtyard of the manor. The sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Jiang Mani deliberately slowed down her pace so that their arms occasionally touched. Xiao Tao, I really miss you. Jiang Mani said softly. Well, what does that have to do with me? It's not like I made you miss me. Xu Tao's cold answer made Jiang Mani's eyes red. Jiang Mani bit her lower lip. Xu Tao is right. Even though I miss Xu Tao, I can't expect Xu Tao to be grateful to me. Xiao Tao, I have completely cut off contact with Lin Feng. He has been completely cleared out of my world, and I will never meet Lin Feng again. Jiang Mani said seriously. Sister Mani, maybe Li Feng, Zheng Feng, and Wang Feng will appear in your world in the future. Xu Tao's words made Jiang Mani feel so aggrieved that she burst into tears. Xiao Tao, I'm not a fickle woman. We grew up together. Why do you say that to me? Jiang Mani suddenly hugged Xu Tao. Xu Tao said, you also know that we are childhood sweethearts who grew up together? But you gave up our marriage and our years of love just because of a few video calls with Lin Feng. Sister Mani, we grew up together, but what does that mean? I'm very happy now. It's so nice to be without you. Xu Tao broke free from Jiang Mani's hands and turned to leave. Jiang Mani's heart is almost broken. Chapter 39 Jiang Mani kneels. Jiang Mani turned around suddenly, and her long skirt drew an arc in the air. Xu Tao. Her voice trembled, Can we have a heart-to-heart talk? Jiang Mani took a step forward, and the scent of rose perfume filled the air between them. Just give me 5 minutes. Xu Tao glanced at his watch and frowned slightly. Mani, there's nothing more to talk about between us. How can there be nothing to say? Her voice suddenly rose. We have so many memories together, how could there be anything to say? It's because we grew up together, so... Xu Tao thought for a moment and said seriously, you've become so accustomed to me that you've become numb and have lost all your passion for me, so it's easy for Lin Feng to take advantage of you. If you want to redeem yourself now, you are just competing with yourself. Jiang Mani felt dizzy and she held onto the marble edge of the fountain to steady herself. Xu Tao, it's not what you think, I really love you. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I've been regretting it every day. What are you regretting? Chu Tao looked up at her. The eyes that had once been full of tenderness towards her were now filled with fatigue. If Lin Feng had met your expectations, you two would be living happily together now. If that's the case, you'll only regret why Lin Feng didn't return home earlier. Maybe you regret not having the courage to confess your feelings to Lin Feng in college, or maybe you regret wasting so much of your youth. If Lin Feng is as wonderful as you imagined, the thing you regret most now is marrying me so easily and making yourself imperfect in Lin Feng's heart. Don't forget, you said with your own mouth that I soiled your body, making you no longer a pure and innocent girl. I can't let you throw yourself into Lin Feng's arms cleanly. The name Lin Feng stabbed into Jiang Mani's chest like a knife. She closed her eyes. The white moonlight that she had imagined to be so beautiful had now become the gravedigger of her marriage. Xiao Tao, do you want me to dig out my heart for you before you will believe what I say? My heart and eyes are filled with only you now. Nothing happened between Lin Feng and me. I went to pick him up at the airport, and he didn't even touch my hand. She explained eagerly, the so-called white moonlight is just a perfect image I imagined. Sister Manny, Lin Feng is a living person, don't talk nonsense. Xu Tao sneered, when you asked me for a divorce, you told me yourself that you knew from your video chat with him that he had liked you since college, and it almost melted your heart. If you are really like you said, with me in your heart and eyes, Lin Feng will not have the chance to video chat with you. Now, don't try to avoid the serious issue. You've clearly cheated on me, why are you pretending to be innocent? I'm not talking nonsense, have you forgotten what you said? You said yourself that you deeply regretted marrying me, and that you would have no choice but to marry Lin Feng as a second married woman. You also said that I soiled your body and forced Lin Feng to marry a divorced woman. I don't know where you get the courage to win me back. Jiang Mani's face turned pale instantly. She had said all the harsh words just to deliberately anger Chu Tao. If Chu Tao hadn't refused to save the relationship and was anxious to divorce her the next day, how could she have been so outspoken and said such nonsense? Xiao Tao, I was just saying that out of anger. Tears rolled down her cheeks, please give me a chance for my parents' sake. Xiao Tao, just think about how loving we are after we got married. Besides, I'm such a good performer in bed, how could I not love you? The body is the most honest. Xu Feng interrupted her, Manny, we should all move on. Xiao Tao, how can I move forward without you? Jiang Mani rushed forward and grabbed his arm, these past few days have been like years for me. Every night I fall asleep hugging the pillow you once leaned on. I never dare to wash it because it still smells like you. I can't live without you. Xu Tao broke free from her hand and said seriously, but I'm very happy without you. These words struck Jiang Mani like thunder. She stumbled back, unable to believe her ears. You, what did you say? I told you I'm very happy after the divorce, Xu Tao repeated word by word, his voice eerily calm. You don't think I'm miserable after the divorce, do you? I've only just realized that no one in this world is inseparable from anyone else. The same as you. No. Jiang Mani screamed and rushed forward to block Xu Tao's way. That's not the case. You must be lying to me. You can't be happy without me. If love can be easily emptied, how can it be considered love? You loved me so deeply before, how come you are so happy after leaving me? You must be the same as me, crying every night. Let's not torture each other, okay? You said this just to get back at me, to protect the words I said that hurt you so deeply. I swear I didn't mean them. Jiang Mani absolutely did not believe what Chu Tao said. Putting herself in his shoes, she was not happy at all after breaking up with Chu Tao. How could Chu Tao be happy? He was just trying to make her angry on purpose, and she was indeed angry with him, but Jiang Mani didn't hate Chu Tao at all. She deserved it. Xu Tao said softly, Sister Manny. I admit that I loved you deeply in the past. But this love has been completely destroyed by you. Jiang Mani raised her tearful face and looked at the man who had been her childhood sweetheart. The morning sun shone on his profile, outlining his handsome features. It would be better to kill her directly than to ask her to let go. Hubby, you can't call me Sister Manny. I'm not your sister, I'm your wife. Give me one chance, just one time. She knelt down, I swear I won't say a single harsh word in the future. As long as you are happy, I can play the role of a slave girl for you. Xu Tao closed his eyes and said, Come on, Sister Manny, stand up and talk. Don't lose your dignity. I won't get up. Jiang Mani said with determination, unless you agree to give us another chance. Shu Tao said seriously, Manny, adults must be responsible for their own choices. You chose Lin Feng, chose to give up our marriage, and chose the most hurtful words. Now, you must accept this result. I really hope you can become the proud little peacock you used to be and never give up your dignity. Without you, what's the point of my dignity? Jiang Mani's eyes were filled with pain. Husband, after the divorce, I realized how much I love you. I love you far more than I love myself. Shu Tao shook his head, knowing that Jiang Mani was now crazy. It wasn't that she loved him very much, but she was completely lost in self-admiration. Time can smooth everything out. When she figures it out and recalls what happened today, she will definitely curse herself inwardly for being so stupid as to do something as humble as kneeling down. Shu Tao didn't say anything else. After he left, Jiang Mani would naturally stop kneeling. Looking at Shu Tao's back as he walked away, Jiang Mani cried heart-wrenchingly. But the sound of the fountain completely drowned out her sobs. The cold water droplets even splashed on her face, mixing with the hot tears. She remembered that a few months ago, Shu Tao proposed to her in front of the fountain and said that he would love her forever. Hubby, I will make you change your mind. Jiang Mani swore to the empty courtyard, no matter how long it takes or what the cost. Chapter 40 Determination. The white ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Feng was lying on the wide bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The sunlight slanted in through the half-drawn curtains, shining on his pale face, but it could not dispel the haze in his eyes. Mr. Lin, regarding your condition. The doctor in a white coat pushed up his glasses and spoke in a low voice, we've tried our best, but I'm afraid your male function can't be restored. Lin Feng's fingers clenched the bedsheet tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. He felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing, as if the doctor's next words were blurred by a thick layer of frosted glass. You mean? I will always. Lin Feng's voice was so hoarse that it didn't sound like his own. The doctor avoided his gaze and nodded slightly. Considering the extent of the damage. I'm sorry. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a tear slid uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. He wanted to tear those vicious women into pieces, so he gave him strong drugs and tortured him desperately. But Lin Feng soon realized that the real culprit was Jiang Jingming. After the doctor left, the ward fell into deathly silence. Lin Feng trembled as he lifted the quilt, looking at the soft little Lin Feng, who didn't react at all no matter how he was stimulated. The hideous smiles of those fat women appeared before his eyes again, and the scene of them taking turns torturing him was like an unforgettable nightmare. Jiang Jingming. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pronounced the name, with flames of hatred burning in his eyes. The sound of footsteps outside the door interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. A burly man walked in, followed by 2 bodyguards. The man was about 50 years old, wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, with a resolute face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. Uncle Long. Uncle Long? Lin Feng struggled to sit up. Don't move, just lie down. Long Biao walked to the bed and waved his hand to signal the bodyguard to leave. He sat down on the chair beside the bed and looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. I heard everything the doctor said, Long Biao said straight to the point. Those beasts have done you this bad. Lin Feng's throat tightened and he couldn't speak. He never thought that he would end up in this situation, being tricked by Jiang Mani into coming back to get married, but Jiang Mani only smiled at him a few times when she picked him up at the airport. In less than an hour, Jiang Mani's attitude towards him was cold. This damn woman. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse gives birth to a mouse that can dig holes. She is as hateful as her father. Lin Feng now hates Jiang Mani even more than he hates her father. If Jiang Mani hadn't gone back on her word and tricked him into coming back and then ignored him, how could he have ended up like this? I originally thought that I would be able to sleep with Jiang Mani on the night I returned home, and get the marriage certificate the next day, and soon reach the peak of my life. But now, even the qualification to be a man has been deprived. I won't accept this. I want Jiang Mani to become a slave played with by many people. I want Jiang Jingming to be torn to pieces. Lin Feng muttered to himself with empty eyes. Long Biao was silent for a moment, then asked, You want revenge, not by cursing? If cursing worked, there would be no bad people in this world. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, a light flashed in his eyes, and then dimmed. Now the people of Jingming are looking for me everywhere. If I show up, they will make me disappear. What chance do I have of revenge? The corners of Long Biao's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. If you can't be a man, you can be a woman. What? Lin Feng thought he had heard it wrong. I said, Long Biao repeated word by word, if you can't be a man, then be a woman. Lin Feng's mind went blank. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Long Biao's words were like a heavy hammer, making him dizzy. Long Biao took out a photo from his suit pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Take a look at this. The photo shows a stunning young woman with almond eyes, cherry lips, skin as white as snow, and long hair like a waterfall. She is breathtakingly beautiful. This is a simulation of your sex change, Long Biao said calmly. This is a prediction made by a top doctor I consulted. You have a very good foundation. Your skin is more delicate than most women. It is fair and delicate, and your frame is slender. After the transformation, you will definitely be as beautiful as the moon and flowers. You can charm many men. Lin Feng's hands began to tremble, and the photo slipped from his fingers. His brain was resisting this crazy idea, but deep in his heart, a secret expectation was quietly growing. Uncle Long, this is ridiculous. Lin Feng's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Ridiculous? Long Biao sneered, how is this ridiculous? In your current state, sex reassignment surgery to become a woman is the best option. Lin Feng was silent. Jiang Jingming is so powerful, this hatred cannot be avenged by ordinary means. Long Biao leaned over to pick up the photo and put it back in Lin Feng's hand. Think about it, you became a woman and approached Jiang Jingming as a cooperative city. He would never have thought it was you. You could even get close to Jiang Mani, slowly become her best friend, and dismantle the Jiang family from within. Wouldn't revenge be more satisfying this way? Lin Feng stared at himself in the photo, his heart beating faster. It was indeed a face that could make any man's heart flutter, and even he himself felt a little dazed when he saw it. I don't know. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid, this is too sudden. Long Biao patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, think about it carefully. I will provide you with the best medical team and the most perfect identity packaging. You will become the Chinese daughter who returned from overseas, Nian Yu. Jiang Jingming is your enemy and my enemy as well. I was planning to confess my feelings to this woman whom I had secretly loved for so long, but he got there first. We are sworn enemies. Long Biao still can't forget Yushan, she is the real white moonlight in his heart. Nian Yu. Lin Feng repeated the name softly, thinking it sounded nice. Jiang Jingming never dreamed that you would appear in this way. Long Biao's eyes flashed with a cold light, this is the most perfect revenge. Lin Feng closed his eyes, the hatred in his mind like a venomous snake gnawing at his heart. He suddenly realized that he had nothing to lose. If I agree, Lin Feng opened his eyes, his voice surprisingly calm, how long will it take? Long Biao smiled with satisfaction, the recovery period after surgery, plus the special training on posture and voice, will take quite a while. But I will arrange the best team so that you won't have to wait too long. Soon a brand new Nian Yu will be born. Thank you, Uncle Long, you are my lifelong benefactor. Lin Feng's eyes were full of gratitude. When Long Biao thought of the beautiful Lin Feng after her transformation, his heart was inexplicably moved. After Long Biao left, Lin Feng picked up the photo again and stared at it for a long time. The woman in the photo smiled at him, as if inviting him to step into a whole new world. He stood up tremblingly and walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the ward. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt sorry for himself and felt very uncomfortable. Thinking that he was about to say goodbye to his former self, he shed a few tears. Nian Yu. He called softly to the mirror, his voice unconsciously softening. Time passed by minute. Outside the window, the sun set. The last ray of sunlight shone on the mirror, reflecting a strange glow. Lin Feng saw himself in the mirror in a trance, and he turned into that beautiful woman, smiling at him. The nurse knocked on the door and came in, bringing dinner. There was a fresh rose on the plate today, looking gorgeous and tempting. Mr. Long specifically ordered this, the nurse said with a smile. He said that from today on, you need to get used to these feminine things. Lin Feng took the rose and accidentally pricked his fingertip, causing a drop of blood to ooze out. He stared at the drop of blood and suddenly smiled. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Lin Feng stood by the window, looking at the city lights in the distance. Just wait, Jiang Jingming, Jiang Mani. Lin Feng whispered softly, his voice drifting in the darkness. You will pay for everything you have done. The moonlight sprinkled on his handsome profile, outlining a vague outline that looked like both a man and a woman, like a butterfly in the process of metamorphosis, waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon. Chapter 41 Can't Send It Out. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Mani stood in the elevator of the Qin Group building, holding a thermos tightly in her hand. The elevator mirror reflected her carefully dressed appearance. Light makeup just concealed the haggardness of the past few days, and the light blue dress outlined her slender waist. She took a deep breath and smelled the faint aroma coming from the thermos. It was Chu Tao's favorite seafood porridge. With a ding sound, the elevator stopped on the 18th floor. Jiang Mani's heartbeat quickened as the elevator door opened. The gold-plated words, "General Manager's Office," gleamed brightly. The thermos grew heavier in her hand, the heat transmitting through the metal to her palm. She recalled the first time she made porridge for Chu Tao in junior high school. She was clumsy and made the porridge mushy. Chu Tao ate every drop and said with a smile that this was the most delicious porridge in the world. That smile and those eyes filled with sweetness are the most beautiful memories of her youth. From then on, she studied how to make porridge seriously, and later even her parents liked the porridge she made very much. Every time Jiang Mani saw Chu Tao eating with relish, she felt happy inside. Jiang Mani adjusted her skirt, and the moment she pushed the door open, her breathing stopped. Chu Tao sat behind a large desk. His black suit made him look a little serious. He was reviewing documents with his head down. "Xiao Tao." Jiang Mani called softly. Chu Tao looked up and asked calmly, "Sister Mani, is there something wrong?" Jiang Mani's heart felt like it was pricked by a needle. Why is she used to being called that now? She walked over and placed the thermos on the table. "I made you your favorite porridge, your favorite. After we got married, I rarely made porridge for you. I'm sorry. You've always liked the porridge I made. I should stick with it until we grow old together." "Sister Mani." Chu Tao interrupted her, "I've already had breakfast." Jiang Mani tightened her fingers on the thermos. I got up at 4 o'clock to make it. The heat was just right, and the rice grains were blooming, just like you like." "Sister Mani." Chu Tao put down his pen and looked her straight in the eye. "We're already divorced. What's the point of you doing this? I want to save our marriage." Jiang Mani looked straight into Chu Tao's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been with Lin Feng. But I swear there's nothing between him and me. I'm absolutely a clean woman." Chu Tao stood up, walked to the French window, and turned his back to Jiang Mani. "The problem is not whether you slept together or not, but that you did cheat." Jiang Mani said quietly, "Xiao Tao, you're right. But considering that you came back in time and that we've been together for so many years, can you please forgive me for once, okay?" Chu Tao turned around, his eyes sharp as a knife. "You have a restless heart, Sister Mani. You have no room for fantasy about me, who sleeps in the same bed with you every day. Just like the heroines described in those novels, they are so beautiful that people can imagine a lot, but once they are made into TV series and a specific actor is chosen to play the role, people who have read the novel will be disappointed. I feel that the description is so beautiful, how can such an actor ruin it? After all, imagination is always better than reality. You've been with me for a long time, and the passion has faded. Lin Feng's appearance filled you with fantasies, but after seeing him, the filter immediately shattered, and you thought I was still the best. I can't say people shouldn't have a rich imagination. Thoughts are uncontrollable, but no matter how much you think, you can't put them into action. You insist on divorcing me based on a little fantasy. This is not just simple willfulness. You just do what you want, thinking the world revolves around you, and you don't even bother to think about the consequences of making the wrong choice. Xiao Tao, you are right, there has always been a little girl living in my heart. But you should give me a chance to grow, and not sentence me to death all at once?" Jiang Mani pleaded. Chu Tao walked back to his desk and placed his hands on it. "Sister Mani, it's not that I won't give you a chance to grow. It's that a rift has developed between us and we've lost the feeling we had before. It will become very awkward if we force ourselves to be together in the future. You have to admit that the reason you think so highly of Lin Feng is that you are dissatisfied with me. You thought you could get compensation from Lin Feng, so you couldn't wait to divorce me. After we remarried, whenever there was a little conflict, I would suddenly have a thought, maybe I had made you unhappy again, and whether you would go to Zhang Feng, Li Feng, or someone else. I don't want to live that kind of life. This is the fundamental reason why we can't remarry. Human greed is insatiable, and reality is rarely perfect. You don't need a reason not to cheat, but there are countless reasons to cheat. Even if you meet all of Pan Lu and Deng Xiaoxian's conditions, you'll still cheat." The office fell silent, and Jiang Mani felt dizzy. She held onto the edge of the table and tried to organize her words. "Chu Tao, I've been thinking every night lately about when I first fell in love with you. Now I'm sure, from junior high school until now, it's never changed. Why are you worried that I'll cheat again in the future? If I do that again, I'm not worthy of being a human being. Shu Tao shook his head. Sister Manny, it's hard to change your nature. You are just a girl who loves to dream. It's not wrong in principle to love dreaming. Actions are more important than intentions, but you are the kind of person who takes concrete action when you think about something. If vows work, why is the divorce rate so high? When they take their vows at the wedding, they may be very determined in their hearts, but why do they forget their vows so quickly? Sister Manny, human hearts are too complicated. Changing one's heart is the norm. That's why they say a wise man never falls in love. The vast majority of people cannot help but pursue better and more exciting things, and are never satisfied with the status quo. I won't. Jiang Mani eagerly grabbed Shu Tao's hand. I have now completely emerged from the cocoon and become a butterfly. Shu Tao pulled his hand back abruptly. Sister Manny, I've made it clear to you. Jiang Mani's tears blurred her vision. The porridge in the thermos bucket was not cold yet, but she could truly feel that Shu Tao's heart towards her had turned cold. She had always thought that Shu Tao was just throwing a tantrum. Xiao Dao, she said, choking back tears, it's ridiculously wrong to say that a wise man doesn't fall in love. A life without love isn't worth living at all. We can't completely deny love just because it can bring hurt. This is just an escape, just an excuse for cowardice. It seems like you are living a clear life, but in reality you are like an ostrich, burying your head in the sand. Shu Tao's expression wavered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Sister Manny, let's go. I am really living a happy life now and I don't want to destroy this beauty. Jiang Mani left in a daze. The moment the elevator door closed, she completely collapsed and leaned against the cold metal wall, crying silently. The porridge in the thermos bucket was never delivered. Chapter 42 Long Yu's Surrender. After get off work, Long Yu came to the Qingtian Club. The light in the box was deliberately dimmed, and the crystal chandelier was only half on, casting mottled light and shadows on the dark solid wood table. Long Yu sat on the leather sofa, her fingers unconsciously stroking the rim of the champagne glass. The bubbles in the champagne had long since dissipated. She checked her watch for the third time. 17 minutes had passed since the agreed time. There was almost no sound when the door was pushed open, but Long Yu immediately straightened his back. Qin Shui walked in wearing 7-centimeter high heels. Her black slim dress outlined her perfect figure. The string of exquisite pearls around her neck was dazzling under the dim light. Sorry for the wait. Qin Shui's voice was like iced red wine, elegant yet with an undeniable chill. She sat down across from Long Yu and casually set her platinum bag aside. Long Yu forced herself to smile. Excuse me, what can Mr. Qin do for me? Qin Shui did not respond, but took out a brown paper bag from her bag and slowly untied the tangled red rope. You'll know once you take a look. Qin Shui poured the contents of the paper bag onto the table. Long Yu's breathing froze instantly. The information in the brown paper bag thoroughly investigated everything that the Lang family had done for 18 generations. In addition, Qin Shui knew everything about Lang Yu's investigation into Qin Shui and Shu Tao during this period. Qin Shui had people investigate the transfer records of Lang Yu's father Lang Zhan's offshore account, the evidence of Lang Zhan selling out the company, and even the fact that Zhan had a mistress. Mr. Qin. Lang Yu's throat tightened and cold sweat oozed from her back. Qin Shui smiled faintly. Xiaoye, how much resources can you mobilize and how much resources can I mobilize? Don't you have any idea? Your father is bolder than I thought. Qin Shui picked up a photo of a coffee shop with 2 fingers. It was a photo of Ling Zhan and the company's competitors drinking coffee abroad, which was found by Qin Shui's people. Your father has betrayed the interests of the company and has established a joint venture in the Cayman Islands with a competitor of his own. Long Yu clenched her fingers under the table, her nails digging into her palms. The pain kept her awake. Boss Qin, please let the Lang family go, let my father go. Qin Shui leaned forward and placed her index finger on Long Yu's lips. Her natural body fragrance hit me. The company your father sold has nothing to do with me. Why should I make things difficult for your father? Everyone should clean up the snow in front of their own door, and not worry about the frost on other people's roofs. Even if your father completely took over someone else's company, that was his ability. But once you found out that I was the one behind Shu Tao, you should have stopped the investigation immediately. But where did you get the courage to keep investigating endlessly? Lang Yu felt the temperature in the box drop suddenly. Qin Shui leaned back on the sofa and crossed her legs elegantly. Tell me everything you said to Jiang Mani now. Lan Yu's blood almost froze. Boss Chin, I didn't tell Miss Jiang anything. I just said that the person behind Chu Tao is very powerful. I will report to her after I have investigated thoroughly. Chu Tao met me in the suburbs in the middle of the night. Did you find out about it? Xin Shue's eyes were full of teasing. I just know that Chu Tao left Jiang's house that night and came back just before dawn. I really didn't know he was going out to see you. Leng Yu knew in her heart that when the two of them met at such a late hour, what else could they do? Of course, they would do that kind of thing. Xiaoya, let's go to the suburbs and have sex in the car all night. It's really exciting. Have you ever tried it? There was a dangerous light in Qin Shue's eyes. Lan Yu's legs were shaking with fear. She didn't know why Qin Shue told her this. Relax. Qin Shue smiled. Aren't you very curious about the relationship between Xiao Tao and me? Well, I'll just tell you now, so you don't have to bother looking it up. You know the secret. Should I send you to the police station or somewhere worse? Lan Yu stood up tremblingly. Director Qin, my daughter is only 1 year old, please let me go. Sit down. Qin Shue's voice was not loud, but as sharp as a knife. Lan Yu's legs went weak uncontrollably. She slowly sat back in her chair, feeling more powerless than ever before. She suddenly realized that Qin Shue and she were not on the same dimension. The power behind this woman was far beyond her imagination. That's right. Qin Shue nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you must listen to me obediently. Even if I ask you to sleep with a man, you must not resist in the slightest. Otherwise, your end will be very tragic, and the entire Ling family will be implicated. Lun Yu's lips trembled. Boss Qin, you said that what my father did has nothing to do with you and you won't target my father. Qin Shue smiled slightly. What your father did has nothing to do with me, but what you did hurt me. It's useless to say that the disaster will not affect my family. I am a woman who will do anything to achieve her goals. Leng Yu felt a chill running up from the soles of her feet. She should have thought that Qin Shue would not be a kind-hearted woman. She was really worried that Qin Shue would really ask her to sleep with a man and squeeze out all her value. Leng Yu knew that women with high status were the most popular, and she was the object that many men dreamed of conquering. Her cool temperament, graceful figure, beautiful young woman, and outstanding abilities are all her plus points, and she has always been coveted by many men. Boss Qin, you are also a woman. Please give me a way to live. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Tears welled up in Lan Yu's eyes. Xiaoyu, I was just giving you an analogy. I meant to tell you that you must obey me completely. I didn't really mean to make you a 10,000 horseman. I've said so much to you mainly because I value your abilities and want to use them for my own benefit in the future. Qin Shue saw Leng Yu's pale face and knew that it was almost time. Too much is as bad as too little. What she wanted was Leng Yu's complete obedience, not to drive Leng Yu crazy. Boss Qin, except for betraying the Jiang family, I will listen to you in everything else. Leng Yu asked cautiously. She knew she had no choice. Even if Qin Shue asked her to betray the Jiang family, she could only obey. Otherwise, she would really become a target of thousands of people and implicate the Long family. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang have been so kind to Xiao Tao, how could I go against the Jiang family? Last time Jiang Mani's mother had a birthday, she even personally sent a gift. Qin Shue's fingers gently stroked Leng Yu's jawline. But that stupid woman Jiang Mani is still daydreaming about remarrying. This really makes me speechless. Leng Yu felt relieved. She was most worried that Qin Shue would take over the Jiang family and make her an undercover agent. Xiaoye, keep an eye on Jiang Mani. This is a test for you. If you don't satisfy me, then you will be of no use to me. If you pass the test, I will give you more tasks in the future. But don't worry, I won't let you help me in vain. I will give you generous rewards. Leng Yu nodded. Boss Qin, I will definitely listen to you from now on. Chapter 43 Cruel. Leng Yu rubbed her temples, and the cool touch from her fingertips slightly relieved her headache. The lights of the Qingtian Club faded away behind her. Thinking that she almost peed her pants just now, she felt ashamed. Only now did she realize that she was not that strong and also needed a shoulder to lean on. Leng Yu thought of her chubby daughter at home and her husband's gentle eyes, and she felt much better. A warm home is her greatest harbor. She opened the car door and sat down with her plump buttocks. The leather seat of the black car made a slight sound. Go home and take a nice bath with my husband, she thought happily. The phone vibrated at this moment. Lang Yu frowned and took out her cell phone from her Hermes bag. I tapped my finger and my breathing almost stopped the moment I saw the photo. In the photo, her husband Li Wei is walking into the obstetrics and gynecology department of Renha Hospital with his arms around a woman with an exaggeratedly plump figure. The woman was wearing a tight dress, and her belly was at least 5 months pregnant. Li Wei's hand rested naturally on her waist, with a gentle smile on his face. Lang Yu was very familiar with this smile. Every time Li Wei saw her, he would show her such a healing smile. This is... Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably and she could barely hold the phone. Then, a text message popped up. Minister Jiang, you are the head of the Jiang family's intelligence department. You are so good at investigating others, but you didn't even know that your husband was having an affair with a mistress who was 5 months pregnant? How ironic. Lang Yu felt like she was stabbed in the chest, and she bent over in pain. She naturally knew that this was discovered by Qin Shue's men, but why didn't Qin Shue tell her just now? Lang Yu recalled the past 6 months and found that her husband had been busy but nothing else was unusual. She didn't feel her husband's indifference at all. Her husband's eyes always looked at her with tenderness and love, and she never dreamed that he had a mistress outside. The neon lights outside the car window became blurred. Lang Yu blinked hard and found that she was already in tears. She bit her lower lip tightly until she tasted blood. A few years ago, when Li Wei pursued her, he was just a small clerk in the company, but he was very handsome. Lang Yu was an absolute beauty lover. After 3 years of Li Wei's intense pursuit, she agreed to be Li Wei's girlfriend, and the two planned to get married a year later. The Lang family strongly opposed this marriage, believing that Li Wei was not worthy of her and that she had insisted on marrying him. In the second year after her marriage, she gave birth to a daughter, Jiao Jiao. Li Wei has often worked overtime in the past 6 months, saying that he has the opportunity to be promoted from supervisor to manager. Every time Li Wei came back from overtime, he was exhausted, but he looked at Lang Yu with affection and even guilt, saying that he was too tired, implying that he could not pay his dues. Lang Yu suddenly realized what those so-called overtime nights meant. The car stopped at the side of the road. Lang Yu took a deep breath and called her most trusted assistant. Please help me check 2 things. First, all of Li Wei's whereabouts over the past 6 months, especially around the hospital. Second, all appointment records for people named Li Wei at the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Renha Hospital over the past 5 months. After hanging up the phone, Lang Yu called her mother again. Mom, is Jiao Jiao asleep? When she heard that her daughter was well behaved and had fallen asleep, her tears flowed again. Lean back in your seat and close your eyes. Anger churned in her body like magma. Tonight was a huge blow. She had become Qin Shue's dog and had been betrayed by her husband for so long. Lang Yu drove to a high-end apartment in the city center. This was the property she owned before she got married. The apartment was spotless and the cleaning staff came to clean it every week. Lang Yu took off her high heels and walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window. The phone vibrated again. It was a preliminary report sent by Zhang Xia. Sure enough, in the past 6 months, Li Wei appeared near Renha Hospital 17 times, 9 of which he entered the hospital. Appointment records show that a woman named Xiao Fei recently had a regular prenatal checkup, and the accompanying person was registered as husband Li Wei. Xiao Fei. Lang Yu read the name and felt it sounded familiar. I quickly remembered that my husband had mentioned Xiao Fei, who had just joined the company last year and was my husband's assistant. She had also come to our house for dinner. Xiao Fei was her husband's junior, and seeing her husband so frank, she had no doubts at all. Lang Yu stood up, walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet and rinsed her hot face with cold water. The woman in the mirror had red eyes, messy makeup, and a look that was growing colder. Back in the living room, Lang Yu dialed a number she rarely contacted. Old Eagle, I need you to check 2 people. Yes, Li Wei and Xiao Fei. 2 days later, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Lang Yu began to systematically organize Li Wei's financial records. The investigation results made Lang Yu both angry and heartbroken. In less than a year, Li Wei transferred nearly 2 million yuan from their joint account to beauty salons and luxury stores she had never heard of. What is even more shocking is that he bought an apartment in the high-end community Emerald Bay in the east of the city, and the owner of the apartment is Xiao Fei. Lang Yu closed the computer, walked to the wine cabinet and poured herself a glass of whiskey. The amber liquid swayed in the glass, and she drank it in one gulp. The hot feeling burned from her throat to her stomach. Ding ding ding. Her WeChat notification sounded, and Li Wei sent her a text message. Honey, I'll be back soon. Are Mom and Jiao Jiao asleep? Please prepare the water in advance, and we can take a bath together. Lang Yu's villa is not a detached house, but a 3-story townhouse that is very comfortable to live in, and there is no need to worry about any trouble in their world of two. Li Wei, I'll be waiting for you at home. Lang Yu's eyes were full of coldness. As soon as he entered the door, Li Wei pounced on Lang Yu, hugged her and squeezed his wife's butt hard. Lang Yu pushed her husband away and slapped him in the face. You cheap man. How dare you cheat on me? She is a black belt in Taekwondo and Karate, and is also a master of Sanda. Being able to become the head of the Zhang family's intelligence department requires not only brains but also extraordinary skills. Soon Li Wei was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Lang Yu looked at her husband indifferently and threw the photo to him. Bitch, let's get a divorce right away. You'll leave the house with nothing. And you'll have to pay me back the money you spent on Xiao Fei within a month. Otherwise I will make your sister and even your mother go to the underground club to make money. Lang Yu thought of Qin Shue's words, it's useless for her to be in trouble. Wife, I beg you, considering that I have obeyed you in everything over the years, please give me some property. Fei Fei is pregnant with a boy. If you hadn't insisted on not having a second child, how would I dare to look for a woman outside? My parents are looking forward to having a grandson every day. Li Wei burst into tears. Lang Yu was immediately furious and kicked Li Wei in the vitals. Just go beg for food with that Fei Fei. I will make it impossible for you to stay in this company, and no other company will want you. You scumbag. Chapter 44. The rain stopped. As night fell, Jiang Mani's fingers gently stroked the cold glass surface of the photo frame, and her fingertips lingered on Chu Tao's smiling face. How happy they look in the photo. He put his arm around her waist and she leaned on his shoulder, both of them smiling so brightly, as if all the storms in the world had nothing to do with them. Why? Her voice was choked in her throat, tears blurred her vision. Why did we become like this? Everything in the bridal chamber remains the same as it was before their divorce. The light blue curtains were chosen by her, the pillows on the sofa were picked out by them together, and even the small cactus on the coffee table was bought by Chu Tao because he was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep other plants alive. Every corner was filled with memories, and Jiang Mani felt that every object was silently accusing her of stupidity. She slumped down on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the wedding photo. She remembered what she had said on the eve of her divorce, and every word was like a knife cutting her heart. The taste of alcohol spread in her mouth. She didn't know when she opened the bottle of Chu Tao's treasured liquor. The acrid liquid slid down her throat, burning her esophagus. I didn't. I really didn't. She murmured to herself in the empty room, as if Chu Tao was standing in front of her. Lin Feng and I have nothing. Why don't you forgive me? The bottle was half empty and Jiang Mani felt dizzy. She staggered towards their wedding bed, the big bed where they once slept together. The bed sheets were still Chu Tao's favorite lavender color. She fell on the bed, buried her face deep in the pillow, and greedily breathed in the almost disappeared breath. Tears soaked the pillowcase, alcohol amplified all her emotions, and regret overwhelmed her like a tide. I was wrong. I was really wrong. She cried to the empty room, I shouldn't have said those words. I shouldn't have mentioned divorce. With a bang, the bottle rolled off the bed and onto the carpet. The remaining liquid seeped into the light-colored wool, leaving a dark mark. Jiang Mani was already very drunk. She smiled foolishly, but her tears flowed even more violently. Chu Tao. She called her ex-husband's name, her voice filled with despair. Give me a chance, just one. Xu Shan heard the noise and rushed into her daughter's room, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing her daughter's pain, her heart was broken. My daughter has always been so proud and strong-willed. Have you ever seen her so broken down like this? Nini, why are you so anxious? This has to be done step by step. Why are you so impatient? Xu Shan didn't want to see her daughter in such pain, so she could only take out her cell phone tremblingly. In the address book, the name Chu Tao is still quietly lying in the family group. Xu Tao's voice came through the microphone. Auntie? Xiao Tao. Xu Shan's voice choked. Can you come home? Manny, she's not feeling well. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Aunt, what happened to her? She drank a lot of liquor and is now unconscious. She keeps calling your name. Xu Shan looked at her daughter's curled-up figure in the room and said, Auntie, please, if she continues like this, she will destroy herself. Xu Tao sighed heavily and said, Aunt, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Xu Shan wiped away her tears. Jiang Mani was already half conscious, her cheeks flushed, and she was still mumbling something. Shu Shan stroked her daughter's hair lovingly, just like she did when she had nightmares as a child. Silly child, Xiao Tao is still angry, how could he be willing to give you up? Her eyes were full of pity. The rain started to fall outside the window, hitting the glass. Chu Tao grabbed the car keys and rushed out the door. Raindrops hit the windshield, and the wipers swayed rhythmically from side to side. Chu Tao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his memories replaying uncontrollably. He remembered the shy blush on Jiang Mani's face when he kissed her for the first time. He remembered the infinite tenderness that surged in his heart when Jiang Mani walked towards him in her white wedding dress. He also remembered the vows they made on their wedding night. There was a hint of tenderness in Chu Tao's eyes, but he soon recalled Jiang Mani's words. Jiang Mani blamed herself for not being able to give it to Lin Feng cleanly. Thinking of this, the tenderness in Chu Tao's eyes disappeared in an instant. The most hurtful words often come from the mouth of the one you love the most, and every word is like a knife stabbing his heart. Along the way, the rain got heavier. When they arrived at the gate, Xu Shan looked at Chu Tao with red and swollen eyes. Xiao Tao, you're here. Xu Shan's voice trembled, she's in your wedding room. Chu Tao nodded and walked up the stairs silently. Walking into their former wedding room, Jiang Mani was lying on her side on the bed, her long hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her arms tightly holding their wedding photo. There was an empty wine bottle lying on the floor, and the room was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Hearing the noise, Jiang Mani slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused, but it suddenly lit up the moment she saw Chu Tao. I'm dreaming again. She murmured to herself, reaching out to touch him, I dream of you every time I get drunk. Please don't disappear so quickly this time. This was not the first time Jiang Mani got drunk, but this time she was the drunkest. Chu Tao stood there, his throat tight. Jiang Mani looked even worse than he had imagined. Her beautiful face looked haggard, with severe dark circles under her eyes. Her once bright eyes were now bloodshot. Sister Mani. Chu Tao's voice was hoarse, why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Jiang Mani blinked and suddenly struggled to sit up. Husband? Is it really you? Chu Tao instinctively took a step back. There was an unbridgeable gap between him and Jiang Mani. Jiang Mani grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. Hubby, you forgive me, right? I cheated on you and hurt you so deeply. I will spend my whole life making it up to you and giving you my deepest love. Chu Tao froze in place. Jiang Mani's words struck him like lightning. Jiang Man finally admitted that she had cheated and stopped making excuses. Husband, I cheated on you and betrayed our marriage. I regret it so much now. Even if Lin Feng and I didn't touch hands, mental infidelity is still infidelity. While I was still married, I secretly chatted with Lin Feng in such an ambiguous way, and even asked him to come back and marry me. I was really despicable at that time. Jiang Mani used all her strength to throw herself at Chu Tao, who subconsciously caught her. Her breath was full of the smell of alcohol. Hubby. She whispered against his chest, give me another chance. Please. Chu Tao looked down at his fragile ex-wife in his arms, without answering or pushing her away. Outside the window, the sound of rain is gradually stopping. Chapter 45, Pullback from the Brink. Jiang Mani could drink a lot, and Chu Tao's arrival made her very excited, and she soon sobered up. She reached out and stroked Chu Feng's back, feeling his accelerated heartbeat. You know how much I miss you, husband? Chu Tao said calmly, Sister Mani, I'll leave if you're okay. Have a good rest. He put Jiang Mani down and prepared to turn around and leave. Jiang Mani hugged Chu Tao tightly again, stood on tiptoe, and her lips almost touched his earlobe. Husband, it's in this room. You once promised to take care of me forever. Chu Tao's heart skipped a beat. These words were still fresh in his mind. Husband, please don't sentence me to death, okay? Sentence me to suspended death penalty and see how I perform. If I disappoint you again, you will sentence me to death. Husband, I feel that you still love me deeply. Jiang Mani murmured. Love is not like this, Sister Mani. Chu Tao was very annoyed. Jiang Mani's body trembled. Husband, what do you say love is? After she said this, she hugged Chu Tao even tighter. Chu Tao pushed her away with such force that she staggered a few steps. Sister Mani, if you truly love me, you will definitely not tolerate anyone else in your eyes. You're just not willing to give up now, or you've never known what you really want. I can tell you clearly that I no longer love you. After Jiang Mani stood firm, tears blurred her vision. Husband, you lied and don't love me. Why is your heart beating so fast? You said that on purpose to piss me off. I really know I was wrong. Jiang Mani hugged Chu Tao again. Husband, since my body is still clean, please give me a chance. Chu Tao grabbed her wrist fiercely. Enough? His voice was low. I've already said, I don't love you anymore, Sister Mani. Can't you hear me clearly? I just don't believe it, you're just lying. Jiang Mani knelt on the ground and said softly, Hubby, you can beat me up. As long as you can vent your anger, even if you beat me until I am covered in bruises, I won't complain at all. Chu Tao felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Why did Jiang Mani always live in her self-righteous world? Husband, hit me. Don't be reluctant to fight, I deserve to be beaten. The Jiang family was where he was raised. How could Chu Tao beat Jiang Mani here? Besides, he and Jiang Man were divorced, so what right did he have to beat his ex-wife? Chu Tao said calmly, Sister Mani, time is the best medicine. I believe you can get over it soon. Love is only a part of life. Don't confine yourself to it. After Chu Tao left, Jiang Mani sobered up completely, but Ku Xian felt even more heartbroken. The morning sun shines through the gauze curtains into the former wedding room. Jiang Mani cried until midnight last night before she fell into a drowsy sleep. She didn't wake up until 10 o'clock in the morning. Lying on her side on the soft bed, her fingers unconsciously entangled with a strand of long, shiny black hair, her mind replaying the scenes in the bridal chamber last night, her heart aching. Knock knock. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Mani, are you awake? The gentle voice of her mother Zhu Shan came from outside the door. Mom, wait a moment. Jiang Mani quickly sat up and started to put on her clothes. After a few minutes, she whispered, Mom, you can come in. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhu Shan walked in with a cup of steaming milk. She was wearing a silk house dress. Although she was nearly 50 years old, her well-maintained face and elegant figure made her look at least 10 years younger. She put the milk on the bedside table, sat down beside her daughter's bed, and looked at her daughter's red and swollen eyes with gentle eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night? Zhu Shan reached out and stroked her daughter's hair. Jiang Mani took the milk, took a sip, and her lips left a faint mark on the rim of the cup. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face. Mom, Xiao Tao. Does he really not want me anymore? What should I do then? Now I realize that I can't live without him. Zhu Shan's eyes flashed with understanding, and she sighed softly. Tell Mom in detail what happened last night. Jiang Mani put down the cup and twisted her fingers together. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her eyes were full of sadness and guilt. I thought he would forgive me after I begged him like that, even on my knees, but... Jiang Mani's voice choked. He ultimately chose to leave. Zhu Shan gently held her daughter in her arms and stroked her back with concern. Mom, am I not attractive anymore? Is Xiao Tao tired of me? Jiang Mani raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhu Shan held her daughter's face in her hands and said seriously, he still loves you. Then why did he? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Zhu Shan patted her daughter's hand. It's true that men are afraid of being stalked 3 times, but stalking a man also requires strategy. The more shameless the better. Jiang Mani looked at her mother in confusion. What should I do then? Zhu Shan stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains to let more sunlight in. Xiao Tao hasn't come to terms with it yet. He has too much pride. She turned around, the sunlight forming a halo behind her. Xiao Tao, the resentment in your heart is too deep. When I think of all those nonsense you said before, I want to slap you hard. Jiang Man said quietly, I was completely possessed by a ghost. I regret it so much now. If I die, will Xiao Tao be sad? Zhu Shan slapped her daughter on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Mom, without Xiao Tao, I feel miserable. Living in pain all day long is better than death. Zhu Shan's eyes turned red. Nini, if you die, how will Mom and Dad live? Don't ever mention the word death again. Nini, what Xiao Tao said makes sense. Love is not everything in life. You've been doing a good job as business director recently. If you want to win Xiao Tao back, you must first be the person you used to be. Xiao Tao loved you so much in the past, not because you grew up together. Time can't explain anything. Xiao Tao loves not only your beauty, but also your temperament. He often calls you a proud little peacock. When you were in college, your classmates all called you an ice beauty. These are all the reasons why Xiao Tao loves. Nini, there is a reason to love someone. Don't believe that nonsense that there is no reason to love someone. First, be yourself again, and then conquer Xiao Tao little by little, silently and subtly. Don't think that your shameless entanglement can make Xiao Tao change his mind. This is the strategy one told you to seduce a man. Chapter 46 Metamorphosis. Time flies, and 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shines on Chu Tao's desk. Brother Chu, today is Saturday. Why are you getting up so early to work? Su Wan said, holding a cup of steaming coffee. Chu Tao took the coffee and smiled gratefully. Xiao Wan, I can't let President Qin down. How can I be worthy of Mr. Qin if I don't make any achievements after so much money is handed to me? Su Wan shook her head. Brother Chu, your body can't take it if you continue like this. Jiadu Media is on the right track, you should stop and take a break. After she said this, she gently massaged Chu Tao's shoulders. Chu Tao closed his eyes for a while, then refocused his attention on the PPT with countless red marks on the computer screen. Su Wan pouted, stopped disturbing him while he was working, and went back to the bedroom to take a nap. Chu Tao concentrated on adjusting every detail of the plan. As the general manager of Jiadu Media, he is well aware of the fierce competition in this industry. Only by being more professional and more attentive than your competitors can you win the trust of your customers. At this moment, Lin Feng was staring at himself in the mirror. He is very different from the past. His skin has become delicate and smooth, his facial lines have become much softer, and his body proportions are gradually approaching female standards under the influence of hormones. Xiao Feng, are you ready? Long Biao's voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around and looked at his benefactor Long Biao, his heart filled with gratitude. Xiao Feng, Dr. Song is already waiting for you in the operating room. Uncle Long, I'm ready. Lin Feng's voice trembled a little, and he subconsciously touched his Adam's apple under the effect of estrogen. It had become much smaller and was basically invisible. Nurse Yang Qing noticed his nervousness and said softly, Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Dr. Song is the best plastic surgeon in the hospital. He's performed many similar surgeries. Lin Feng nodded and followed the nurse to the surgical preparation area. Every step felt like walking on cotton, and my legs were so weak that I could hardly support the weight of my body. For the past 6 months, I have been taking large doses of estrogen and progesterone on time every day, enduring the mood swings, nausea and headaches caused by the drugs, just for this day. In the locker room, Lin Feng changed into surgical gown, the cold fabric sticking to her skin. He looked down at his body. The body that had been with him for 25 years was about to undergo a radical change. Lin Feng? A steady male voice sounded outside the door. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Dr. Song Tianhua standing at the door. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a strong build and sharp, focused eyes. Dr. Song. Lin Feng stood up and unconsciously straightened his collar. Song Tianhua walked in with an iPad in his hand, which showed Lin Feng's body scan. We'll start with breast augmentation surgery today, followed by excision tomorrow, and finally, female plasty. His voice was calm and professional, as if he were discussing a routine plastic surgery rather than a major operation that would completely alter a person's anatomy. I understand. Lin Feng bit his lower lip. Song Tianhua nodded, swiped a few times on the tablet, and brought up a few pictures. Based on your height and frame, I recommend a D cup for the most balanced proportions. We will implant a teardrop-shaped silicone implant under the pectoralis major muscle, and the incision will be made under the armpit so that the scar is least noticeable. Lin Feng stared at the simulation pictures, imagining what he would look like after the operation, and felt inexplicably dizzy. Any questions? Song Tianhua asked. Will the operation hurt? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. There will be some pain after the operation. But we will give you enough painkillers. Song Tianhua's voice softened a little. The first stage is the easiest. The real challenge is behind. Lin Feng swallowed and nodded. Okay, let's get started. Song Tianhua turned to the nurse outside and said, Prepare for anesthesia. The glaring shadowless light in the operating room made Lin Feng squint his eyes. He lay on a narrow operating table, his limbs secured with soft restraints. All around were busy medical staff, and various instruments were making regular beeping sounds. The anesthesiologist was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. While adjusting the infusion pump, she said to Lin Feng, I'll give you a sedative now. You'll fall asleep slowly and won't feel any pain. Lin Feng felt a stream of cold liquid flowing into his veins, and then a strange feeling of relaxation spread from his limbs to his whole body. His vision began to blur, and the voices of the medical staff in his ears became distant and vague. Count to 10, Mr. Lin. The anesthesiologist's voice seemed to come from underwater. 1, 2, 3. Lin Feng's lips moved, and when he counted to 5, his consciousness had sunk into a dark ocean. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, the first thing he felt was a tightness and dull pain in his chest. He blinked weakly and found himself lying on a bed in the recovery room, his chest wrapped in thick bandages. Awake? Yang Qing's face appeared in the field of vision. The operation was successful. Lin Feng wanted to speak, but his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. Yang Qing considerately handed him a cup of warm water and held his head so that Lin Feng could sip it. Don't rush, the wound needs time to heal. Yang Qing adjusted Lin Feng's pillow. Dr. Song said your body has tolerated the implant very well. The drainage tube can be removed tomorrow. Lin Feng carefully lowered his head and looked at his chest. Even through the bandages, he could see the obvious bulge. A strange feeling of satisfaction came over me, but I was immediately brought back to reality by the pain in my chest. It hurts. Lin Feng frowned. That's normal. I'll give you some painkillers. Yang Qing skillfully operated the infusion pump. It will be uncomfortable on the first day, but it will get better over time. The night is particularly long. Lin Feng was sleeping and waking up from time to time due to the pain and the effects of the medicine. Every time he turned over, the wound would be pulled, making him gasp. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he finally couldn't help but press the call bell. Yang Qing rushed over quickly and saw Lin Feng's pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. He immediately checked her wound. There's a little bleeding, but it's nothing serious. I'll re-bandage it for you. When the bandage was removed, Lin Feng saw his chest for the first time after the operation, swollen and bruised, with a long and thin sutured wound on each side, which already had a distinct curve. Will they become natural? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Of course. Yang Qing gently re-bandaged her wound. Once the swelling goes down, the scar will fade, and no one will be able to tell it was surgically done. Lin Feng nodded and closed his eyes. There is a more important operation waiting for her tomorrow. The next morning, when Song Tianhua came to check on the ward, Lin Feng was staring at the ginkgo tree outside the window in a daze. How do you feel? Song Tianhua checked his wound and drainage tube. Much better. Lin Feng forced a smile, but his eyes were wandering. Song Tianhua put down the medical record and looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes. Today's surgery is the most irreversible step. Are you sure you are ready? Lin Feng's hands unconsciously clenched the bed sheet. He has no choice now. Lin Feng knew what he was going to do today: remove. He will completely bid farewell to his male physiological characteristics. I'm ready. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Song Tianhua nodded. The resection surgery takes about 3 hours, and you'll need a urinary catheter for about a week afterward. Lin Feng felt a sudden pain in his stomach. He still felt a pang of pain in his heart as he imagined a part of his body being permanently removed. If it weren't for revenge, he felt he still had a chance to recover. Mr. Lin, many patients will feel fear at this moment, which is completely normal. Song Tianhua's voice was gentle. Lin Feng's eyes were moist, not because of fear, but because of deep resentment in his heart. Thinking of Jiang Mani, his eyes were filled with resentment. The person he hated the most these days was Jiang Mani. Jiang Jingning's behavior is understandable as he is doing it for his daughter's own good. Poor parents in the world. But Jiang Mani is an absolute scumbag. She clearly promised to marry him as soon as he came back, but in the end she hurt him so badly. Jiang Mani, just wait. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet. Chapter 47 Success. Sign it, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Feng came to his senses, closed his eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. He signed his name on the consent form for the operation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng was wheeled into the operating room. Unlike yesterday, he felt unusually heavy-hearted today. As the anesthesiologist prepared to administer the sedative, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into tears. Wait. He sobbed, tears blurring his vision. I'm not ready. Song Tianhua walked over and shook his hand. Lin Feng, look at me. His voice was firm and calm. We have to do this once and for all. You've already suffered a lot, and you've been taking medicine for so long. There's no chance of recovery. Lin Feng's breathing gradually calmed down, but tears continued to flow. I know, it's just, this is a part of my body. Song Tianhua patted his hand gently. Mr. Lin, many people have had parts of their bodies removed due to injuries. You are one of them. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise? Lin Feng certainly knew that he had no choice, but when he thought that the little Lin Feng, whom he was most proud of, was completely gone, how could he not be sad? After a few minutes, the anesthetic began to take effect and Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became blurred. Before he completely lost consciousness, all he could think of was Jiang Mani's smiling face in the video call with him, and her sweet voice. Senior Lin, when I was in college, I dreamed of you countless times. I sat beside you, quietly watching you read in peace. Every time I wake up from a dream, I want to muster up the courage to confess my feelings to you, but my cowardice makes me back down at the last minute. Now that I know you also like me in college, this feeling is really wonderful. It seems that we are destined to be a perfect match. This time I must be a brave girl. Please come back soon. I will divorce my husband immediately and marry you. Lin Feng cursed fiercely in his heart. Bastard, I will make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished cursing, he completely fainted. Lin Feng woke up in severe pain. Unlike the chest surgery yesterday, the pain down there this time almost suffocated him. He was vaguely aware of a catheter inserted between his legs, which were covered with thick dressings. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Awake? Yang Qing immediately came to the bedside. Don't move. The wound is very fragile. Lin Feng's tears flowed uncontrollably. The pain wasn't just physical, it was a profound sense of loss that washed over her. A very important part of his body disappeared forever, and this feeling of emptiness made Lin Feng collapse more than any physical pain. Have they all been removed? Lin Feng asked with a sob. Yang Chang nodded. The operation was a success. Dr. Song said you're healing well. Lin Feng stretched out his hand tremblingly and touched his lower body. Instead of the familiar shape, there was a flat, tightly bandaged area. A tremendous rage surged in his heart, resentment, unwillingness, fear, and all kinds of emotions mixed together. The first day is the hardest. Yang Chang adjusted the infusion rate. The catheter will be a little uncomfortable, but it must be maintained for a week. Lin Feng tried to move her legs, and was immediately struck by a sharp pain. She bit her lip to prevent herself from screaming. The painkillers need time to take effect. Yang Qing looked at her sympathetically. Would you like to see it? Dr. Song said that patients should get used to their new bodies as soon as possible. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. When the dressing was carefully removed, Lin Feng saw a swollen, bruised area with the suture line stretching across it like a winding centipede. The organ that was once his proudest has disappeared, replaced by a healing wound, the foundation of the future female reproductive organs. Why is it so ugly? Will it become more natural in the future? Lin Feng felt inexplicably disgusted. Of course. Yang Qing re-bandaged her. Once the swelling goes down, Dr. Song will perform plastic surgery. It will be very beautiful, indistinguishable from a normal female genitalia. Lin Feng felt a little comforted. At night, Lin Feng had a strange dream due to the pain and the effects of the medicine. In her dream, she stood naked in a maze of giant mirrors. Some mirrors reflected his huge body, while others reflected her. She kept wailing in the maze, trying to rush out and transform into a man again, but she couldn't get out at all, and always bumped into the cold mirror. At 4 a.m, she woke up with a start, covered in sweat. Lin Feng curled up on the bed, crying silently. Even though she was mentally prepared, the transformation process was 1,000 times more painful than she had imagined. The surgery on the third day is female genitalia formalization, the most complex and delicate part, and the key to the entire gender reassignment surgery. This surgery requires extreme precision and requires daily use of dilators to maintain depth. Lin Feng was lying on the operating table, no longer as frightened as he had been in the previous 2 days. The pain from the first 2 operations prepared her mentally for today, but more importantly, she began to feel the changes in her body, the increasingly natural curves of her breasts. This time the anesthesia will be deeper, and the operation will take longer, the anesthesiologist said as he prepared the medication. About 5 to 6 hours. Lin Feng nodded and calmly accepted the anesthetic injection. In her last moments before she lost consciousness, she imagined what she would look like after the operation, a complete, biological woman. When Lin Feng woke up again, it was already late at night. The pain this time was completely different from before, a burning, tearing sensation down there, accompanied by a strange pressure. She opened her eyes weakly and saw Yang Qing checking a drainage device connected to her lower body. Was the operation successful? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. It was a complete success. Dr. Song said the constructed female genitalia reached a depth of 6 inches and the shape was also ideal. Lin Feng wanted to take a look at his new body, but every time he raised his head he felt a sharp pain. Don't worry, you'll be able to see it tomorrow when we change the dressing. Yang Qing soothed him, now you absolutely need to rest. The newly constructed female genitalia is very fragile and any improper movement could cause bleeding. The next few days were the most painful time in Lin Feng's life. Twice daily wound care was torture, and nurses had to carefully clean the newly constructed female genitals to prevent infection. What's even more painful is the dilation. In order to prevent the newly constructed genitals from closing, Lin Feng has to use a medical dilator every day to maintain the depth. On the 5th day, when Song Tianhua came to check his wound, Lin Feng was finally allowed to look at himself in the mirror. Yang Qing helped her walk slowly to the full-length mirror. The image in the mirror made Lin Feng hold his breath. This is me. Lin Feng stretched out his hand tremblingly, touched the image in the mirror, and tears silently slid down his face. Yes, this is you in the future. Song Tianhua stood behind her. The operation was successful, but it will take some time to fully recover. You need to learn how to nurse and adjust to a new way of urinating. Lin Feng nodded woodenly, and his heart ached as he imagined that he would have to squat to pee in the future. Chapter 48, Jiang Mani's Transformation. The sunlight shines through the tall plane trees in the Jiang family manor, casting mottled shadows on the stone path. Jiang Mani stood in front of the floor-length mirror and checked her outfit one last time. The light pink dress outlines her slender waist, neither ostentatious nor overly conservative, and the neckline just reveals a delicate collarbone. She gently played with the curly hair hanging on her shoulders and sprayed a little bit of the citrus perfume that Chu Tao once said he liked. Don't be too deliberate. She whispered to herself in the mirror, a faint smile on her lips, gentle but not flattering, kind but not crossing the line. Over the past 6 months, she finally understood what her mother said. This subtle and silent approach made Chu Tao no longer avoid her. The phone vibrated, and a message from her mother, Zhu Shan, popped up. Xiao Tao has arrived at the gate. Nini, you are becoming more and more outstanding. Mom is proud of you. Jiang Mani took a deep breath and put her phone into her handbag. 6 months ago, she almost collapsed, crying and begging hysterically, begging Chu Tao to remarry her, but it only pushed Chu Tao further away. Zhu Shan stopped her daughter's stupid behavior and formulated this boiling frog in warm water plan. Men are like cats, Zhu Shan said at the time. The more you chase them, the faster they run away. What you have to do is be that ray of sunshine and let them come to you to keep warm. Chu Tao sat on the sofa while Jiang Mani helped the servants prepare tea and snacks in the kitchen. After she came out of the kitchen, she smiled at Chu Tao, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Sister Mani, happy birthday. Chu Tao took out a beautifully wrapped gift box. He was wearing a light blue shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. Jiang Mani felt her heart skip a beat. She took the gift with a smile and said, "Thank you, Xiao Tao." She deliberately kept a distance of 1 body length from Chu Tao. This was what her mother had repeatedly emphasized to give Chu Tao space so that he could get used to her presence again. In the living room, Zhu Shan was arranging flowers. Xiao Tao, help your aunt. Chu Tao walked up to Zhu Shan and whispered, Auntie, I know nothing about flower arrangement. Sister Mani, how about you come over and take a look? I know you're also the best at flower arrangement. Chu Tao noticed that the fine lines at the corners of Zhu Shan's eyes were deeper than the last time they met, and his eyes reddened. He had seen some photos taken by Uncle Jiang, many of which were photos of him and Jiang Mani when he was a child. He even saw a photo that surprised him. Zhu Shan was washing Chu Tao's body in the bathtub with eyes full of doting. Little Jiang Mani was also sitting in the bathtub. When Zhu Shan is not busy at work, she doesn't let the nanny Guolan bathe Chu Tao. She bathes Chu Tao herself. For convenience, she often put her daughter and Chu Tao in the same bathtub, and after washing her daughter's body, she would also wash Chu Tao. Jiang Mani said in a sweet voice, then the 3 of us will arrange the flowers together. Thank you, Mom, for getting up early in the morning to prepare for my birthday. They say a child's birthday is a day of suffering for the mother. I will be filial to you for the rest of my life. When Chu Tao heard this, he thought of the kindness of Jiang's father and mother in raising him, and he secretly made up his mind to be filial to them. Over the past 6 months, Chu Tao felt that Jiang Mani had been reborn. She made him feel comfortable from the inside out and was no longer willful and capricious. A quarter of an hour later, the flower arrangement was perfect. Manny, prepare the cake. Jiang Jingming's magnetic voice came. In the restaurant, cream cakes were adorned with fresh rose petals. Xu Shan likes orchids, and Jiang Manny loves roses. Come, you two cut the cake together. Xu Shan handed over the cake knife and looked at her daughter meaningfully. Jiang Manny took the knife and deliberately stood 3 fists away from Chu Tao, not sticking close to him like before. Xiao Tao, you go first, she said softly, turning the knife handle towards Chu Tao. Her fingers accidentally touched the back of Chu Tao's hand. She immediately retracted her hand and apologized softly, sorry. Xu Tao noticed that the tips of her ears were slightly red. After finishing the cake, Xu Shan suggested, Manny, go with Xiao Tao to the rose garden. The flowers are in full bloom this year. The rose garden is the most beautiful corner of the Jiang family manor and is also Jiang Manny's private territory. When she was a child, she would often pull Chu Tao to hide behind the rose bushes so that their nanny Guolan could not find them. Every time Guolan pretended to be anxious, she would jump out, giggling with a mischievous look in her eyes. She has spent a lot of time here in the past 6 months, pruning branches and leaves and reminiscing about the sweetness of her childhood. Xiao Tao, I heard that Xiaoyu Media is going to make a movie about love soon? Jiang Manny started the topic naturally while walking on the gravel path. She did her homework beforehand. Well, the first and second female roles have been confirmed, but the third female role has not yet been confirmed. This big movie basically revolves around a few women. The male protagonist doesn't have many scenes. It's just a story about a few women reflecting on love and marriage. Xu Tao said with a smile. Xiao Tao, you've grown Xiaoyu Media so quickly. It must be very stressful, right? Xu Tao said softly, there is a little pressure, but it's not that great. You have a lot more pressure as a business director than I do. I'm very happy to see you become an excellent person. Jiang Manny smiled sweetly. They sat down on a white bench in the middle of the rose garden. Jiang Manny kept a distance of 1 body length, which neither seemed distant nor gave Chu Tao enough private space. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between the vines, casting tiny spots of light on her face. Xiao Tao, the Jiang family group is facing cash flow constraints right now. Dad has been worried about this and is somewhat regretting moving too quickly. Jiang Manny said softly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the hem of her skirt. Xu Tao was stunned. Sister Manny, I often drink tea with my uncle, but I've never heard him mention this. Jiang Manny said seriously, Xiao Tao, you know Dad's personality. He always reports good news but never bad news. How could he bring up the financial difficulties in front of you? After she said this, there was a hint of hope in her eyes. The Jiang family group is indeed short of funds now, but Jiang Liangming can solve it, but he just needs to give up a lot of interests. Jiang Manny knew that Qin Shui was the boss behind Chu Tao, and she was completely relieved. Qin Shui's identity was sensitive, and she would definitely not have any romantic relationship with Chu Tao. Lang Yu also often reminds Jiang Manny that the connections behind Qin Shui are so powerful that they are suffocating, and she herself is also a heroine. Never offend such a woman, otherwise the entire Jiang family will be implicated. Jiang Manny certainly knew that she couldn't offend Qin Shui. She was still a chaste woman for her ex-husband and was the daughter-in-law of the provincial party secretary. Besides, her father was the second in command in the city. On her mother's birthday, Qin Shui came in person and brought her a precious gift. This was a great honor for the Jiang family. Many people even speculated whether the Qin family and the Jiang family would have in-depth cooperation. For this reason, the Jiang family has received a lot more orders in the past 6 months. Jiang Manny said this to Chu Tao. She felt that it was better for the Jiang family to give benefits to Chu Tao than to others. Chu Tao has sufficient cash flow. Xiaoyu Media Company has many top-tier anchors, each of whom is a cash cow. Other media companies dare not poach them, and no anchor dares to resign, for fear that they will be banned once they leave Xiaoyu Media. Chu Tao is ruthless in exploiting the anchor, but he still has a bottom line and will not let the anchor feel too aggrieved. Jiang Manny knew very well that Chu Tao would never stand idly by. Sister Manny, I'll figure out how much money you need. Chu Tao couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Tao, about 1 billion. Xiaoyu Company has been established for less than a year and needs money everywhere. If possible, let Director Qin invest and you will be the project contact person. You are most familiar with the Jiang family group, and President Qin trusts you so much. Jiang Mani originally wanted to say 500 million, but when she thought of Qin Shui, she immediately raised the amount a little, so that Chu Tao had no choice but to ask Qin Shui for help. As long as the Qin family invests in the Jiang family, the rumors from the outside world will be confirmed, which will bring unexpected benefits to the Jiang family. Chapter 49 Qin Shui returns. At dusk the next day, the setting sun was as red as blood, dyeing half the sky red. Qin Shui was wearing a black evening dress and a pair of red high heels. Every step she took made a crisp and rhythmic sound when her high heels collided with the marble floor. The sound echoed in the empty airport hall, attracting the attention of people around. Qin Shui's thoughts had already drifted away. At the airport exit, Qin Shui's bodyguard team had been waiting in neat rows for a long time. They were dressed in uniform black suits, sunglasses, and had serious expressions, giving people a sense of awe without even being angry. Qin Shui, escorted by bodyguards, walked quickly towards the exit. 2 hours later, Qin Shui's bodyguards took her to a villa. This villa is located in the suburbs of the city, surrounded by quiet and green trees. The villa has a unique architectural style and its white exterior walls are particularly dazzling in the sun. When Qin Shui walked into the villa, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Chu Tao looked at her with a smile, then quickly took the luggage from her hand. His lips were almost touching her ear, and he whispered, "Do you miss me?" His voice was low and magnetic, which made Qin Shui's heart beat faster. Qin Shui smelled the faint scent of ambergris on him, and this familiar smell made her heart surge. "What do you think?" Qin Shui took off her sunglasses, revealing the pair of phoenix eyes that fascinated Chu Tao. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and she was full of charm. "Xiaoxue, you are becoming more and more beautiful, and you are getting a lot fuller. I thought you'd lost a lot of weight during the time you were away from me, thinking about me day and night." Chuckle. Qin Shui laughed out loud. "Xiao Tao, you're becoming more and more talkative." Her mansion is located in the suburbs of the city, covering an area of nearly several thousand square meters, and the bathroom and the master bedroom is more than 50 square meters. When they left a month ago, they spent the whole night making love in this villa. She had already told Chu Tao to prepare in advance while they were on the road. In the middle of the bathroom, the giant jacuzzi, large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people, was already filled with water. Flower petals float on the water, and steam forms a thick mist under the light. "Xiaoxue, did you get enough sleep on the plane?" Chu Tao asked gently. "I slept for most of the day, but I'm not tired at all." "Xiao Tao, in this month. Do you know how much I miss you?" Qin Shui's voice was sweet and sticky. She dug her nails into Chu Tao's shoulders. "The 6 months or so I've been with you have been the happiest time of my life. I used to think about making money all the time, but now I think it's not me who makes money, but money that makes me. I became a tool to make money, and all I did was make money." 2 hours later, Chu Tao gently stroked Qin Shui's hair and let her snuggle in his arms to rest. Chu Tao suddenly thought of what Jiang Mani said. "Xiaoxue," he said softly, "I have something I want to discuss with you." Qin Shui responded lazily without even opening her eyes. "The Jiang family's cash flow has been a bit tight lately. I'm wondering, does the Qin group have any intention of injecting capital?" Qin Shui slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Tao lovingly. "Xiao Tao, the Qin group has no such intention. But as long as it is something you want to do, I will definitely help you achieve it." After saying this, Qin Shui leaned back on the edge of the large massage bathtub. The slender neck was tilted back, and the wet black hair spread out on the water like seaweed. "Xiao Tao, I want to drink some red wine," she said in a slightly hoarse voice. Chu Tao got up, went to the living room, poured 2 glasses of red wine and walked in. Qin Shui was immersed in the foam like a white jade statue, with only her shoulders and collarbones exposed, and the petals floating on the water gently rose and fell with her breathing. Chu Tao fed the wine glass into Qin Shui's cherry mouth, and the deep red liquid left an attractive luster on her lips. "Xiao Tao, is the Jiang family group facing a big funding shortfall? How much does it cost?" Qin Shui asked softly. 1 billion. Xiaoyu Media isn't short of money right now, but we can't come up with that much cash all at once. I originally thought that if it was 400 to 500 million, then we could invest the excess funds from Xiaoyu Media into the Jiang family group. It not only solves the Jiang family group's predicament, but also allows Xiaoyu Media to diversify its development. Chu Tao felt that this was a win-win situation, a good thing that had the best of both worlds. "Xiao Tao, why are you looking at me like that? I'm your woman. Why are you acting so cautious? I said that when we're together privately, I'm your confidant, not your boss." I thought it would cost a lot of money. Why are you so nervous about such a small amount? $1 billion is just pocket money for me. Qin Shui stood up from the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. Drops of water rolled down her smooth skin. Xiao Tao, you can't be so cautious with me next time. Qin Shui smiled and stretched out her hand to him. I'll transfer the money tomorrow. Qin Shui asked gently, Xiao Tao, 10 billion, is that enough? Don't have any psychological burden. The next morning, Xiao Tao got up early to exercise. He has recently fallen in love with meditation. He was fascinated by the feeling of emptying his body and mind. The sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Qin Shui's body, and she slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Tao. Why are all the people gone? Qin Shui curled her lips, her eyes full of sweetness and tenderness. She held onto the wall and stumbled towards the bathroom. She was really tired and exhausted last night. After Qiao Tao meditated, he came to the bedroom and asked gently, Xiao Xue, are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat now. What do you want to eat? Qin Shui said in a greasy tone, I want to eat something light. Chapter 50 Regret. Xiao Xue, what are you talking about? How could it be broken? I find you are truly gifted. If you just rest for a few days, you can give me the same feeling as a young girl. Xiao Tao's words made Qin Shui feel sweet. She was very glad that she had a cesarean section, otherwise she would never be able to give Qiao Tao that feeling. Another reason is that Zhao Jie and Qiao Tao are completely different. Xiao Tao, you didn't coax me, did you? Qin Shui said in a soft voice. Qiao Tao gently stroked her 2 food bags. Xiao Xue, you can clearly feel it yourself. Qin Shui's face flushed. The early morning sunlight shines into the bedroom through the gauze curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, dancing on Qin Shui's eyelashes. She really wanted to get up from the bed and make breakfast with Qiao Tao, but she felt weak all over and had no strength at all. The memories of last night came flooding back, making her ears feel hot. Xiao Xue, try this soup. Qiao Tao gently fed the soup into Qin Shui's mouth. Qin Shui's body trembled involuntarily, and she felt like a husband taking care of his newlywed wife. Every time Qiao Tao fed Qin Shui soup, he would blow on it gently with his mouth. The tenderness in his eyes made Qin Shui's heart almost melt. Her heart beat faster and faster, and she tried her best to regulate her breathing. Xiao Xue, is it delicious? His lips touched her earlobe, and his voice was very magnetic. Qin Shui said softly, yes. Every time I drink the soup you make, I feel a sense of happiness. Qiao Tao smiled and said, seeing you drinking the soup so sweetly, my heart feels as sweet as if I've eaten honey. His tender words and the doting in his eyes made Qin Shui's eyes red. Finish breakfast. Qiao Tao gently stroked her cheek and turned her face back to face him. Xiao Xue, your face is a little swollen, why? Qin Shui rolled her eyes at him. You're asking even though you already know the answer. You're really asking too much. What's wrong? He stroked her lower lip with his thumb. Qin Shui widened her eyes, unable to believe that he could actually ask that question. You clearly know it, she said angrily, but was too embarrassed to say it directly, so she could only stare at him. Qiao Tao held her in his arms. Xiao Xue, I'll kiss you a few more times to reduce the swelling and relieve the pain. Qin Shui's cheeks turned red instantly. Xiao Tao. Qin Shui punched him in shame and anger. Could you stop talking nonsense like that? We've all been through this and that, so what can't we just say? Aren't you cooperating too? Qiao Tao grabbed her hand, put it on his lips and kissed it. Qin Shui said coquettishly, bad man, I am a weak woman and I am no match for you. You are so strong, I can only accept my fate. Qiao Tao smiled and said, Xiao Xue, you learn everything very quickly. Shut up. Qin Shui covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. Qiao Tao's eyes softened and he looked at her seriously. Xiao Xue, this won't happen again. Qin Shui's eyes were full of tenderness, but she was still unforgiving. Xiao Tao, you still want to do it next time? Dream on. She pouted, worried that Qiao Tao would be angry, and quickly leaned into his arms. Qiao Tao tightened his arms and rested his chin on the top of her head. Xiao Xue, how nice it would have been if I had met you earlier. Qin Shui shuddered inside secretly. Dear, when I got married, you were only in junior high school. If you had known me earlier, would I have any connection with a little brat like you? She said this, but she felt inexplicably disappointed in her heart. As the saying goes, I was born before you, and you were born when I was already old. I hate that you were born late, and you hate that I was born early. We both regret that we were not born at the same time so that we could be together every day. Shu Tao felt that Qin Shui was feeling a little depressed. He couldn't imagine that a simple sentence from him could make Qin Shui so melancholy. He knew very well that even if he and Qin Shui were about the same age and happened to know each other, they would not be destined to be together because of their different identities and backgrounds. Xiao Tao, I gave you many of my first times. At this age, being able to be your woman makes me very satisfied and lucky in my life. Please don't hold any grudges in your heart, okay? Qin Shui was very sure that she was deeply in love with Chu Tao now. Otherwise, Chu Tao's words just now would make her very contemptuous, thinking that Chu Tao was getting too far and had no self-awareness at all. But when she heard Chu Tao ask why he didn't get to know her earlier, she felt more and more heartbroken. Chu Tao said gently, Xiaoxue, I am also very lucky. The feeling you give me is something Jiang Mani can't give me. He saw Qin Shui's eyes were red, and thought to himself, no wonder many people regard the saying, a wise man never falls in love as a criterion for life. Even a woman as outstanding as Qin Shui would lose her composure and become bewildered once she falls in love. Chapter 51 Li and Lizzie. Time passed by minute, and the two of them snuggled on the sofa. Qin Shui was like a young girl who had just fallen in love, her eyes full of sweetness and tenderness. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Shui was so sleepy that she fell asleep in Chu Tao's arms. Chu Tao carried her to bed, and Qin Shui slept for a full 5 hours. Xiao Tao, I want to take a shower. Qin Shui had a good sleep and was now in good spirits with a rosy face. The water from the shower poured over her, and Qin Shui washed her body carefully. 1 hour later, the two of them came to the villa's courtyard and sat down on the bench. The sunlight shone through the tall sycamore leaves in the courtyard, casting mottled light and shadows on the lawn. A thought suddenly popped into Qin Shui's mind. She turned around, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. Get 2 saplings ready right away. They should be the same species. Ginkgo, right? Ginkgo, absolutely. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shui's fingers trembled slightly. She took a deep breath to calm the throbbing in her chest. In the afternoon, 2 ginkgo saplings about 1 meter high were delivered to the villa. The roots of the saplings were wrapped in moist linen, and their tender green leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Qin Shui squatted down and touched the delicate leaves carefully with her fingers. She asked people to prepare shovels, buckets, and fertilizers. She stood in front of the reserved space, measured the distance with her feet, and finally marked 2 places close enough so that future branches could meet, and far enough so that the roots would not compete for nutrients. The sunlight just fell on Qin Shui's shoulders. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing her fair and smooth forearms. Xiaoxue, whatever you want to do, I can do it alone. Chu Tao had a faint scent on him, and Qin Shui liked this smell very much. Xiao Tao, no, we have to plant trees together. She said softly, then pointed to the 2 ginkgo saplings, 2, together. Chu Tao's gaze moved between the sapling and Qin Shui, finally stopping on the tip of her ear, which was slightly red. They started digging a hole. Qin Shui held the shovel and stepped down hard. The moment the soil was turned over, a moist fragrance emanated. Chu Tao was doing the same thing beside her. Their movements were surprisingly synchronized, and the sounds of shovels being inserted into the soil came one after another, like some kind of tacit duet. Dig deeper, Qin Shui said softly, the tree roots need to go deep inside so it can survive. Chu Tao nodded and continued digging downwards. The roots are very healthy, Chu Tao said, squatting down and gently fiddling with the exposed roots with his fingers. Separating the tangled parts will help them grow better. Together they combed through the dense roots. The air was filled with the scent of soil and plants, as well as the faint fragrance of Chu Tao, which made Qin Shui feel dizzy. Help the sapling, Chu Tao said softly. Qin Shui immediately held the sapling with both hands and stood it firmly in the pit. Chu Tao began to fill the pit with soil, making sure there were no gaps left. Did you know, Qin Shui suddenly said, her voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind, that ginkgo trees can live for thousands of years. After filling the soil, they watered the saplings together, the water seeping into the soil with a subtle sizzling sound. Qin Shui squatted in front of the sapling and gently smoothed the soil on the surface with her fingers. Her movements were as gentle as if she was stroking a baby's cheek. Qin Shui said in a soft voice, Xiao Tao, look at how small they are now. But when they grow up, the branches will stretch out. On windy days, the branches rub against each other, slowly wearing away the bark. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her fingers drew the trajectory of the branches growing in the air. Chu Tao's eyes followed her fingers, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. And then, he asked, Xin Shui turned to face him, a glint in her eyes that Chu Tao had never seen before. Then on windless days, those exposed branches will draw closer together, and the cambium will connect. She paused and took a deep breath. Eventually, they'll probably grow into one, becoming a twin tree. Lian Lizi. Chu Tao repeated the word, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. Bai Juyi once wrote, "In the sky, I wish to be a pair of wings, and on the ground, I wish to be a pair of branches." Xin Shui's voice trembled slightly. We can't be a real couple in this life. I hope these two trees can become intertwined branches." This sentence fell like a stone into a calm lake. Chu Tao's expression froze and his Adam's apple rolled. A trace of pain flashed in Xin Shui's eyes. She lowered her head and pretended to organize tools to hide the moisture in her eyes. Silence stretched between them, the only sound being the rustling of leaves. Chu Tao's hand covered the back of Qin Shui's hand, and the warm touch made Qin Shui tremble all over. "Xiao Xue, how long will it take for them to grow together?" Qin Shui raised her head and found that Chu Tao was staring at the two small trees with an incredibly gentle gaze. "A few years, maybe longer," she replied. "But ginkgo trees live so long, they have plenty of time." Chu Tao nodded slightly, tightening his fingers and holding her hand. "Then we must come and see them often." The sun gradually set in the west, stretching the shadows of the two people very long. They stood side by side in front of the newly planted saplings, their fingers intertwined without them noticing. Qin Shui felt an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. "Let's give them a name," Chu Tao suddenly suggested. Qin Shui looked at him in surprise, then smiled. "How about calling them Qin and Tao? Simple and direct." Chu Tao smiled slightly. "Okay. Then Qin Hetao must grow up well." Together they erected support poles for the saplings and secured the trunks with soft cloth strips. Qin Shui was extremely careful, fearing she would damage the delicate bark, while Chu Tao was in charge of the final watering. He held the bucket and let the clean water slowly soak every inch of soil around the tree roots. When the work was completed, the setting sun had dyed the entire courtyard golden. Qin Shui took a few steps back and admired their work. Two upright ginkgo saplings, casting long and slender shadows in the setting sun, with the ends of the shadows almost connected. "It's beautiful," she said softly. Chu Tao stood behind her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. "Yes, it's really beautiful." Qin Shui leaned into his arms, feeling the warmth of his chest and his heartbeat. She knew that from today on, every time she came to this courtyard, she would look at these two trees first. She would watch them grow, watch their branches sway in the wind, and look forward to the day when they would really become intertwined branches as she wished. "Xiao Tao, thank you," she whispered. Chu Tao didn't answer, but just tightened his arms around her. In this warm embrace, Qin Shui closed her eyes, as if she had seen many years later, two tall ginkgo trees leaning against each other in the courtyard, with their branches and leaves intertwined. At that time, she was already gray-haired, sitting under a tree, recalling this beautiful evening. Chapter 52. Qin Shui's thoughts. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the courtyard. Qin Shui was a little tired, so she sat on the bench. Chu Tao looked at the plump Qin Shui, whose rosy cheeks were more delicate than the newly bloomed buds on the branches. Qin Shui raised her eyes and met Chu Tao's smiling eyes. "Xiao Tao, I suddenly feel like I'm in love for the first time. My love for Zhao Jia wasn't pure. Only when I'm with you do I truly understand what electric shock feels like. I'm already a woman in my 30s, will you laugh at me?" Chu Tao smiled gently and pinched Qin Shui's cheek. "Xiao Xue, if you say you are an 18-year-old girl, no one will doubt it." "What are you talking about? I'm not that young. You only know how to make me happy." Qin Shui's voice was as soft as a mosquito, but a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qin Shui's profile looked particularly soft in the sunset, and her long eyelashes cast fine shadows. "Xiao Tao, only after becoming your woman did I understand what true happiness is. I've never known what that feels like before. So I didn't lie to you. Many of my firsts belonged to you. Xiao Tao, you used to laugh at me, saying I was stupid and couldn't do anything." Chu Tao's heart was moved. He used to laugh at Qin Shui for being so stupid. "Xiao Tao, I feel like a completely different person when I'm with you." Qin Shui's eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. This expression is completely different from her usual decisive and swift self. She looks like a budding and naive girl who is just beginning to fall in love. "Xiao Xue, being happy is the most important thing?" Chu Tao said softly. Qin Shui lowered her eyes somewhat embarrassedly, "But I feel like I'm being very wanton right now." But if you were like my daughter's father, I probably wouldn't be so promiscuous. Shu Tao joked, Xiaoxue, if I were like that, you would have kicked me away long ago. How could you possibly keep thinking about me? Are you right about what I said? Xin Shui nodded, Xiao Tao, I admit that what you said is very right. If you were ordinary, how could I fall in love with you? You conquered my body first, and then slowly conquered my heart. When Chu Tao thought about Qin Shui's wish to make the two trees become intertwined branches, he was really moved at that time and had an impulse to marry Qin Shui at all costs. But after calming down, he knew that this was impossible. 35-year-old Qin Shui is known for her calmness and decisiveness, but she is a woman after all. After Chu Tao opened her heart, she became full of fantasies. No matter how old a woman is, there is always a little girl living in her heart. Qin Shui raised her head and leaned lightly on his shoulder, and the two of them just sat there quietly. Chu Tao could smell the faint fragrance of her body, mixed with the freshness of the grass and trees in the courtyard, which made him feel a strange sense of peace. At this moment, Chu Tao completely believed what Qin Shui had just said. He not only conquered Qin Shui's body, but also completely occupied her heart. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in Chu Tao's chest. He didn't want to be just a tool for Qin Shui to satisfy her desires. He wanted all of her, including those unknown vulnerabilities and desires. As night falls, the lights in the courtyard automatically light up, casting a warm glow on the stone road. Let's go in, Qin Shui stood up, her eyes full of anticipation. We should be able to see the Milky Way in the starry sky room tonight. Chu Tao nodded and followed her into the villa. The starry sky room is located on the top floor, and the entire ceiling is made of transparent tempered glass. Starry sky patterns are projected on the surrounding walls, blending in with the real night sky. Qin Shui pressed the remote control, and the main light in the room went out, leaving only a few dim wall lamps, creating an almost real night sky effect. She expertly adjusted the projection system, and soon the entire room seemed to be floating in the vast universe. Xiao Tao. Qin Shui stretched out her hand to Chu Tao, and the two of them lay down on the large recliner together. Xiao Tao, Qin Shui said softly after a moment's silence, her voice almost inaudible, I have an idea. From now on, when it's just the two of us, Qin Shui paused, as if mustering up her courage, can you call me, wife? Chu Tao turned his head and saw that Qin Shui's eyes were surprisingly bright in the dim light, filled with anticipation and sweetness. I'll call you husband, too, she continued, speaking a little faster than usual, as if afraid to be interrupted. I know this may sound childish, but... Chu Tao gently caressed her cheek, stroking her delicate skin with his thumb, wife. These two simple syllables seemed to have magic, and Qin Shui's eyes instantly became moist. She held Chu Tao's hand tightly, so tightly that it almost hurt him. Scream, again. Her voice trembled. Wife, Chu Tao said more gently this time, good wife. Qin Shui made a sound that was almost sobbing and buried her face in Chu Tao's neck. He could feel her breathing quicken. Chu Tao gently stroked her back, feeling her breathing gradually calming down. At this moment, he realized more clearly than ever that this woman, who was a powerful figure in the business world, the daughter-in-law of the former provincial party secretary and the daughter of the mayor, really wanted to marry him. Husband. Qin Shui's cheeks were burning hot, her eyes sparkling in the starlight. She leaned close to Chu Tao's ear and whispered softly, I can't marry you openly in this life, but in my heart. Her voice choked. You are my husband now. Chu Tao hugged Qin Shui tighter, and the sound of their heartbeats could be clearly heard in the quiet starry sky room. Through the glass ceiling, real starlight and projections are intertwined to form a dazzling galaxy. Look, Qin Shui pointed to the sky, that's Vega, and over there is Altair. Chu Tao looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't tell which was which, but he liked hearing Qin Shui speak in such a childish and excited tone. Legend has it that they can only see each other once a year, on Qixi Festival, Qin Shui continued, her voice gradually lowering. Sometimes I think we're much luckier than them. At least. She didn't finish her words, but Chu Tao understood what she meant. At least they can sleep in each other's arms like this now, without having to wait for their annual reunion. When it was almost dawn, Qin Shui fell asleep. Her eyelashes cast two light shadows on her cheeks, and there was a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 53, Tired. Chu Tao gently brushed away the loose hair on her forehead, adjusted Qin Shui's position so that she could sleep more comfortably, and then closed his eyes. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Chu Tao remembered the two ginkgo trees that Qin Shui mentioned. Maybe in a few years, the two trees can really grow together and become a true intertwined tree. This thought brought Chu Tao into a dream. In the dream, Qin Shui was pregnant with a big belly and sweetly told Chu Tao that she was pregnant with triplets. Chu Tao woke up suddenly when he heard Qin Shui's words. The sunlight shone through the gauze curtains onto Qin Shui's face. She turned over lazily, opened her eyes and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. She sat up suddenly, and her silk nightgown slipped off her shoulders. The scene of last night appeared in front of her eyes, and the call of wife made her heart melt. Ding-ling-ling, the shrill ringing of the phone interrupted her memories. Qin Shui grabbed her phone, and the words mother-in-law on the screen instantly woke her up. She took a deep breath before answering the phone. Mom. Xiaoxua, Wang Min's voice was too gentle. I'm in the nursing home. If it's convenient, come over and have a cup of tea with me. Okay, Mom. I'll pack up and be there right away. Qin Shui hung up the phone, her heart beating faster. Her mother-in-law rarely asked her out suddenly like this, and the deliberate gentleness in her tone made her feel uneasy. Qin Shui took a quick shower, chose a high-necked beige sweater to cover the kiss marks on her neck, and put on some light makeup. She ate something quick and went to see her mother-in-law. Wang Min's private sanatorium is located on a secluded hillside on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by green trees and a quiet environment. Qin Shui's car drove into the gate. Madam is waiting for you in the Rose Hall. A dashing staff member in uniform guided Qin Shui through the corridor. Pushing open the carved wooden door, Qin Shui saw Wang Min sitting on a rattan chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Although she is almost 60 years old, the wife of the provincial party secretary still maintains an elegant posture and sharp eyes. Mom! Qin Shui called softly, walked up to Wang Min and bowed slightly. Wang Min put down the teacup in her hand and motioned Qin Shui to sit down. Come on, sit down. Her eyes stayed on Qin Shui for a few seconds, as if searching for something. The staff brought the refreshments and left, leaving only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the room. Qin Shui picked up the teacup. It was the best Longjing tea with a refreshing fragrance, but she had no intention of savoring it at the moment. Xiaoxua, is your business in opening up the overseas market going smoothly? Wang Min asked softly. Fortunately, it completely met my expectations. Qin Shui didn't know what Wang Min asked her to do, and she felt a little nervous. Wang Min nodded and reached out to stroke Qin Shui's hair. Her gentle movements made Qin Shui stiffen. Xiaoxua, thank you for your hard work over the years. Qin Shui took a sip of tea and said, Mom, I can't sit still. Wang Min's eyes dimmed. Xiaoxua, you've been a widow ever since Xiajie died in the car accident. You're still so young. If you really meet someone you like, just get married. Qin Shui looked up suddenly and met Wang Min's seemingly concerned eyes. She found that her mother-in-law's words sounded caring, but her eyes were slightly distant. Mom, Qin Shui chose her words carefully. After Xiajie left, I never thought about remarrying. Wang Min leaned back in her chair, a faint smile on her lips. Silly child, Mom is doing this for your own good. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. I have been through this and I know the pain of being a widow. The sunlight shone on Wang Min's face. Qin Shui noticed the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the majesty hidden under her well-maintained skin. This woman, who once dominated both the political and business circles, still controls a huge network of relationships and resources even after retirement. Qin Shui put down the teacup, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the rim. I feel my life is good now. Xiaoyanzi is very well behaved. For the first time, Qin Shui felt that Wang Min was hypocritical. When she kept her distance from men before, Wang Min did not talk about the hardships of being a widow. Now Wang Min clearly knows about her relationship with Chu Tao, but she inexplicably says that being a widow is hard for her. When Qin Shui thought of Chu Tao, her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. When Wang Min mentioned his granddaughter's name, his eyes flickered. Wang Min's expression softened. Xiaoxua, I know you're a good mother, but your happiness is most important. Mom, I really haven't thought about remarrying. Qin Shui said seriously, now I just want to raise Xiaoyanzi and make her as outstanding as her father. Wang Min's eyes reddened. She also felt that her son was really outstanding, but it was a pity that he died young. Qin Shui felt tired. This conversation was like walking a tightrope, and every word had to be weighed carefully. There was a moment of silence. Qin Shui noticed that the gardener was pruning the bushes outside the window. The sound of the shears was particularly harsh in the silence. By the way, Wang Min suddenly changed the subject. It's Xiaoyanzi's birthday next month, and I'm planning to hold a small party at home. Qin Shui breathed a sigh of relief and finally talked about the topic of safety. Okay, Mom, do you need me to prepare anything? No need, the housekeeper will arrange everything. Wang Min waved her hand, you just need to make Zai Oyanzi happy. She paused. By the way, Zai Oyanzi is the little princess of the Zhao family and cannot suffer the slightest injustice. Qin Shui nodded, but she felt a chill in her heart. Since she was her own daughter, Qin Shui certainly wanted to make her happy. This was a hint that she should never let her daughter know about her relationship with Chu Tao, so as not to make her unhappy. Mom, how is your health lately? What did the doctor say? Qin Shui asked softly. Wang Min picked up the teacup and took a slow sip. It's an old problem. My heart isn't very good, and my blood pressure is a little high. Xiao Xue, did you sleep well last night? The seemingly ordinary question made Qin Shui feel very uncomfortable. She felt a wave of irritation. It's okay. Xiao Xue, what do you mean it's okay? You already have dark circles under your eyes. Insomnia is not good. Wang Min said meaningfully, do you want me to ask the doctor to prescribe some tranquilizers for you? No need, Mom. I'll just adjust my schedule. Qin Shui forced a smile. Wang Min stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Qin Shui. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like if Xie Jie were still here. Her voice suddenly became old. He will definitely be a good father and a good husband. He will, Qin Shui said softly, he loves Zai Oyanzi very much, and he also loves me. Wang Min stared at her for a few seconds and nodded. She could see that Qin Shui's words were not false. Zhao Jia really loves Qin Shui to the core, and he also devotes himself to the Qin family. Qin Shui knew this very well. If Zhao Jia had not had a car accident, she would have stayed with him for the rest of her life. Just when Qin Shui was daydreaming, Wang Min stood up and gave Qin Shui a hug. The hug was so light, almost without warmth. Xiao Xue, this family will always support you. She whispered in Qin Shui's ear, but it made Qin Shui feel a chill. Thank you, Mom. Qin Shui took a step back and forced a smile. Walking out of the sanatorium gate, Qin Shui took a deep breath. The sun shines on her, but it cannot dispel the coldness in her heart. She got in the car, her hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Wang Min's constant probing made Qin Shui really uncomfortable. Wang Min said so much because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to treat her daughter well after she got married. Another thing is that I hinted to myself that I should always establish a good mother image in front of my daughter. Chapter 54 Long Yu's Cruelty. Night falls. In Lang Yu's luxurious villa, Li Wei was kneeling there with his forehead bruised and bloody. Blood flowed down his brow, leaving a few dark red marks on the shiny floor. His cheeks were swollen and purple from slapping himself repeatedly. There was a cut at the corner of his mouth, and blood mixed with saliva dripped onto his t-shirt. Lang Yu, please, lend me 200,000, just 200,000. Li Wei's voice was hoarse. He stretched out his trembling hand to grab Lang Yu's trouser leg, but he shrank back the moment he was about to touch it. Lang Yu looked down at the man who used to be her husband, her red lips curled up in a cruel arc. She wore a neatly tailored black suit today, and 12 centimeters Jimmy Choo high heels that gleamed coldly under the light. Lang Yu slowly raised her right foot and lifted Li Wei's chin with the tip of her shoe. How could I have ever wanted to marry you? Her voice was like ice. You used to follow me to all sorts of fancy banquets, all glamorous and elegant. Now you're like a lapdog abandoned by your master. Li Wei was forced to raise his head, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot and the whites of his eyes were an unhealthy yellow. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good sleep in a long time. I deserve it. I know I deserve it. Li Wei began to slap himself madly again, and the slapping sounds echoed in the empty living room. I shouldn't have betrayed you, I shouldn't have gotten involved with Xiao Fei. But I'm really desperate, Lang Yu. Lang Yu kicked Li Wei in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Li Wei curled up like a dying fish, but immediately struggled to crawl back to his knees, hitting his forehead heavily on the ground. Desperate? Lang Yu sneered, elegantly took out a cigarette from her Hermes bag and lit it. She didn't smoke before, but has started smoking occasionally recently. Ever since she became Qin Shui's spy, she has been under a lot of pressure. In addition, her husband Li Wei secretly got Xiao Fei pregnant, which almost drove the always proud Lang Yu crazy. Back then, she married Li Wei regardless of everything, gave birth to a beautiful and lovely daughter for him, and supported Li Wei to become the director of the company. But she was kept in the dark about Li Wei having affairs with other women. It was only after Qin Shui's people told her that she finally saw through the scumbag Li Wei. Lung Yu used all means to retaliate, leaving Li Wei penniless and heavily in debt. No company even dared to hire Li Wei. Li Wei, when you were making love with that bitch, why didn't you think of today? You often lie to me about working overtime, but you're actually having a baby with her. Have you ever thought about me as your wife? Even cheating requires strength. If you really have the ability to cheat on me and I don't have the courage to turn against you, then even if I find out, I can only carefully maintain our marriage. I really didn't expect that a lowly person like you would dare to cheat on me. Li Wei was shaking all over, his face covered with tears and blood. I've already paid the price. Li Wei sobbed, I was kicked out of the house, lost my job, and no one dared to hire me even as a delivery boy. Lung Yu, I know you hate me, but the child is innocent. Child? Lung Yu laughed, her laughter as sharp as shattering glass. That bastard is worthy of being called a child? She leaned over, the cigarette but almost poking Li Wei's eyes. Do you know why the loan shark came to you? Li Wei was stunned, and a trace of fear flashed in his turbid eyes. Because I asked them to go. Lung Yu exhaled a smoke ring and watched it slowly disperse in front of Li Wei. You didn't borrow ordinary usury, did you? Li Wei's face turned pale instantly. He collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. I calculated the time, Lung Yu continued, her voice as brisk as if she were discussing the weather. Xiao Fei just gave birth, her body hasn't recovered yet, and she has no income. You need money, so you can only borrow from loan sharks. In such a short time, you have to pay back 200,000 yuan including principal and interest. But don't be afraid, Xiao Fei bitch has a great figure, with a big and round butt, especially after giving birth, it has become even bigger. She squatted down, looking at Li Wei at eye level. Do you know how popular breastfeeding women are in the club? Some men with special hobbies like to drink fresh human milk. No. You can't do this. Li Wei suddenly jumped up and tried to grab Lung Yu's shoulders, but was kicked over by Lung Yu. He lay on the ground, retching and vomiting bile. Lung Yu stood up and wiped the vomit on her shoes onto Li Wei in disgust. Throw him outside and wash him thoroughly, he's so dirty. The two bodyguards dragged Li Wei outside like a dead dog. Li Wei only came to his senses a little when the cold car wash water was poured over his head. In just a few months, he went from being a supervisor with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands to this point. Lung Yu walked over to Li Wei and took the phone that Li Wei had just dropped on the ground. Li Wei, bitch Qiao sent you a message saying that the child had a fever 2 hours ago. After she was sent to the hospital, the examination results showed that she had severe pneumonia. She is waiting for you to pay for the hospital. Li Wei's tears welled up again. He knelt down at Lung Yu's feet again, trembling all over. Please, the child is only 2 months old, as long as you lend me money, I'm willing to do anything. Anything? Lung Yu raised an eyebrow. Well, bark like a dog until I'm satisfied. Li Wei didn't hesitate at all and started barking immediately. At first, the sound was soft, but then it got louder and louder, until he actually panted like a dog with his tongue hanging out. His dignity had been shattered the first time he knelt. Lung Yu recorded this scene with her mobile phone and sent a message. She kicked Li Wei to the ground and stepped on the base of his thigh. Li Wei let out a howl that was not human. Lung Yu stood up and adjusted her skirt. Li Wei, your barking doesn't sound like a dog at all. I'm very dissatisfied. As for that bastard, you're right, he's indeed innocent. I can pay for his medical treatment, but I will slowly torture that bitch Xiao Fei. Li Wei pleaded, we're already divorced, why won't you give my family a way out? Lung Yu was furious. So what if we're divorced? The hurt I suffered is gone. Now everyone in the Lung family treats me as a joke. My parents looked at me with disgust. Xiao Fei, that bitch, actually came to my house and made trouble? Now everyone in my company knows that you cheated on me. Some even questioned my vigilance and ability, saying that even as the head of the intelligence department, I didn't notice my husband was cheating on me. I trusted you so much and never doubted you. I didn't expect that it would take someone else telling me that I knew you had been cheating on me for so long. Remember to watch the live link I sent you. Your wife should be very popular. Li Wei endured the severe pain and rushed to Lung Yu. Please, let me go live, you can insult me however you want, but don't let Fei Fei suffer, she just gave birth 2 months ago. Lung Yu said calmly, what qualifications do you have to go live, but you can be a spectator and watch other men drink up your wife's milk. Maybe you'll be a father soon. Li Wei was thrown at the door, and his heart was filled with immense hatred towards Lung Yu. He would one day make Lang Yu pay double for the torture that Xiao Fei had suffered. Lang Yu got into the Bentley, looked out the window at the night sky where rain was beginning to fall, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 55 Persuasion. The lights in the private room of the Qing Tian Club were dim and ambiguous. Lang Yu sat in the corner of the leather sofa. She was wearing a black tight dress, which made her skin look even paler, but her lips were painted bright red, like a fresh wound. "You've changed a lot." Shu Tao sat opposite him, dressed in a suit and tie, his tie loosened a little, revealing the lines of his Adam's apple. Lang Yu chuckled softly, her voice as cold and hard as metal. "People always change, Mr. Chu. Especially after being stabbed in the back by the person you trust the most. I heard Xiao Fei went to your house and made a big fuss." Xiao Fei. Lang Yu squeezed out the name from between her teeth. Her fingers suddenly tightened, and the crystal glass made a crisp sound as if it could not bear the weight. "That bitch ruined my marriage and had the nerve to come to my house and cause trouble." A hint of madness flashed in her eyes. "Boss Chu, Director Qin told me to obey you from now on. I can't hide anything from you. I've already thought about it. Many men like breastfeeding women. I can have several men together." Lang Yu. Shu Tao interrupted her, his voice filled with anger. "Don't you understand what your current identity is? You're digging your own grave. I never thought you, who's always been so calm, would become so terrifying. No wonder they say women are the most vicious people in the world." Lang Yu stood up suddenly, her black skirt cutting through the air like a knife. "Boss Chu, don't understand other people's suffering, and don't advise others to be kind. I just can't swallow this. Xiao Fei is just an ant. Even if he is killed, I can escape safely." Her voice echoed in the box, trembling with hysteria. "Boss Chu, not only have I become a joke now, but my position as minister is also in jeopardy. It's all because of that bitch Xiao Fei. I've never done anything to let Li Wei down since I married him. I really feel bad for myself." Lang Yu became hysterical. Shu Tao looked at her quietly, waiting for her to finish venting. Lang Yu's chest heaved violently, and after a moment she sat down again and took out a pack of women's cigarettes from her handbag. The flame of the lighter danced in her pupils, reflecting a desolate scene. "Lang Yu, it's just a pile of shit, just stay away from it, but if you choose to stomp on it with your feet to vent your anger, what good will you get besides dirtying your feet? It's understandable that you forced Li Wei to leave his house and made it impossible for him to find a job. But you let a group of people torture Xiao Fei together and broadcast it live. This is too much." Lang Yu blew out a puff of smoke and asked, "Boss Chu, am I going crazy?" Shu Tao knew that Qin Shui asked him to meet Lang Yu, which was to let him help Lang Yu when she was at her lowest point and make Lang Yu completely loyal to him. Qin Shui knew that in order to make Lang Yu loyal to him, she couldn't just rely on holding something against her. The cold moon is like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, sharp and dangerous, and it can hurt you if you are not careful. What specific doubts do the people from the Zheng family group have about you? Shu Tao got to the point. Lang Yu tapped her fingers on the edge of the ashtray, sending ash cascading down. "They think an intelligence officer who can't even detect the betrayal of his partner is not qualified to work in the group's intelligence department. That's it? Lang Yu, have you become stupid after your divorce? You lose your temper when others gloat over your misfortune." Shu Tao's eyes were full of contempt. Lang Yu put out her cigarette and looked him straight in the eye. "Boss Chu, I'm surrounded by enemies now. The Lung family is disappointed in me, and even my former subordinates are talking about me behind my back. I need this position." Shu Tao said calmly, "Do you know how many people you've offended? Intelligence work is a double-edged sword. It's perfectly normal to be criticized. Don't you have the mental capacity to handle this?" "Of course I know." Lang Yu's voice suddenly became sharp. "Director Zhao's whole family holds a grudge against me because I exposed his embezzlement of public funds. I sent Director Song's sister-in-law to jail, as well as Deputy Director Wang from the finance department." She paused and took a deep breath. "Now is the perfect time for them to kick you when you're down." Shu Tao noticed the fierceness in her eyes when she mentioned these names, which was completely different from the calm and composed Lang Yu she used to be. "Sister Lang, you're being too stubborn. If you're upright, you have nothing to fear." Shu Tao has always admired Lang Yu, and Qin Shui has good intentions in asking Lang Yu to assist her. Lang Yu's expression froze instantly. When she heard Shu Tao call her sister Lang, she felt inexplicably warm in her heart. Shu Tao lacks talents like Lang Yu, and he cannot let Lang Yu become a body hollowed out by hatred. "Xiao Tao, do you think those people's doubts are completely unreasonable? Am I really too lax in my vigilance? I used to think I was perfect for intelligence work, but now I suddenly feel like I'm just so-so. I was just overpraised. Lung Yu really wanted to hear what Chu Tao really thought. She wanted to keep her position as the head of the intelligence department, but if Chu Tao despised her from the bottom of his heart, then there was no need for her to fight for it. She knew that although Chu Tao had left the Jiang family, his words carried great weight and he was no longer an employee of the Jiang family, but a collaborator of the Jiang family. Besides, Jiang Jingming and Zhu Shan have always trusted Chu Tao. As long as Chu Tao speaks, all doubts will disappear. Chu Tao comforted her, Sister Lang, intelligence work isn't about predicting the future. You didn't notice your partner was cheating on you, so what's the big deal? Xiao Tao, intelligence work is all about piecing together the truth from fragments. Now that I think about it, Li Wei's behavior has been suspicious for a long time, but I still didn't realize the truth in advance. Chu Tao smiled faintly. Those methods you use and your wisdom are targeted at specific people. It's normal that you didn't notice your husband cheating on you. I believe in your ability. Chu Tao's words made Long Yu feel relieved. She could see the sincerity in Chu Tao's eyes. Xiao Tao, when I first learned about your relationship with Director Qin, I despised you in my heart. I thought you were self-degrading and that you were using your beauty to please others. Now that I see how you've brought Xiaoyu Media to such a high level in such a short period of time, I finally understand Director Qin's sharp vision. This female business legend is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary woman like me. Long Yu's eyes were full of guilt. Chu Tao smiled slightly. Sister Lang, this is meaningless. You're flattering the horse, but it's hitting the horse's hoof. You clearly know that I have that kind of relationship with Director Qin. Is it necessary to clear my name? Long Yu's heart trembled. She shouldn't have said that. She originally wanted to please Chu Tao, but now it was so embarrassing. Xiao Tao, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying this, Lang Yu twisted her hips and walked towards the bathroom. Now she had no choice but to pee and go to the bathroom to calm down. Chapter 56, Crazy. Lang Yu stood in the bathroom. Her face in the mirror was pale and her eyes were confused. Chu Tao's words kept echoing in her mind, and these words hit her heart like a heavy hammer. Chu Tao's meaning was very clear. It was understandable that she wanted to take revenge on that scumbag. But we cannot take overly extreme and unscrupulous measures. After all, fighting evil with evil is not a good way to solve problems, and it may only get you into deeper trouble. Lang Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that Xiao Fei had caused her great harm, and she would never let her go easily. However, in his anger, Lang Yu also began to realize that overly extreme means of revenge would not only make him lose his mind, but might also lead to unexpected consequences. I can't let hatred blind me, Lang Yu whispered to herself. I have to find a way to punish Xiao Fei without getting myself into trouble. She decided to put aside her anger for the time being and think carefully about how to deal with this situation. Lang Yu no longer considered using violence, causing the two to fall into complete financial difficulties and making Xiao Fei and Li Wei pay the price for their actions. This way, you can achieve the purpose of revenge while ensuring your own safety. Lang Yu's mood gradually calmed down. She believed that as long as she remained calm and rational, she would be able to find a suitable way to punish that hateful woman and her ex-husband. Li Wei and Xiao Fei are just like insignificant ants. However, the person who has been keeping a close eye on them is definitely not a simple character. If Chu Tao had not intervened at the critical moment, Lang Yu really couldn't imagine whether she would be stuck in that terrible quagmire and unable to extricate herself. When Lang Yu calmed down and thought about it all carefully, her gratitude towards Chu Tao surged into her heart like a tide. A man a few years younger than herself, who was not only calm and intelligent, but also so handsome. How could Jiang Mani not know how to cherish such a good man? Chu Tao's figure kept flashing in Lang Yu's mind. His handsome face, deep eyes, and charming smile all made her heart beat faster. She has been living in anger lately and is unaware of the many beautiful things around her. Time passed minute by minute, and after 20 minutes, Lang Yu still didn't come out. Chu Tao felt a little strange. Why had Lang Yu not come out for such a long time? Half an hour later, beads of sweat hung on Lang Yu's cheeks, and she felt inexplicably excited. Before Lang Yu got married, every time she saw Chu Tao in the company, she would look at him a few more times and feel a little moved. But she knew that there was no possibility for her in Chu Tao, as he was Jiang Jingming's chosen son-in-law a long time ago. She straightened her slightly messy hair in the mirror, took a deep breath, and tried to make herself look normal. The person in the mirror has a delicate oval face and beautiful watery eyes. She washed her face with cold water and felt refreshed. The depression, frustration, anger, unwillingness, and other negative emotions in her heart were much less. Xiao Tao probably can't tell, she muttered to herself in the mirror. Shu Tao was getting a little impatient waiting. Sister Lang, are you okay? Xiao Tao, I'm fine. I was just daydreaming in the bathroom and forgot the time. I'll be out soon. Lang Yu replied in a sweet voice. Shu Tao felt something was wrong with Lang Yu's voice, but he didn't think much about it. Lang Yu sat down opposite Shu Tao. She turned the lights in the box to a warm yellow, worried that Shu Tao would notice something was wrong. Xiao Tao, can you have a couple of drinks with me? Lang Yu asked softly. Shu Tao felt that the color of the light was a bit ambiguous, but he couldn't say anything because Lang Yu would be his right-hand man in the future. The two of them spent a lot of time together alone, so there was no need to act like they were keeping each other at a distance. Okay. I'd like some wine too. A few minutes later, 2 bottles of liquor were delivered. Shu Tao raised his eyebrows. Sister Lang, this wine is too strong, let's drink red wine. Xiao Tao, what's wrong? I'm not afraid of a woman, so what are you afraid of? Lang Yu smiled provocatively, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised, with a bit of charm. Shu Tao smiled faintly. He knew that Lang Yu could indeed drink, but compared to him, she was still a long way behind. Sister Lang, then I will accompany you to have a drink. Shu Tao said softly. Lang Yu raised her full glass and said, Xiao Tao, to the new student. May you be happy as you please in the future. I am already 30 years old. After saying this, Lang Yu clinked Shu Tao's cup, tilted her head back and drank the amber liquid in one gulp. The liquor burned her throat and worked its way down, lighting a fire in her stomach, which felt good. After 3 cups of wine, Lang Yu felt that the temperature in the box seemed to have risen. Lang Yu kept drinking and soon became a little confused. Xiao Tao, why was I so blind before? Lang Yu drank another glass of wine. Shu Tao sighed secretly. Sister Lang, you've drunk too much. Shu Tao reached out and held down her hand as she was about to pour more wine. Xiao Tao, don't bother me. Lang Yu shook off his hand and staggered forward due to the big movement. Shu Tao quickly supported her shoulders. At that moment, Lang Yu could smell the strong scent of Shu Tao, which inexplicably made her heart beat faster. She looked up at Shu Tao's face, which was so close to her his eyelashes were very long, casting a small shadow under the light. His lips were defined and looked soft. Xiao Tao, I. She called softly, with a hint of temptation in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. Sister Lang, you are really drunk. I'm not drunk. She leaned close to his ear, and the hot air she exhaled sprayed on his earlobe. I'm going to like you. I didn't dare to. Her lips were almost touching his ears. I have never cheated on you, nor have I ever thought about divorce, but he actually cheated on me. Lang Yu kissed him directly on the lips, and the kiss tasted of alcohol. She has excellent physical fitness and can beat more than a dozen ordinary men by herself. The desire that had been pent up for several months suddenly erupted at this moment, and she felt like a volcano about to erupt. She panted between kisses and said, Xiao Tao, I'm afraid it will cause you a little trouble. Shu Tao's breathing stagnated. There was a wild light flashing in Lang Yu's eyes, completely unlike the elegant and self-restrained Lang Yu she usually was. The temperature in the room seemed to be getting higher and higher. An hour later, Lang Yu collapsed on the sofa. Shu Tao looked at the charming cold moon and sighed secretly. He is not Lu Xiaohui, and Lang Yu's initiative is completely unexpected. Shu Tao knew that he couldn't get involved. Lang Yu could be his lover, but he couldn't take advantage of him. Chapter 57 Questions. Lang Yu's body trembled slightly in Shu Tao's arms. The cold air in the club's box blew on her sweaty skin, causing a layer of tiny bumps. Her consciousness gradually emerged from the fog of lust, replaced by a nearly suffocating fear. Inside the luxurious box, the crystal chandelier cast an ambiguous warm light, and the leather sofa still bore traces of their intense entanglement. Lang Yu's clothes were thrown casually on the carpet, and her black stockings were hung on the corner of the coffee table like a white flag of surrender. She looked down at the red marks on her body that had not faded yet. Each one reminded her of what had just happened. She had slept with Qin Shui's man. What's wrong? Shu Tao's voice came from above his head, with a hint of laziness and a barely perceptible teasing. His fingers tangled carelessly in a strand of her hair. Sister Lang, you're really fierce. Lang Yu suddenly broke free from his arms, her silky black hair slipping from his fingers. She frantically grabbed the clothes on the ground to cover her body, her chest heaving violently. Xiao Tao, why didn't you push me away just now? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her lips were slightly swollen from the intense kiss just now. Shu Tao half leaned on the sofa, showing off his strong body without any concealment. Those hawk-like eyes stared at her. Sister Lang, I pushed you away several times. But you hugged me tighter and tighter, almost wanting to melt into my body. What's wrong? Are you regretting it? Who just begged me? Sister Lang, you are much stronger than the average man. Shu Tao looked at Long Yu, who was in awe. He didn't expect that this woman was so scared of Qin Shui. He was a little puzzled. How could Qin Shui, such a delicate woman, scare Long Yu, who was so heroic and full of strength, into this state? When Long Yu heard Shu Tao's words, her face turned pale instantly. Xiao Tao, I don't regret it at all. I'm afraid that if Mr. Qin finds out, he'll cut me into pieces. Her memories came flooding back like a tide. She had been the one who took the initiative from the beginning to the end. Shu Tao had indeed pushed her, but the fire in her body could not be extinguished at all. She had completely forgotten that Shu Tao was Qin Shui's man. Long Yu argued weakly, her fingers tightly clutching the clothes on her chest, her knuckles turning white. Shu Tao scoffed and reached out to pinch her chin. Sister Lang, are you worried that Director Qin will find out about this? He stroked her lower lip with his thumb. Tell me, why are you so afraid of Director Qin? Is she very fierce to you? Long Yu shuddered all over. Qin Shui is not just vicious, she is extremely vicious. She wanted to treat herself just like she treated Li Wei, torturing her in any way she wanted, without her having any ability to resist. Will President Qin know? She finally said, her voice tinged with tears. Her spies are everywhere. Shu Tao asked calmly, so? Long Yu looked at him in disbelief. Xiao Tao, Director Qin is a woman with an iron fist. Even if she doesn't want to hurt you, if she knew about us, she would destroy me and the Lang family. Xiao Tao, 3 months ago, a CEO tried to poach Qin's core engineers. Soon his company went bankrupt and he was found living on the streets. A shareholder who openly opposed Qin Shui at the board meeting had her daughter inexplicably exposed to various scandals, and her daughter was eventually sent to a mental hospital. The Lang family is not even qualified to be a fern under the big tree of the Qin family. Shu Tao smiled slightly. Sister Lang, you're so cute when you're scared. He pulled her back into his arms and said, don't worry, just listen to me from now on. I promise that Mr. Qin won't hurt you. Long Yu froze. Xiao Tao. Lang Yu said tremblingly, the more powerful a person is, the stronger their possessiveness is, no matter if it's a man or a woman. I know Director Qin loves you very much, but the more she loves you, the more she will hate me after she finds out I seduced you. Shu Tao was a little impatient. Qin Shui asked Lang Yu to help her secretly and had already thought of various possibilities. She had previously told him not to mess with the anchors in the company, as it would lower his status. Shu Tao thought it made sense, but Qin Shui never told him not to touch Lang Yu. Shu Tao could easily guess what Qin Shui was thinking. Since she met her mother-in-law, she had obviously seen him less frequently. It was probably because her mother-in-law had said something to her. Qin Shui let Lang Yu stay by her side with the intention of compensating him. I always say, I don't know the good of young women when I'm young, and I mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Maybe Qin Shui thinks I have a bad taste and likes young women. Sister Lang, it's already happened. What's the point of being afraid now? He squeezed Lang Yu's 2 food bags fiercely. Let's not talk about the past. From now on, you should be a good person and only be flirtatious with me. I promise that no one can hurt you. Shu Tao leaned back on the sofa, his posture lazy but with an irresistible command, help me clean up. Lang Yu's mind was blank, and she naturally understood what Shu Tao meant. But cleaning? She has no idea how to do it. What if she fails and makes Shu Tao angry? Shu Tao looked at the bewildered Lang Yu and asked, you haven't had it before? Xiao Tao, how could I possibly do that to Li Wei? I've already said he's just a quick shooter, and I don't know how he can satisfy Xiao Fei, a plump woman. Xiao Tao, forget it. Let's go take a shower together, and I'll clean you up. Lang Yu was not unwilling, but was worried that she could not do it well. Shu Tao was inexplicably excited, as there was still a lot of room for development in Lang Yu. He pressed the back of her neck, controlling her every movement. Very good. He encouraged softly, Sister Lang, from today on, your body no longer belongs only to you. There was tenderness in Lang Yu's eyes. The night was as dark as ink. The sound of Lang Yu's high heels hitting the ground was particularly crisp in the empty street. She subconsciously slowed down her pace, wanting Chu Tao, who was walking in front of her, to walk side by side with her. Sister Lang, can't you walk anymore? It's just one time. With your physical fitness, your legs shouldn't be weak, right? Chu Tao stopped and turned to look at her. Lang Yu raised her head slightly, met his smiling eyes, and her heartbeat suddenly increased a few times. No, I was just thinking about something. She quickly looked away and pretended to tidy up her hair that was messed up by the night wind. Sister Lang, are you thinking about what happened in the box? Chu Tao's voice was low and magnetic, and particularly seductive in the night. Lang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her thoughts were so obvious? Sister Lang, you are very talented. You did so well on your first try. Chu Tao joked. Lang Yu felt a burst of heat spreading from her neck to her ears. Xiao Tao, as long as you like it. The two stopped talking and walked quietly. 5 minutes later, Lang Yu's heartbeat still hadn't returned to normal. She secretly glanced at the man next to her out of the corner of her eye. Chu Tao's profile was angular under the streetlight, and under the two unbuttoned shirt buttons, a small piece of skin on his collarbone was exposed, shining with a healthy glow in the moonlight. The more Lang Yu looked at him, the more she liked him. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Tao, are you really not afraid of Director Qin at all? Chapter 58 Jiang Mani's Patience. Chu Tao smiled faintly. Sister Lang, why should I be afraid of Director Qin? Why are you asking such a strange question? Do you think I'm Mr. Qin's bootlicker? He felt that Qin Shui was his bootlicker. Thinking of this, a hint of tenderness appeared on Chu Tao's face. Not far away, a familiar figure was walking towards them. Jiang Mani was wearing a beige windbreaker. She was tall and graceful with a beautiful face, but she exuded a cold and arrogant air. Behind her were 4 bodyguards who always had expressionless faces. Why is Director Jiang here? Lang Yu felt very uncomfortable. Lang Yu didn't dare to speak. In the past, Lang Yu was open and not afraid at all, but when she saw Jiang Mani tonight, she felt guilty like a thief. Jiang Mani divorced Chu Tao, but Lang Yu knew that she was trying her best to win Chu Tao back and dreamed of remarrying him. What a coincidence, Xiao Tao. Jiang Mani's voice was sickeningly sweet, but her eyes swept across Lang Yu sharply. Why are Lang Yu and Chu Tao walking on the road so late? Doesn't Lang Yu know that Chu Tao is her husband? Jiang Mani didn't think that the two were really getting divorced, it was just nonsense. Director Jiang. Lang Yu felt her smile froze on her face. Jiang Mani said meaningfully, her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them. Lang Yu's heart was beating like a drum, afraid that she would notice something. Sister Lang, Jiang Mani suddenly spoke, her tone gentle but unyielding, I have something I want to discuss with Xiao Tao. Okay, Mani. She lowered her head and walked away quickly, her high heels tapping out a messy rhythm on the cobblestone road. After walking more than 10 meters, Lang Yu couldn't help but look back. The two walked in opposite directions. Under the light, the couple's backs looked really well matched, and Lang Yu had to admit that they were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Lang Yu walked aimlessly, her mind full of the images of Chu Tao and her when they were in love. Maybe after Jiang Mani leaves, I can go back to find him? The thought made her heart beat faster. Her phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting her reverie. It was a message from Jiang Mani. Sister Lang, the people I hate most are those who steal from their employers. You are mine, so don't do anything that would make me unhappy. I'm telling you this right up front. Lang Yu stared at the screen, her heart trembling. Jiang Mani was not stupid either. She saw something from Lang Yu's eyes and quickly warned Lang Yu. What serious business can you talk about while walking on the street in the middle of the night? Chu Tao is so handsome and so outstanding. Lang Yu used to look at Chu Tao with something strange in her eyes. But Jiang Mani doesn't care. A beautiful lady is always attractive to men, and the same goes for outstanding men. It is normal to be appreciated by the opposite sex. Jiang Mani used to have enough confidence, but now she doesn't have it anymore and starts to have wild thoughts. Miss Jiang, I am only Chu Tao's person now, not Qin Shui, and certainly not you. Lang Yu thought of what Qin Shui had told her, that she must be absolutely loyal to Chu Tao in the future. Even if she and Chu Tao died at the same time, Lang Yu must choose to save Chu Tao. Qin Shui said this very seriously and decisively without any hesitation. Lang Yu could see that Qin Shui was either testing her or speaking from the heart. Chu Tao and Jiang Mani followed the winding path and came to the artificial lake deep in the park. The night wind blew across the lake, creating tiny ripples. Jiang Mani deliberately slowed down her pace. It had been a long time since she had such a quiet walk with Chu Tao. She really wanted time to stop at this moment. Xiao Tao, you look so good. Her voice was as soft as melted chocolate. Shu Tao nodded, I sleep well, eat well, so my complexion is naturally good. But you, on the other hand, look much more haggard. Is the work stressful? So busy, Jiang Mani sighed. I really admire you now. You've done such a good job at work, and yet you still spare so much time to spend with me. We were so loving back then. Jiang Mani has a sweet voice. Chu Tao didn't respond. After saying this, Jiang Mani's heart beat faster and beads of sweat appeared on her palms. She was also worried that Chu Tao would call her shameless. Xiao Tao, do you remember? She pointed to the bench by the lake. We used to sit here and chat often. I never thought that after so much time, we would be able to come back here again. Chu Tao looked in the direction of her finger, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sister Mani, things have changed. Of course not. We are still the same as before. Jiang Mani said coquettishly. Under the moonlight, Chu Tao was incredibly handsome. Jiang Mani was so fascinated by the scene that her fingers curled up and spread out unconsciously. How she wanted to hold that hand, interlocking their fingers like before. Sister Mani, Chu Tao suddenly said, it's late at night, I'm a little sleepy. Jiang Mani was stunned, her heart itching as if being scratched by a cat. She wanted to kiss Chu Tao several times regardless of the consequences, but if she did so, all her efforts over the past 6 months would be in vain, and Chu Tao would have to avoid her again. She had just said some ambiguous words, but Chu Tao didn't scold her, which was a great improvement. Xiao Tao, can you walk with me again? Jiang Mani deliberately kept the same position with Chu Tao so as not to make Chu Tao feel uncomfortable. Chu Tao was quite satisfied that Jiang Mani did not cross the line. In the coffee shop, Lung Yu sat by the window, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the coffee cup, her eyes watery. He should call me soon. Lung Yu thought. The coffee was cold, but she didn't care. Lung Yu picked up the cup and took a sip, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat. After drinking it, Lung began to feel dazed. Miss, do you need a refill? The waiter's voice interrupted her reverie. Lung Yu was slightly startled, then she gave a perfect smile. No, thank you. Her voice was a few degrees lower than usual, with a hint of hoarseness that she herself didn't even notice. After the waiter left, Lung Yu took out her cell phone from her bag. The moment the screen lit up, her heart beat faster. There was no new message. Lung Yu did not go home. She had a premonition that Chu Tao and Jiang Mani would soon be separated. Chu Tao will definitely contact me again. She is waiting to be summoned at any time. This realization should have made her feel ashamed, but she was inexplicably excited and expectant. The phone suddenly vibrated and Lung Yu almost jumped up from her seat. But it was just a spam message. She sighed in disappointment, but her fingers uncontrollably clicked on Jiang Mani's social media. The latest update was posted 10 minutes ago. The scenery by the river is so beautiful. Chu Tao's back looks very tall in the photo. Lung Yu smiled faintly. They were childhood sweethearts and a loving couple, but now they could only take photos secretly and still feel complacent about it. The background music in the cafe changed to a more soothing song, and Lung Yu's mood calmed down. Let's order some more food. Lung Yu tried to divert attention, waved to the waiter and ordered a tiramisu. The dessert was served quickly and she scooped a small piece with a spoon and put it into her mouth. Chapter 59 Falling into the Water. 9:45 in the evening. The number of people in the cafe gradually decreased. Lung Yu noticed a couple kissing intimately in the corner, with the girl's hand on the boy's thigh. This scene made her body even hotter. The phone screen lit up again, and Lung Yu's heartbeat almost stopped. But this time it was a work email. She threw her phone back on the table in disappointment, and the sound attracted the attention of several customers nearby. Calm down, Lung Yue, she said to herself in her heart. She got tired of the tiramisu halfway through. Lung Yu pushed the plate aside and took out a powder compact to touch up her makeup. The person in the mirror had a hazy look on their face, their cheeks flushed, and their lips, plumper from repeated biting, were now fuller. Why did Chu Tao turn me into a slut just once? Lung Yu kept asking herself deep in her heart. The moonlight is like water. Jiang Mani's mind was in turmoil. How she wished time could go back to when they were still in love. A bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. If she accidentally fell into the water, Chu Tao would definitely save her, so that she could feel his arms again. Jiang Mani's heart beat faster. This plan was crazy but feasible. She has severe hygrophobia, but what is this risk in order to be able to get close to Chu Tao? Ouch! She suddenly screamed, pretending to be tripped by a stone, and her body swayed towards the river. With a splash, she fell into the river. The river water instantly surrounded her, and the water poured into her nostrils, choking her and making it impossible for her to breathe. However, with Chu Tao on the shore, Jiang Mani was not afraid at all. Help! Xiao Tao! Help, help me! She was flailing her hands and feet. Chu Tao jumped into the water without any hesitation. Jiang Mani vaguely saw his agile figure cutting through the water and swimming towards her. She was so happy that she had to seize the opportunity this time to have close contact with Chu Tao. Sister Mani! Chu Tao was extremely anxious. Jiang Mani wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and clung to him like an octopus. The river water was icy cold, and Chu Tao's body temperature could be felt through her wet shirt, making her body feel weak. Relax, Sister Mani. Chu Tao tried to adjust her posture, but Jiang Mani pretended to be panicked and hugged him even tighter. I'm scared. Xiao Tao, I'm so scared. Please don't let me go. She buried her face in his neck, greedily breathing in the familiar scent. Chu Tao has excellent physical fitness. Even if Jiang Mani struggles on her own, he knows that he can easily rescue Jiang Mani to shore. He held her but with one hand and swam towards the shore with the other hand. Jiang Mani took the opportunity to put the weight of her entire body on him, feeling the tension and strength of his muscles. Jiang Mani really hoped that Chu Tao would not swim ashore so quickly. She hadn't had such close contact for a long time, and her heart was beating faster. Sister Mani, your hand. Chu Tao's body stiffened. Xiao Tao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She whispered, her lips almost touching his ear. Chu Tao didn't respond, but just swam faster. Jiang Mani could feel that he was as strong as iron, and a small sense of pride welled up in her heart. When she reached the shore, Jiang Mani coughed violently and took the opportunity to throw her wet hair behind her head, revealing her slender neck and faintly visible collarbone. She knew that she looked best from this angle, and Chu Tao always couldn't help kissing her here. Sister Mani, are you okay? Chu Tao patted her back. Hearing Jiang Mani coughing so hard, he was worried that she would choke her lungs. Jiang Mani stumbled and leaned limply against his arms. Xiao Tao, I'm dizzy. I feel like the world is spinning. Can you carry me to the car? Chu Tao hesitated for a moment, but finally bent down and picked her up horizontally. Jiang Mani immediately put her face against his chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. She had missed this embrace for too long. Where is your bodyguard? Chu Tao suddenly asked. When Jiang Mani was taking a walk with Chu Tao, she sent a message to the bodyguard, asking him not to disturb her in Chu Tao's world of two. The bodyguards were very familiar with Chu Tao and knew his skills. Even if the four of them were combined, they were no match for Chu Tao, so they hid far away and waited for Jiang Mani's message. They are waiting in the car. Jiang Mani said softly. Chu Tao didn't respond, but just strode forward. Jiang Mani sat in front of the dressing table in her boudoir, looking through the mirror at her mother Zhu Shan standing behind her. Zhu Shan held a bowl of steaming ginger soup in her hand and looked at her daughter with complicated eyes. Drink it, don't catch a cold. Zhu Shan put the ginger soup on the dressing table. Jiang Mani reached out to take it, and shuddered slightly when her fingertips touched the wall of the bowl. It was too hot. She looked down at the ginger shreds floating on the surface of the ginger soup. In the steam, she thought of Chu Tao holding her, who was as strong as iron in the icy river water, which meant that he had never let go of her. Jiang Mani felt sweet in her heart. Mom, I'm fine. Drink the ginger soup first. Zhu Shan interrupted her and pulled a chair over to sit down. Jiang Mani pursed her lips and sipped the ginger soup obediently. The spicy taste spread from the tip of her tongue to her throat, making her feel much more comfortable. Zhu Shan's eyes swept across her daughter's pale face, and the severity in her eyes was gradually replaced by heartache. She reached out to take the now empty bowl and sighed. Why do you do this? Jiang Mani twisted her fingers together unconsciously. She knew she couldn't hide it from her mother. I just wanted to find a chance to get close to Xiao Tao. Falling into the water on purpose? Do you know how dangerous that is? Zhu Shan's voice suddenly rose. What if something unexpected happens? Jiang Mani raised her head and said carefully, Mom, Xiao Tao is on the shore. Nothing will happen to me. You're risking your health. Zhu Shan stood up abruptly, her silk skirt rustling as she moved. Manny, I could tolerate your willfulness before, but this time you've gone too far. Mom, but half a year has passed, and Xiao Tao and I are still polite to each other. I really can't help but want to hug Xiao Tao. Shu Shan smiled bitterly. Nini, this is all because of your previous suicidal behavior. You have to endure it for me and don't give up all your efforts. Jiang Mani's eyes turned red and soon she burst into tears. Shu Shan softened her heart and stroked her daughter's hair. Nini, don't use such extreme methods in the future. Mom will find a solution for you. Zhu Shan's eyes were full of doting. The room fell into silence. Zhu Shan took a tissue from the dressing table and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her daughter's eyes. Lun Yu had been waiting in the cafe for several hours. She looked at the time and saw it was almost 11 o'clock, so she had to leave in disappointment, feeling very bad. Xu Tao was in the secret room of the office at this time, and Qin Shui was snuggling in his arms. Wife, doesn't Wang Min have any weaknesses? She's old and sick, why is she still meddling in everything? A kind man is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden. After listening to Qin Shui's complaints, Xu Tao felt very disgusted with Wang Min. Xiao Tao, I've never met anyone without weaknesses. Qin Shui's eyes were full of coldness. Chapter 60 Absent-minded. Early in the morning, Qin Shui kissed Xu Tao deeply for a quarter of an hour, then hurriedly took a shower and left. After breakfast, Xu Tao came to the small theater of Chaoyu Media, where the lights shone softly on the stage. Shui Qingyan was wearing a simple white dress and studying hard under the guidance of a professional teacher. Her voice was as clear as a stream, and her eyes were pure without a trace of impurities. Shui Qingyan, Zhang Lu, and Wu Xiaoyu are in the same school. She is a veritable campus beauty, a senior student in the acting department, and is 22 years old this year. Half a year ago, Xu Tao went to the school to recruit and saw Shui Qingyan's value at first sight. She had excellent grades in school, but had no commercial performance experience. Xu Tao stared at Shui Qingyan carefully. In this era of rampant plastic surgery and internet celebrity faces, such a natural and pure temperament is really rare. In the past 6 months, he has asked the company to vigorously cultivate Shui Qingyan. Xu Tao knew that she could bring huge profits to the company and even fill the gap in the market for pure and innocent idols. After Shui Qingyan finished her study, Xu Tao went straight to the backstage. He saw Shui Qingyan removing her makeup. Seeing Xu Tao in the mirror, Shui Qingyan smiled faintly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Miss Shui, your performance was outstanding. Xu Tao saw the vigilance in Shui Qingyan's eyes, and he deliberately kept a distance of 1 meter from her. Although Shui Qingyan was very grateful to Xu Tao for being her mentor, she didn't want to be a plaything of a rich man. She felt relieved when she saw Xu Tao was polite and kept a safe distance. Mr. Chu, my performance still has many shortcomings. Please give me your guidance. Shui Qingyan said seriously. Xu Tao looked into her eyes, which did not contain the calculations and desires commonly seen in the entertainment industry. She was a girl who had not been polluted by society. He became more certain of his judgment. This girl has a good chance of becoming the Jade Girl leader in the future and bringing huge benefits to the company. Chaoyu Media signed a 6-year contract with Shui Qingyan. In the past 6 months or so, Xu Tao has been spending money on her. Miss Shui, your performance is fresh and natural, and today's audiences are tired of those contrived performances. They crave authenticity, and your performance just now perfectly combined authenticity and beauty. In the past few months, Xu Tao has assembled a professional team of 12 people to be responsible for creating Shui Qingyan's image. Water Lily is her label, pure, elegant, and otherworldly. When Shui Qingyan heard this, she felt very comfortable and smiled sweetly, like a gardenia bud about to bloom. Mr. Chu, thank you for your training in me over the past 6 months. Shui Qingyan said politely. Miss Shui, you have an innate pure temperament. In this circle, this is the scarcest resource. Once you step into this world of fame and fortune, it becomes very difficult to maintain your true self. I hope you won't be tempted by the outside world. Shui Qingyan said seriously, Boss Chu, don't worry. My mother taught me since I was a child that I should never take things that do not belong to me, as it will bring disaster to myself. Even if I have to eat coarse food, I will not be tempted by material things. What I pursue is art. Xu Tao nodded in satisfaction and smiled meaningfully. Miss Shui, I can see that you have the potential to become a legend. Over the past few months, he has seen the girl's efforts. Every morning at 6 o'clock, a personal trainer would pick her up and take her to the gym for 2 hours of body training. Then there are vocal lessons, dance lessons, acting lessons, media response lessons. The schedule is packed. She always maintains passion and energy. The company's training for Shui Qingyan is almost meticulous. In order to ensure that her image of pure water lotus is flawless, Shui Qingyan's diet is carefully selected and she is prohibited from eating any food that may affect her skin condition. Over the past month, Shui Qingyan has spent 2 hours every day in the recording studio, repeatedly practicing her debut single Blank Space. This is a lyrical song tailor-made by a top producer. The melody is simple but moving, and the lyrics tell the story of a pure girl's longing and regret for love. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Tao and Shui Qingyan arrived at the recording studio. Shui Qingyan said quietly, "Boss Chu, my singing is never good enough. There are always some notes that I can't hit correctly." Chu Tao walked to the console and pressed the replay button. Shui Qingyan's singing voice echoed in the quiet recording studio, like a clear spring flowing through the heart. "Miss Shui," he whispered, "it's those little imperfections that make your singing more real and moving. The audience doesn't need a perfect machine. Besides, you are still a newcomer, so don't be too hard on yourself." Shui Qingyan stared at him blankly and smiled. "Boss Chu, sometimes you really don't act like a businessman." "Oh? Then what do I look like?" "Like someone who truly understands art." Around 2 p.m., the PR director came over and whispered, "Boss Chu, we've bought 3 of the top 5 trending searches on Weibo, Shui Qingyan's debut, Qing Shui Fu Rong, and the new generation of Jade Girl leader." Chu Tao nodded, "Well done. Remember, control her exposure in the next month and keep her mysterious." The PR director nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chu, not a single photo that is unfavorable to Miss Li Shui's image will be leaked. Miss Shui is the most youthful girl I have ever met. Her purity and innocence are etched in her bones." At noon on the 4th day, Chu Tao and Shui Qingyan sat in a luxurious box. The silver cutlery cast a slender shadow on the white napkin. Chu Tao slowly and methodically cut the steak in front of him. The medium-rare meat oozed light pink juice. He looked up at Shui Qingyan opposite him and found that Shui Qingyan was holding a mobile phone in her left hand, her thumb sliding quickly across the screen, and her right hand mechanically putting a piece of steak into her mouth. "Miss Shui, what are your thoughts on the movie script?" Chu Tao put down his knife and fork, and the red wine in the crystal glass reflected his slightly furrowed brow. "Yeah, that's great." Shui Qingyan's eyes did not move away from the phone screen. Her fingertips tapped quickly on the screen, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was wearing an off-white silk shirt today with a small pearl brooch pinned to her collar. Her long black hair hung down on her shoulders, and she looked like a carefully composed ink painting. "Can you tell me more about it?" Chu Tao's voice became a little deeper. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The 1998 Lafite bloomed with a complex aroma on the tip of his tongue, but it could not dilute the anger that was gradually rising in his heart. "Shui Qingyan is very abnormal today." Shui Qingyan finally raised her head, and the pair of eyes praised by the media as talking eyes quickly swept across Chu Tao's face, and then quickly dropped again. "Mr. Chu, I believe in the director's professional ability. I will do whatever the director tells me to do." Her words were clearly perfunctory.